Police will use hotspot patrols, working closely with businesses and communities to clamp down on shop theft and street crime across hundreds of town centres, including Bournemouth.
Tom.
Can I wish you and your team a happy Christmas? It doesn't surprise me that that is the outcome of what Solicitor General has looked into. Chris has said that he can't stomach shoplifting, particularly at the Asda petrol station in Charminster. Jackie is putting up with antisocial behaviour from shoplifting at the Co-op and Christchurch Road. Does the Solicitor General agree with me that businesses need to have easier ways to report crime, but also that no shop worker or constituent should have to put up with the fear of harm or abuse on their high street?
Solicitor General.
My honourable friend makes a very good point, and I know he's convened a meeting in his constituency on retail crime with high street businesses and has been both vocal in the chamber and with me about the scourge of shoplifting. The government is introducing new measures in the Crime and Policing Bill to tackle retail crime, including the removal of the £200 low-value limit for shoplifting, as well as introducing a new offence of assaulting a shop worker.
That completes questions. I have to notify the House, in accordance with the Royal Assent Act 1967, that the King has signified his royal assent to the following acts and measures: Dogs Protection of Livestock Amendment Act 2025, Mental Health Act 2025, Planning and Infrastructure Act 2025, Space Industry Indemnities Act 2025, well, that's popular, I thought. Employment Right Act 2025. Armed Forces Chaplains Licensing Measure 2025. Abuse Redress Measure 2025. Right, we now come to the... Let the front benches just switch over. Yeah. We now come to the urgent question. Dr Neil Hudson, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs if she will make a statement on the government's animal welfare strategy.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We are a country that cares deeply for animals and have a proud history of being pioneers when it comes to ensuring the very best. From the world's first known animal welfare law in 1822 to the animal welfare pioneers and organisations known across the globe. As already announced this morning in DEFRA orals, next week we intend to publish our animal welfare strategy, taking forward our manifesto promises with the most ambitious reform to animal welfare in a generation. This will be a comprehensive package of reforms which will improve the lives of millions of animals across the UK. It includes all of our relevant manifesto commitments, such as giving farm animals greater freedom and dignity and protecting our wildlife. By improving animal welfare standards, we're supporting healthier, more productive livestock that delivers better outcomes for farmers, farm profitability, food security and the high welfare standards that British consumers expect. The animal welfare strategy builds on this government's proven track record in delivering reforms for animals. This includes introducing new world-leading standards for zoos early this year and supporting the passage of the Animal Welfare Import of Dogs, Cats and Ferrets Act 2025 to tackle puppy smuggling, and the act that you've just announced, Mr Speaker, the Dogs Protection of Livestock Amendment Act, which is about the worrying of livestock. Labour has always been the party of animal welfare, and during our last term in government we enacted the Animal Welfare Act 2006 and we banned fox hunting.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for granting this urgent question. Mr Speaker, I know that you are an animal lover, as indeed are we as a nation. As a veterinary surgeon, animal health and welfare is very close to my heart. We have now reached the end of the year for Parliament, and we still do not have sight of the government's animal welfare strategy. The Prime Minister has said on record that the strategy would be released by the end of the year, and this has also been repeated by DEFRA ministers many times in the Chamber, again today, and in answers to repeated written questions from many members across the House. We need to find out and be able to scrutinise the government's plans for our animals. We face significant issues: animal digital identification, disease outbreaks like influenza and blue tongue, the threat of foot and mouth disease or African swine fever coming into the UK, a Competition and Markets Authority inquiry into veterinary services, a need for a new Veterinary Surgeons Act, a shortage of vets, and a farming community struggling with anxiety and financial pressures caused by this Labour government. I want to put on record this House's thanks to the vets, farmers, frontline officials in the APHA who are all on duty over the Christmas period, tending to and protecting our animals. The UK has some of the highest animal welfare standards in the world, and we should be very proud of the previous Conservative government's achievements in improving animal welfare, such as, Mr. Speaker, banning the export of live animals, including cattle, sheep, pigs and horses for fattening or slaughter, with the Animal Welfare Livestock Exports Act 2024, increasing the maximum prison sentence for animal cruelty from 6 months to 5 years with the Animal Welfare Sentencing Act 2021, enshrining animal sentience into UK law with the Animal Welfare Sentience Act 2022, and thereby, Mr. Speaker, establishing the Animal Sentience Committee such that any new legislation must pay due regard to animal welfare. This baton has now been passed from the Conservatives to Labour. So please, Mr. Speaker, can we hear what the government plans to do in this crucial area so that the House can scrutinise what the future is for our animals and the people who care for them?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to reassure him that we will publish the Animal Welfare Strategy before Christmas, as we have promised. He is right that we face a number of significant issues, and we're going to be tackling these issues head on. I would disagree with him about his characterisation of our government. This will be the most ambitious animal welfare strategy in a generation. But I would also, one thing I would like to agree with him on is I'd like to echo his thanks to the vets, the farmers and the regulators for their work all year round, but particularly over the festive period.
John Twickenham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as we approach Christmas and then Boxing Day, let me just record my pride of being an MP when we banned fox hunting. But will the Minister, I welcome her statement today and the government's commitment to welfare, reiterate to those minority of people who still seem to think it's pleasurable to kill foxes that that is totally illegal and inappropriate?
So State.
I couldn't agree with him more. I wasn't a member of this House in the last Labour government, but as a proud Labour member, I am proud that we, in that government, banned fox hunting, and I reiterate what he says, that those who engage in this illegal practice should face the full force of the law.
Dr. Janet Chambers, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her comments. One thing we'd like to focus on in the animal welfare strategy is the fact that the Veterinary Surgeons Act is from 1966, and a lot has changed in that period. Mr. Speaker, now over 60% of veterinary practices are owned by corporates, where they used to be owned by individual veterinary surgeons. We have a whole range of different paraprofessionals who are providing medical care for animals. This includes people like equine dental technicians, cattle hoof trimmers, animal physiotherapists who are all not regulated. We also have very highly trained veterinary nurses who do not have the title veterinary nurse protected. So I'd urge that a centrepiece of the government's animal welfare strategy is to update the Veterinary Surgeons Act. The Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons are calling for it, the BVA are calling for it, the veterinary profession are calling for it. It'd be good for owners, it'd be good for animals, and it'd be good for the veterinary profession. So I'd urge that is a key component of this. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'm really excited that now I'm an MP, I'm not going to be on call for Christmas, as I've done many times. If I could remind everyone not to feed their dogs mince pies, chocolates, don't let them get hold of onion gravy. It's what keeps us really, really busy at Christmas. Thank you.
Well, can I just thank him on behalf of the whole House for what he's just said and for his service before he became a member and obviously since. Thank him for what he said. This is obviously a really important area. We absolutely appreciate that the Veterinary Surgeons Act needs updating, and we are continuing to pursue opportunities to do that. I can reassure him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All I want for Christmas is a generational boost to animal welfare. It doesn't have the same ring to it, but given the widespread public support for animal welfare, maybe we could give the Queen of Christmas a run for her money with that one. Our British farmers lead the way globally on high standards in farmed animal welfare, and they deserve great credit for that. Can the Secretary of State confirm that the animal welfare strategy will continue this trend and will work with farmers and their representatives so that they can reap the rewards and domestic production is safeguarded as we move towards higher standards?
I can confirm that, and as I said in the oral statement earlier, there are measures already in place to provide funding to farmers to help them improve animal welfare standards, which includes visits by veterinary visits to help them improve their animal welfare standards and then continue to do so in the future.
Father of the House, Edward Lee.
We have some of the best animal welfare standards for farm animals in the world. And of course you can do much by regulation, but the best way to protect farm animals is to have contented and prosperous family farmers who love their animals and care for them. When I arrived in the House, farmers used to talk in glowing terms about Tom Williams, the Labour Minister for Agriculture in the Attlee government. This started 80 years of prosperity for our farmers. Now I beg the Secretary of State and the Minister, if they are really concerned about animal welfare and the welfare of our farmers, that they drop this absurd family farm tax.
I would say politely to him, Mr. Speaker, that the time to raise these issues was earlier today.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a Merry Christmas to you and everyone across this House. Can I reiterate the calls that have been made by colleagues across the Chamber this morning about the importance of reforming the Veterinary Surgeons Act? It's now 60 years old and hasn't kept pace with modern medicine, new technology or the way veterinary practices are now run. And can my right honourable friend set out how the animal welfare strategy will tackle the extraordinary increase in veterinary fees, which is a massive cost of living issue in this country. And finally, just to thank the veterinary surgeons across the UK, particularly those at Glasgow University Veterinary Hospital, who I had cause to see rather more frequently than I would have liked this year.
Those cats need feeding. Come on, Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you have much in common. Can I thank her for her doughty campaigning on this issue? The work that we are doing on the Veterinary Surgeons Act is separate to the animal welfare strategy, but as we have discussed privately, that work is ongoing.
Chair of the Select Committee, Alistair Carmichael.
I should declare an interest, Mr. Speaker, in that Mrs Carmichael will be one of those veterinary surgeons who will be on call on Christmas Day this year. So it'll be me in the kitchen yet again. It's just, that's fine, that keeps the turkey safe, at least. Just 10 days ago, Baroness Hayman told us that we would get this strategy before Christmas, so being published next week, I suppose, is strictly within the letter of that, but it's not quite within the spirit. The department seems to be struggling a bit with its strategies at the moment. We had an excellent session with the Minister of State on Tuesday, and then she was no sooner out the door than no fewer than 4 fisheries management strategies landed in my inbox. For a New Year's resolution, can I ask the Secretary of State to look at how these things are handled so that this House can scrutinise future strategies?
Secretary of State.
Well, can I start by thanking his wife for her service over the Christmas period? I'm glad to see that he will be spending a lot of time in his kitchen, by the sounds of it. We promised that we would publish this strategy before Christmas, and we will do precisely that. But obviously, we would like to discuss the strategy with colleagues across the House once it's been published.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for the update and for the engagement with the various animal welfare charities. I'm particularly concerned or interested in the farmed animals section, given that we have millions and millions of farmed animals in this country. Farmers, I find, are so often the best conservationists, and they want to do even more. Can my honourable friend confirm that British farmers will continue to lead the world with strong animal welfare standards, and consider what more support can be provided to help them do so, and to get the message out to consumers to make more informed choices?
So say.
Can I thank my honourable friend? He's a great campaigner and for his constituency and does some great work locally, I know. And I say to him, yes, indeed, we have got a good reputation for animal welfare. I was in Brussels recently meeting my counterparts in the European Commission, and they were very interested in what we're doing here in the UK, and obviously they're doing different things in Europe, but it'll be interesting, always interesting to share notes. But we do have a good reputation around the world.
Dr. Luca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two questions, one practical, one policy. Let's make no mistake, the government's been dragged here today to answer an urgent question about its welfare strategy that it's bringing forward next week, but we can't scrutinise it because Parliament has finished today. Why is that the case? The policy side is, I've written a number of times about animal welfare with regards to rescue and rehoming sector. I hope that's included in this strategy. Could she confirm that it is being looked at and whether further regulations are needed?
She's also
The Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question. I am sure that there will be opportunities in the new year so that we can have a discussion about the animal welfare strategy, and we'll be able to confirm an answer to his question when it comes out.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Brian Griffiths tells me that trail hunting in Warwickshire is often a smokescreen for illegal hunting, with devastating consequences for livestock. When will the government start the consultation on the future of trail hunting?
So state.
In the new year, we will issue a consultation on banning trail hunting, as we committed to do in our manifesto, and she's right in the things that she says about it.
Bob Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we can't scrutinise the strategy today, can I ask what action is included in the strategy to phase out and remove animal testing in scientific laboratories?
So state.
As he will probably know, it's a joint responsibility, and actually it's a lead for DCIT, but we are working closely with them, and they have released a strategy recently which makes sure that we can use alternatives more quickly to phase out animal testing. So I'd be happy to discuss that with him, but it is more of a DCIT lead than a DEFRA lead, but obviously it is something that's seen as an animal welfare issue, but it does sit with that department.
Anna Dix.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm hoping that you, like me and my family, have already got your turkey ordered from the local butcher for Christmas. Like many of my constituents, I really care about animal welfare, and I look forward to the strategy next week. Can the Minister outline the steps the government is taking to ensure there's really clear labelling and communication so we can all be confident when we go and buy our Christmas turkey in the welfare of what we're eating? Thank you.
So stay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have ordered my meat from my local butcher already. Thank her for the reminder for those that might not have. It's a little bit late in the day. We do want to make sure that there is transparency, and we are working on labelling. It won't be part of this strategy, but it's a separate thing.
I put my order in at Booths and the Little Butcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are indeed a nation of animal lovers, and yet every year there are 200,000 sows that are kept in farrowing crates where they can't even turn around, while millions of hens are kept in tiny spaces no bigger than an A4 piece of paper, cruel, cramped conditions that cause a life of pain, a short life of pain and suffering. So, following the recent cross-party letter that I initiated, will the Secretary of State confirm that this animal welfare strategy will include an end to the cruel use of farrowing crates and cages, and importantly, support for farmers through this transition so people can have confidence in so-called welfare assured systems?
So state.
Well, thank him for his question, and I know he's active on the issue of farrowing crates. 50% of sows in the herd do give birth outside, but we are looking at what further we can do to deal with the rest that aren't. So it is something that is a priority for the government. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My wife, who is a radiographer, is on call on Christmas Day. But luckily, we're going to the in-laws, so hopefully that will cover it. We know, sir, they're not going to risk that. So we know you're an animal lover. The world knows that. But some may recall that our great friend Sir David was a passionate animal lover too. One cause that was very close to his heart was pig farrowing crates. Another was banning the import of foreign hunting trophies, an awful trade. There was a private member's bill in the last session which sailed through the Commons but ran into trouble in the Lords. Can the Minister confirm that the government are committed to banning the import of hunting trophies? And if at the moment they're not providing any private members' Bill Fridays for other reasons, how in fact is that ban now going to be achieved?
Can I just say, Mr. Speaker, that I found Sir David Amos to be a really good and generous friend. I went on a number of parliamentary visits with him, and I just wanted to thank him for what he said about Sir David. We are committed to banning hunting trophies, but it is a conservation issue, so it won't be in the animal welfare strategy, but we will be taking measures forward separately.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So South Norfolk's farmers produce some of the highest quality pork products, poultry products in the world because they're so proud of the high animal welfare standards they have. Can I urge the Minister to work closely with DBT colleagues to ensure that we protect our farms from lower standards across the seas, which we've been doing brilliantly in these first 18 months?
I can reassure my honourable friend that that is precisely what we are doing. We are protecting the high standards that we have here in the UK in the trade deals that we're doing with other countries around the world.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And specifically, the Australia and New Zealand trade deals signed by Boris Johnson's Conservatives undercut the standards that are demanded of British farmers, including on animal welfare. Will the government seek to renegotiate the trade deals with Australia and New Zealand? And additionally, will the government ban the import of food produced with antibiotic growth promoters?
I know that one of my predecessors from the Conservative side has been very critical of the trade deals that the last government, Michael Gove, that negotiated with Australia and New Zealand, but he will appreciate it's very difficult to unpick trade deals once they're in place.
Lawrence Turner.
Mr. Speaker, many happy returns, and also to all the staff of the House. There is no such thing as cruelty-free fur, as the last Labour government recognised when it banned the fur farming industry in the UK, and that's the case that the Honourable Member for Newport West and organisations like Respect for Animals have made powerfully. So beyond the animal welfare strategy, and when the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee reports, will full and favourable consideration be given to finally banning the fruits of this vile trade by ending the import of real fur products?
So State.
Can I reassure him that we are looking at this and there will be further details in the strategy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merry Christmas. And first of all, may I thank you for signing the Christmas card of my young constituent. When I gave it back to her, she was the winner of our Christmas card competition. She was thrilled. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure to visit my Lush store in Bath. Lush has been a leading advocate for ending animal testing, championing cruelty-free science and cosmetics, and investing in innovative and humane alternatives. The Secretary of State has already partly answered the question around the strategy replacing animals in science strategy, but of course it will be very closely linked to the animal welfare strategy. So will the Secretary of State commit that any a strategy that is being published is actually backed up by primary legislation with legally binding targets and timelines for ending animal testing and cruelty?
State.
I thank her for her question. As I said in response to a previous question, this is actually a DCET lead, not a DEFRA lead. But as a government, we're absolutely committed to phasing out, and we do work together closely with DCET, but as a Labour government, we are committed to phasing out animal testing as quickly as possible. But obviously, we need alternatives in place to do so.
Adam Joby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merry Christmas to you and all colleagues across the House. Before my election to this place, I spent 5 years in the Shadow DEFRA team working with my old boss and now honourable friend, the member for Newport West and Isloin, and we had the animal welfare brief and spent many months and years on these issues, and so I welcome the strategy almost finally arriving. In Newcastle, Lyme and Staffordshire, we have wonderful farmers who work to the highest standards, British standards, Mr. Speaker. And so whilst it would have been helpful to have read the strategy today, can my right honourable friend assure me and my farmers back home that our strategy will support rather than hinder, be rooted in the highest of standards and be rolled out properly, speedily and proactively?
The answer to my honourable friend, the short answer, and I'm sure you appreciate, Mr. Speaker, is yes.
Will Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The top animal welfare issue raised by my constituents in Woking with me is the impact of fireworks, particularly ad hoc and unannounced displays on pets and their owners. Please can the Secretary of State reassure me and others across the House who I am sure are concerned about this as well, that this strategy will finally tackle this issue and provide much needed relief to pets and their owners?
So State.
I thank him for his question. This is something that's raised with me in my constituency too. It is a very tricky issue, however, because there are lots of people across the country at different religious festivals and also obviously Guy Fawkes Day who do enjoy fireworks, so it's getting the balance right, I'm afraid.
Right, we'll let the front bench change over. Can I just say to all members, can I wish them all the best, a restful Christmas, and let's hope for a more peaceful New Year. I'd also like to thank all the staff of the House, in particular my own team. They've been wonderful to look after us, and I've got to say those who are working over the Christmas period to keep this House safe, must thank them as well. So, as I say, I wish you all the best for Christmas. From myself and Natalie, who is very pleased that his cards have sold well this year. So let me go to the acting Shadow Leader of the House, John Lamont.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Will the Leader give us the forthcoming business?
Leader of the House.
Speaker, the business for the week commencing 5th of January 2026 will include Monday the 5th of January debate on a motion on mobile connectivity in rural areas. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Tuesday the 6th of January, second reading of the Cybersecurity and Resilience Network and Information Systems Bill. Wednesday the 7th of January, Opposition Day on a motion in the name of the official opposition, subject yet to be announced. Thursday the 8th of January, debate on a motion on the effectiveness of Magnitsky-style sanctions for serious human rights abuses, followed by a debate on a motion on high street gambling reform. The subject for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday the 9th of January, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 12th of January includes Monday the 12th of January, Committee of the Whole House of the Finance No. 2 Bill, Day 1. Tuesday the 13th, Committee of the Whole House of the Finance Bill, Day 2. Wednesday the 14th of January, remaining stages of the Public Offence Accountability Bill. Thursday the 15th of January, general debate on new towns, followed by a general debate on financial support for small businesses and individuals during the COVID-19 pandemic. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee, and Friday the 16th of January, the House will not be sitting.
I thank the Leader of the House for the business for the start of the new year. Can I begin by expressing my deepest condolences and sympathies with the victims of the Bondi Beach attack at the weekend. I'm sure we were all horrified to see the events unfold as innocent Jews were murdered as they enjoyed Hanukkah in the evening sunshine. As the Leader of the Opposition said yesterday, we must do much more to tackle anti-Semitism and Islamic extremism around the world, but also here in the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, may I wish you, the Leader of the House and members, the doorman, the catering team and all parliamentary staff a very happy Christmas. Now, can I ask the Leader of the House if he will be making any New Year's resolutions? I know he respects this place and the important role that MPs and Parliament have in holding ministers to account. Can I suggest that his New Year's resolution should be to ensure that the 2,644 parliamentary questions that have not received a response get answered as soon as possible, please, and that all the many letters and emails from MPs to ministers that have not received the courtesy of a reply get dealt with as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, as we look ahead to 2026, I'm reminded that Dickens' A Christmas Carol is a tale not just of redemption, but of the perils of ignoring reality. Sadly, after only 18 months of this Labour government, it is already clear that no amount of festive storytelling can disguise what is happening to our country. If anyone needs a visit from the three ghosts this year, It is the benches opposite. Mr. Speaker, let us start with the ghost of Christmas past. In opposition, Labour promised everything to everyone: lower energy bills, shorter NHS waiting lists, kick-starting economic growth, safer streets, 1.5 million new homes and world-class public services, funded apparently without raising taxes. The British people were sold a vision of transformation without the trade-offs. Now that Labour are in government, reality is catching up very quickly. The ghost of Christmas present shows us the consequences. Since the election, we have seen rising taxes on working people, a retreat from every major spending pledge, a benefits bill rising higher and higher, a cost of living crisis made in Downing Street, and economic growth going in the wrong direction. Labour promised an immediate plan to rescue the NHS. Instead, waiting lists have continued to rise. Militant doctors remain in dispute, resulting in 93,000 lost appointments and patients being told to expect a long, difficult winter. They promised a plan for social care. 6 months later, there is still none. They promised cheaper energy bills. Bills are up again. They promised 1.5 million new homes, yet planning reforms are already being bogged down by internal Labour rows. They promised 6,500 more teachers, but there are now 400 fewer teachers since the election. They promised to smash the gangs, but illegal migration continues to rise. And despite promising to restore trust in our justice system, Labour's early release scheme has seen offenders let out early, while police forces struggle with 1,316 fewer police. This is not the change the public were promised. Now, Mr. Speaker, to the ghost of Christmas yet to come. If the first 18 months are a sign of things to come, the future should send a winter chill through us all. Even more tax rises are due to hit working people thanks to the Chancellor's nightmare before Christmas budget last month. The family farm tax will take effect, which will decimate our rural economy and undermine food security. Departments told to brace for spending cuts after Labour admitted the money wasn't there. Councils warning of bankruptcy, investment faltering as businesses grapple with mixed signals on planning, energy and regulation, and our liberties under attack with digital ID and trials by jury being scrapped. And a Prime Minister who talks endlessly about missions but is yet to deliver a single measurable improvement to the lives of ordinary families. Mr. Speaker, the lesson of Dickens' tale is that it is never too late to change course. For the sake of our country, we on these benches urge the government to do exactly that. Be honest about what you can fund, be transparent about what you're going to cut, show some backbone, and above all else, keep your promises. Let us hope, Mr. Speaker, that by next Christmas the government has changed direction, because the country cannot afford another year like 2025. Happy New Year.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Shadow Deputy Leader for his questions. First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me join him and I think the whole House in sending our thoughts and condolences to those affected by the terrorist attacks in Bondi Beach. Hanukkah should be a time of celebration, Mr. Speaker. Instead, it's become a scene of horror and violence. Anti-Semitism has absolutely no place in our society, and we stand in solidarity with the Jewish community. This is, Mr. Speaker, our last business questions of the year, so I'd like to echo thanks to you and wish you and members across the House a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. It's a shame, Mr. Speaker, that there aren't any Reform members in the House joining us today. I understand Mr. Speaker, that their nativity play has been cancelled this year because they couldn't find 3 wise men. But I do want to address some of the points raised by the Shadow Deputy Leader specifically. But first of all, let me take the opportunity to reflect on what has been achieved over the past 12 months and recognise and thank all those who have embodied the spirit of goodwill and service this year. Firstly, our charities and organisations who work so hard in our constituencies, none of them more important than supporting people who are experiencing homelessness. This government, Mr. Speaker, is backing them with our homelessness strategy, which outlines our commitment to halve the number of long-term rough sleepers. We're also delivering on our promise of safe and secure housing by banning no-fault evictions and introducing new protection for renters. We're bringing forward planning reform to build the new homes that we need and deliver the biggest boost to social and affordable homes in a generation. We also need to recognise, Mr Speaker, the contribution of charities and community groups in supporting the most vulnerable through the cost of living crisis, which is why we've extended the Household Support Fund to support struggling households. We've also launched the Warm Homes Plan to deliver lower energy bills and lift 1 million households out of fuel poverty. And we've published our Child Poverty Strategy, which will lift 500,000 children out of poverty. And we're improving children's life chances now and addressing the root causes of child poverty in the future. Mr Speaker, I also want to thank teachers and all those who support our young people, and I hope that they get a well-deserved rest over the festive period, because we're backing them by investing in our children's future, recruiting 6,500 more teachers nationally, and increasing school funding by £1.7 billion. NHS workers are the backbone of our health service, and I want to recognise their dedication, those who continue to care for patients through the festive period. We're backing them, Mr Speaker, with our long-term plan to rebuild our NHS over the next 10 years, protecting investment, creating more appointments and recruiting more GPs and mental health workers. We also need to recognise and thank local authority workers, postal workers, shop workers, who work throughout the festive period and keep our country running. And last but not least, Mr Speaker, I want to recognise the dedication and the tireless work of our police and emergency services who keep our communities safe. We're backing them with the resources that they need to do their vital jobs, which is why we're publishing our provisional police funding settlement today, and will continue to ensure that money is directed to the right places, and look forward to delivering on our commitment to recruit more police officers in 2026. Let me address some of the points that the honourable gentleman made directly. He asks me what my New Year resolution will be, and it is not to make resolutions. The second point, he raises the issue of PQs, and he said I take it seriously. I do take it seriously, both PQs and other correspondence from ministers, and we do constantly tell departments that they need to up their game. But he knows, because of his work, not least on the Modernisation Committee, that there is a deeper issue here around PQs, because there's been an enormous increase in PQs, and quite frankly, departments need to up their game, but at the same time, we need to think carefully about the number of PQs that are put in, and whether or not actually this system at times can cope. And this has not just been a problem for this government, it's been a problem, I think, for the previous government too. And let me finish on this point, because the honourable gentleman wanted to quote from Dickens, and he talks from and about A Christmas Carol. Let me instead turn to A Tale of Two Cities, and let us draw a comparison between 14 years of Conservative government and 18 months of this government, which I paraphrase, it was the worst of times, it's now the best of times.
Just to pick up, there was a couple who didn't get in last week, so we're going to start with those. Andy McNay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and a very, very Merry Christmas to you and all the House staff and all colleagues across the place. Since getting elected, myself and colleagues across Lancashire have been campaigning for more funding for our local services. And so when new local government funding was announced yesterday, I was really pleased to see this government has properly listened. With funding now following need and a decade of austerity ending, it's great to see Blackburn, Darwen and Rosendale councils getting significant increases, and I'll be working with council leaders to make sure the impacts are felt in every community. But in Rosendale, most of our key services are delivered by Lancashire County Council. These services have been under threat since reform took control, with cuts to nurseries, gritting and care homes all being considered. But now, thanks to this government and lobbying by Labour MPs across Lancashire, the County Council will be getting a massive increase, £310 million more by 2028. So reform have no more excuses now. So would the Leader join me in calling on reform to stop the cuts and focus instead on delivering the services we all rely on?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly agree with my honourable friend that the callous words of the Council appeared to be completely nonsensical and in some cases outright dangerous in many issues that he raises, including questions about road safety, which he's raised in the past. The government takes these matters very seriously, which is why we are backing local authorities with increased resources. But I would urge reform-led Lancashire County Council to take these matters more seriously.
Bobby Dean, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I associate myself, first of all, with the comments the Leader of the House made about the victims of the Bondi beach attack. Anti-Semitism has no place in our society, and I'm glad that the House is united against hate. Mr. Speaker, I also join in well wishes to you and all the staff of the House for Christmas time this year. The government's been engaging in another Christmas tradition this week, which is rushing out lots of statements in the final week before recess. I did a bit of a calculation, and I think we're up to double the normal rate, 13.5 statements per day this week. I'll let you, Mr. Speaker, decide what half a statement constitutes. But can I speak to him particularly about the local government statement yesterday? It seemed that there were many people on the backbenches of the government that had access to the figures for each local authority level in a way that it didn't seem like we had as our spokespersons and had in advance. Our spokesperson was actually searching the internet in advance for these figures and couldn't find them. So I'd ask him if he can get the Minister to clarify whether those figures were made available to Labour backbenchers in advance. Moving on to more serious Christmas matters, Mr. Speaker. The BBC reported this week that Father Christmas's pay has flatlined this year. There's good news for the elves. The elves' pay is on the up thanks to the national minimum wage increase. But this wage compression apparently is demotivating for Father Christmas, and some garden centres across the country are struggling to get Father Christmas to turn up. As it happens, he's also upset at the Employment Rights Bill because it's made it much more difficult for him to get the sack. Come on. Moving on to another important Christmas matter. We have the bitter dispute ongoing, Mr. Speaker, over Christmas films. Now, the Liberal Democrat Chief Whip insists that Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Yes, she even has an advent calendar themed on Die Hard up in the Whip's office. And it is, of course, set at Christmas time, but some say that it's too violent to be a Christmas film. In my experience, violence is not absence from Christmas, usually. And there's also been some controversy over Love Actually. And, of course, it is a film that's set at Christmas time, but some people have been calling for it to be cancelled for some of its dated romantic themes. I still like Love Actually, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage the Prime Minister to watch it this year because he may be inspired by Hugh Grant's character's courage, I would hope. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a slightly controversial point that I think that sometimes Christmas TV specials can be better than all Christmas films. I really enjoyed Gavin and Stacey last year. I'm looking forward to Amandaland this year. And I think all this demonstrates that there's a lot to be settled when it comes to the matter of Christmas films. So will the Leader of the House allow a debate in government time on the matter of Christmas films?
Before Leader, I've been very generous because it is Christmas. He's taken a minute over what his normal time should be. So hopefully in the new year, he'll get a new watch as a Christmas present. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In answer to his last point, my answer, unfortunately, is no. I won't be doing that. Well, I won't be. And I thought for a moment that the pantomime season had come early, but I would encourage him not to give up his day job. But he does raise a number. He does raise a number of matters. Let me deal with the question of statements, because this does arise from time to time, and I'm afraid the point that I'm going to make I've made before, which is the government is often in a lose-lose situation, because if we don't come to the House with statements, members demand to know what we're going to do about it. And if we do bring statements, we get criticised for bringing too many as well. And that includes putting down written ministerial statements too. Well, there's nothing new in this, because, of course, as we break for any recess, there's often a flurry of both statements and written ministerial statements in order that the House gets to know what it needs to know before we break. But let me assure him on some of the issues that have been the subject, particularly of written ministerial statements this week. We will be returning in the new year to give MPs the opportunity to debate these matters, and therefore getting information out to them in a timely fashion is important, but it's also crucially important to local authorities too. We need, and police forces for that matter, we do understand the challenges that local authorities face, both in terms of higher demand and costs for critical services, which is why we are addressing the question of fair funding at this time, and we're bringing in the first multi-year settlement in 10 years. And it is important that local authorities get the earliest sighting of that, but also that members of Parliament get the earliest sighting as well, which is why we've done what we've done. And I will take up the point that he raises, and I suspect he knows the answer to this, but it is important that members get to hear of these figures, all members get to hear of these figures at the earliest opportunity.
Julie Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I took the opportunity a little earlier to wish you a Merry Christmas, so can I just echo your thanks to all of the House staff for everything they do all year round to guide us and keep us safe. I recently visited St James Carlisle Guides and Brownies, and I was reminded then, as I was by the recent death of my 100-year-old aunt, who was a guide leader and county commissioner for many years, of the important and invaluable support that volunteer guide leaders give to young women and girls. Next year marks 70 years of the Queen's Guide Award, and I wonder if the Leader of the House could consider how we might best celebrate and thank generations of guide leaders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right that Scouts and Guides can have a huge impact on the lives of young people, giving the opportunity to develop new skills, character, and to engage with local communities. I'm sorry to hear of the passing of my honourable friend's aunt, but I commend her not just for getting to her incredible age, but for the dedication which she has shown to the guiding movement. And I think when we return, Mr. Speaker, because there's obviously agreement across the House on how important these matters are, that I'd encourage my honourable friend to apply for perhaps a backbench business debate and give others the opportunity to contribute to this issue.
Which is perfect timing. Bob Blackburn, Chair of the Backbench Committee.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Leader for announcing the backbench business in the Chamber for when we come back, and congratulations on being briefed immediately, given that the offers weren't accepted this morning. In addition, the business in Westminster Hall on the 6th of January, Tuesday the 6th of January, will be a debate on less survivable cancers. On Thursday the 8th, the Liaison Committee have taken up the option for a debate on the Scottish Affairs Committee report, and on the second debate will be on Myanmar religious minority persecution, and on Tuesday the 13th of January there will be a debate on potential merits of a statutory duty of care for universities, and there are offers outstanding for the Thursday which we are waiting to hear from. Now, Mr. Speaker, I join with others in condemning the terrible atrocities at Bondi Beach, and indeed expressing sympathy for the victims and their families. It has always been the case that chants such as globalise the Intifada, death to the IDF, and indeed from the river to the sea, have been deeply anti-Semitic. They should be arrestable offences, and there should be prosecutions as a result. However, yesterday, the Metropolitan Police Commissioner and his counterpart in Manchester released a statement that in future, those chants will now be arrestable offences. But this begs a number of questions. Does that apply only to London and Manchester? What about the rest of England? What about Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales? And what is the Home Secretary doing in terms of issuing guidance to the police on what action should be taken against those that chant these sort of anti-Semitic tropes? So could the Leader encourage the Home Secretary or one of the Home Office ministers to come before the House, immediately we come back, or indeed this afternoon if necessary, to actually make clear what the position is so that people understand what they can say and what they can't say and what will happen to them as a result of chanting those anti-Semitic tropes.
Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank the honourable gentleman and indeed the whole committee for their invaluable work. As he has said, all forms of hatred are completely unacceptable and they have no place in our community. And inciting violence and hatred are already illegal in this country. The Prime Minister has made clear that there is no other interpretation of calls to internationalise the Intifada than as a call to violence against Jewish communities, and therefore entirely unacceptable. Free speech is and always will remain an important right in this country wherever you live, and it cannot, however, extend to inciting hatred or harassing others. When guidance is issued, Mr. Speaker, it is important that it is clear guidance and that it is understandable violence. So I will draw the honourable gentleman's comments to the attention of the Home Secretary and ensure that there is clarity going forward on this really important matter.
Ewan Steinbeck.
Speaker, and Merry Christmas. The Christmas spirit is alive and well in Falkirk, whether it be the Denny Boys getting everybody into the mood last month with their ring doorbell edition of Last Christmas, the school Christmas fairs, which I know many of my family and friends who are teachers are still enjoying, and the very successful inaugural Falkirk Festival of Trees, which took place last weekend and the weekend before, in no small part thanks to the Falkirk Delivers team. Would the Leader of the House join me in thanking the workers, emergency services and volunteers across Falkirk and across the country who will be working so hard this Christmas so that we can all enjoy a restful Christmas and a peaceful New Year.
Leader of the House. I'd certainly like to thank my honourable friend for bringing such festive news to business questions, and I'm sure that the whole House will join me in thanking workers and volunteers in his Falkirk constituency, in businesses and local organisations for all their tireless efforts in bringing Christmas spirit to their community. But of course, in doing so, we thank similar organisations, individuals in all of our constituencies for the fantastic work that they do.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
May I ask the Leader of the House about restoration and renewal of Parliament? This is fast developing into a major scandal. According to some estimates, up to £800 million may have been spent already, with barely a brick being laid. We need an urgent decision. I mean, I served for many years on various bodies concerned with this, and this whole debate has been bedevilled by plans for decant, which may never happen, decant for 15 years, setting up a delivery authority, instead of just getting on with the work around us. Now, the Leader of the House may not agree with my particular view, but I'm sure he will agree that we need to have a decision, there needs to be clear leadership, and we need to get on with the work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely agree with the Father of the House, actually, and made it, in taking this job, one of my priorities to see if we could move this forward. And I'm pleased to be able to tell him that there is a degree of consensus between the two commissions and indeed the client board on these matters, and a report will be forthcoming early in the new year. It is important that we get the report right rather than to rush it. But it will bring forward what the future might look like and where decisions might lie. And I hope that will give the opportunity to members to consider these matters carefully, because it is important, in my view, that we do make progress. But whichever route we go, it doesn't come without a considerable cost. And I'm absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker, that once that report is out there and members have had a chance to digest it, that it will be up to this House and indeed the other place to have the final say on how we move forward. And I do hope we move forward on these matters.
Terry John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very proud to employ a SEND specialist caseworker, and I am grateful that Parliament funds this role, which is currently supporting more than 150 families across South West Norfolk, families that are desperate and navigating a SEND system that we know to be in crisis. Does the Leader share my concern that Tory-controlled Norfolk County Council has recently written to me to try to close down this support service, continuing their adversarial approach to dealing with SEND in the county, rather than focusing on supporting vulnerable families?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is a champion for SEND matters, and I thank him for that. The SEND system is broken, but we are working to fix it, investing a total of £12 billion into SEND this year, and we will be bringing forward a schools white paper, as he knows, early in the new year. But politics, Mr. Speaker, is about choices and it's about priorities, and it's a great pity that the council that he refers to appears to have set themselves at odds with so many families in his areas by taking the position that they have.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I wish you, Mr. Speaker, and your team a very Merry Christmas, and may I also put on record our thanks for the forbearance of your staff and your team for us new MPs in this last year. Sandown Park Racecourse in my constituency of East Walton was the late Queen Mother's favourite racecourse and is this year closing off a year of celebrations for its 150th birthday. For a century and a half, this historic venue has not only been brought enjoyment to my constituents, but also has been a vital employer and a contributor to the local economy, driving footfall and trade for Esher High Street and supporting local shops, restaurants, pubs and hotels on race days and during major events. It also provides valued support for our very own Princess Alice Hospice through its fundraising events such as Santa Fun Run last week. So will the Leader of the House consider making time in government time to recognise in this House the contribution of long-established local venues like Sandown Park Racecourse to local economies?
The race has finished. Come on,
thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I certainly do. It's important. Our racecourses are very important. Not just at this time of year, but throughout the year. But what is clear is that they're much more than just a place where people go to watch racing. They're very much part of the local community. So I very much support her comments and wish Sandown a great future.
Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Merry Christmas to all. Mr. Speaker, I bet members will join me in paying tribute to our hard-working posties and sorting office staff. The team in Ebervale do a brilliant job, but despite their best efforts, constituents report delays receiving letters and even missed hospital appointments. Royal Mail management cite resourcing challenges. So does the Leader of the House agree with me that Ofcom should ensure that the Royal Mail meets their universal service obligation, and can we have a government statement on this?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises a point which is not just in his constituency, but many of our constituencies as well, and therefore I do agree with him on the Ofcom point. And perhaps once we get through this festive period, and we thank postal workers throughout the country for the work that they're doing, once we get through this very busy festive period, perhaps he should apply for a debate and we can reflect on what has happened.
John Hayes.
Mr. Speaker, Merry Christmas to you, to the Leader and my friends from across the House. I also wish Merry Christmas to my constituent in Holbeach, Annette Bramley, although I know at this particular time she'll be grieving her lost daughter Holly, who was brutally murdered by a worthless, wicked husband. We've just debated animal welfare, and this week we've talked about violence against women. This man tortured and brutally killed Holly's pets before he killed her. So often that's the case. First came God's creatures, then come men and women. So will the Leader of the House bring a statement supporting Annette's campaign for a national register of animal cruelty? It would give some solace, some hope to those many women and children, and men, by the way, who face domestic abuse.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, he's absolutely right that the early signs of abuse against partners, often or women and girls, actually do occur in violence towards pets. He raises a very interesting point, as he knows we will be bringing forward the violence against women and girls strategy, which will be debated at some point. And I would invite him to raise the points that he does at that moment, but I'll certainly raise it with the relevant Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow I have the absolute privilege of going along to Burden Primary School to meet Ava, the winner of my Cromlington and Killenworth constituency Christmas card competition. Ava won amidst fierce competition from other schools right across the constituency with a fantastic design. Now, the card has gone to the King, to the Prime Minister, to you, of course, Mr. Speaker, and to many local community groups, organisations and businesses across the area. But will the Leader please join me in congratulating Ava, wishing all the pupils and teachers at Burradon and all the schools right across Cromlington and Killenworth a very Merry Christmas.
Speaker, absolutely join my honourable friend in congratulating Ava and indeed the whole of Burradon Primary School on winning the competition. I think, if my memory serves me correctly, last year's winner was Shiremoor Primary School, which I'm jealous to say used to be in my seat but is now in hers, and I wish them well too. But I also want to take this opportunity to thank the teachers, teaching assistants and all the hard-working staff in our local schools and indeed across the country, and wish them all a very peaceful but Merry Christmas.
Sir Gavin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no doubt you'll be very organised and ready for Christmas with all your presents purchased and wrapped. But some of us are not quite like that, and will be panicked in terms of making purchases around our constituencies this weekend coming. But if they're parking in Penkridge at Boscombe Retail Centre or the Quinton Court Shopping Centre in Great Worley, there's a very high chance that the parking operator, Park Maven, will be actually issuing tickets on their cars, totally unjustified. What more can be done in order to stop these rogue operators, and can we have a statement from the government?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope that the operators will have heard the Right Honourable Gentleman's words, because this is an issue, not just in his constituency but elsewhere too. We did, I have to say, in government attempt to tackle this issue, and we did some really good things on these matters. But of course there are some situations where they do continue. So I will write to him, having taken this matter up with the Transport Secretary, but also indeed I think the Home Secretary will have some responsibility in these matters as well, and get back to him.
Madam Martin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I wish you and all of the staff a very Merry Christmas. I want to thank constituents in Portsmouth North for raising concerns about playgrounds that lack age-appropriate equipment and proper access for disabled children in Stamshaw, Hilsey and Baffins, and it also contributes, Mr. Speaker, to antisocial behaviour in these playgrounds. Will the Leader of the House make time for the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government to update the House on how councils can access the £18 million announced in the budget to refurbish playgrounds, and how sites can be prioritised so families in Pompey can once again enjoy safe places to play?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I thank my honourable friend for her assiduous campaigning on behalf of her constituents, and join with her in recognising the importance of playgrounds, the important part that they play in our social infrastructure. I'll draw her attention to ministers, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that she gets a reply on the matter of how to access the funding.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Sunday, George Starling told me of the work that he's been doing as a volunteer for the Prison Fellowship with the Sycamore Tree Project, which is a restorative justice scheme that's been going on for over 50 years. Now, this scheme has been shut down and their appeal has also not been granted. This is a victim awareness and restorative justice programme involving 6 weeks of work in prisons up and down the country. Could we have a statement from the Minister or a debate on the role of Christian charities in delivering restorative justice? It seems very unreasonable that all these volunteers have done such amazing work over 25 years are going to be stopped from continuing to do so.
Mr. Speaker, certainly let me pay tribute to the work of George Starling and the Sycamore Project, not least because it's something that's been going for 50 years. I don't know the details of why the funding might not be in place, but I will take up the matter with perhaps with the Prisons Minister, who I know shares the views on the matter of restorative justice and how we need to improve our prison system.
John Trickey.
Thank you very much, sir. And can I warmly endorse the generous comments of the Leader towards all public sector workers, often working on low pay, serving our community, especially in holiday periods. But I can't extend that warm greeting to the management at Yorkshire Water. They have polluted our river courses, they've raised their prices, and they've failed to deliver services more generally. And now today we learned from the BBC that the Chief Executive, who earned 1.7 million over a 2-year period, was paid 2 secret further payments of 660,000 to each. Can we have a debate about the scandalous levels of high pay in corporate Britain, particularly those which are kept secret from the public?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend will know that the government is bringing forward a series of measures on how to improve the water industries, which was in a dire state when we came to government, and that includes looking at the role of the water ombudsman and others about how to protect customers from the sort of practices which my honourable friend describes. And let me take the matter up with DEFRA, Mr. Speaker, and if he wishes to meet ministers, encourage them to meet with him.
Kirsty Black.
if I crave your indulgence for a brief moment to thank yourself and your deputies for all your service this year, to thank all House staff, particularly those who keep us safe and those who will be working over Christmas, and also to all member staff who will, in many cases, continue to be front line helping people over Christmas. So thank you to all of those. Mr. Speaker, in Aberdeen, the fiscal situation means that a number of people are losing their jobs in the oil and gas industry. The government, DWP and the Treasury measure this by looking at how many people are claiming unemployment benefits like universal credit. This misses a very key point that many people are moving abroad, retiring, or simply moving out of the workforce completely but not claiming benefits. Could the Leader of the House speak to the DWP Secretary and the Treasury to ask if there's a better way to measure this that can accurately capture the jobs that are being lost?
Mr. Speaker, I'll certainly draw the Honourable Lady's remarks and concerns to the attention of the relevant Minister and make sure that she gets a response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I join with many others in wishing you and the staff of the House a happy Christmas, and also wishing a happy fifth night of Hanukkah to all those who are celebrating. May I also thank the opposition leader for reminding me of my favourite version of that Dickens classic, The Muppets Christmas Carol. But if I may ask the advice and support of the Leader of the House, Kessa Zira is currently undertaking a hunger strike, and understandably for her next of kin who are my constituents, they are very worried about her welfare and desperate for information about her current condition. As her MP, I have sought to find that information because I believe whatever one may think of what someone has done who might be incarcerated, welfare is a reasonable request for a next of kin to require. I would ask the advice and support of the Leader of the House about how we can improve those channels of communication with the Ministry of Justice in these circumstances, so especially at this time of year and especially with some of the reporting on this issue, those members of next of kin can get accurate information, and whether we can have a debate about how we support families in those situations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welfare of both prisoners, but also welfare of their families is of paramount importance to the government, and we do continue to assess prisoners' well-being and will always take the appropriate action when necessary. The Deputy Prime Minister has responded to, in fact, in this House, and will continue to respond when appropriate, and that includes correspondence on these matters as well. But as she points out, it is important that members on behalf of their constituents are able to get the information that they require, and I'll draw her comments to the attention of the Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I also wish you, your team and members across the House a very Merry Christmas. With the significant demand for new homes, my constituency of Chester South and Eddisbury has seen a large number of developments in recent years. However, some developers are building and selling homes, then moving on without completing the work, leaving residents in limbo with roads unadopted and water companies unable to take on sewage systems. Yet these developers continue to profit from further building on our green spaces. Developers such as Vistry Group, who do not attend meetings and rarely reply to correspondence, are failing residents in areas like Satan Camp and Winbury. Will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on this issue so that members across the House can consider mechanisms to hold these developers to account?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd invite the Honourable Lady to seek a debate perhaps now obviously in the new year on these matters, because they've been raised during business questions and elsewhere on a number of occasions. But I would have expected that local planning authorities might take into account some of the situations that she describes as far as possible when they are giving permission in the future. But on the question of unadopted roads, the government is absolutely clear about the difficulty of these matters for people who move into these new estates, and we will be bringing forward proposals on how to hold developers to account.
Judith Cummins, or if not...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish both you and your staff a very Merry Christmas. Yesterday, my constituent Liz Buchanan stood down after 15 years as chairperson of Cumbernauld Seniors Club. During Liz's tenure, the club has become a safe place to meet friends, chat, have a hot meal and enjoy countless activities and celebrations. Lizzie's fellow committee members say that this is down to her enthusiasm, determination, wit and amazing powers of persuasion. Will the Leader of the House join me in paying tribute to Liz and all of those who volunteer to make our communities a much better place to live in?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely join my honourable friend in paying tribute to Liz. 15 years is a wonderful achievement. Clearly, she did a great job. But volunteers like Liz are the absolute backbone of our communities, and it's right that they get a mention in this place and that we celebrate the work that they do.
Wendy Chin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The child maintenance system presents a number of challenges for MPs. I think the fact that the Minister for CMS is in the other place is one of those challenges, and it means that we've not debated the child maintenance system in government time in some time. But from a Scottish perspective, it's also a challenge because it doesn't seem to work properly with the Scottish process of sequestration and has no power to compel needed information. I have a constituent currently owed £40,000 despite the CMS involvement over 5 years, and I want to commend the work of Fife Gingerbread and Fife Young Carers in promoting the fact that in Scotland children themselves can apply for child maintenance support, which takes some of the challenges that we sometimes see in the system out of it. But given those challenges that I've outlined, can the Leader of the House schedule a debate in government time so we can talk about something that causes such sadness at Christmas, no matter what side of the parental divide people are on?
I'll certainly give the honourable lady's request due consideration. It's not just a question of Scotland, of course, but it's a question across the country, and many of our surgeries will be testament to that. I'll raise her concerns straight away with the department as we will get an answer on some of these points. But I'd gently point out to her that just because a minister might be sitting in the Lords doesn't mean that there's not a minister in this place that's responsible. And therefore it ought to be the case that if there's a statement to be made to this place or questions to be answered, that they're made here.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Speaker, to you, all the House staff, and in particular my Slough constituents who keep re-electing me as their Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, many of my Slough constituents have again contacted me concerned regarding the release of British Sikh national Jagtar Singh Johal, who, according to the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, has been arbitrarily detained in India since 2017. I know many right honourable members across the House feel very strongly about this issue, and I personally have raised this matter on several occasions. So can the Leader of the House confirm what personal recent steps have the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary taken with their Indian counterparts to ensure consular access and swift action on this important, grave issue?
Can I praise my honourable friend because he's right, he has raised this matter many times in this chamber. We do remain committed to working for faster progress on Mr Jahal's case, and the Foreign Office continues to support both Mr Jahal but also his family. And I can reassure my honourable friend that the case has been raised directly with Prime Minister Modi. And we continue to raise concerns around Mr Jahal's continued prolonged detention with the Indian government and tell them again, and remind them again about the need for prompt resolution.
Speaker, 16-year-old Leo, a boy in my constituency, has just received the best news that he could before Christmas. He's a leukemia patient who's been searching for a donor to alleviate his cancer, and after a search that saw 700 people come forward, he's finally found an anonymous donor. This is fantastic news. Will the Leader of the House join me in wishing Leo a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous and healthy New Year, and will he also arrange for a statement in early 2026 on funding for leukemia research and development?
Mr Speaker, certainly wish Leo well, and it's great news that he is to get the treatment that he needs. But also let me place on record thanks to those who sign up to donate, but also often in tragic circumstances, families who are faced with a decision and recognise that out of that tragedy some good news can come. But I'll certainly draw his remarks to the attention of the Health Secretary and see in the new year if we can have a debate, because it's of such importance.
Tracy Gilbert.
May I extend a very Merry Christmas to you, the team and colleagues across the House. I've been contacted by a number of constituents who feel that they have been sacked by Rockstar, the company behind the game Grand Theft Auto, for using their right to organise in the workplace. Along with fellow Edinburgh MPs, I've met with the company and will continue to support affected workers. Does the Leader of the House share my concerns over these dismissals? And given reports in the Scotsman that suggest that Rockstar claimed over to 70 million in tax relief through the video games tax relief scheme, will he raise this with the Chancellor and schedule an oral statement on the video game tax relief scheme?
Hear, hear. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly thank the Honourable Lady for raising this important issue once again, because it is of huge importance to her constituents. Let me reassure her that ministers are currently looking at the case of these dismissals and will keep my honourable friend updated. But should she seek a meeting with ministers in order to put the case herself, then I will arrange that.
Josh Babarin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Merry Christmas to you, to the House staff, to the doorkeepers, but also a massive thank you to the likes of Andy, to Helen, to the Speaker and other staff for helping to facilitate a very big question that I was able to ask in Parliament a matter of weeks ago to my now fiancée. My question is on behalf of the people of Sovereign Harbour in Eastbourne. Thousands of homeowners in Sovereign Harbour are forced to pay hundreds of pounds a year to support the maintenance of sea defences. And it's an anomaly because in no other harbour in the UK, or we think in Europe, does such a charge exist in this way. So will the leader give us a debate in government time on the fairness and also transparency of this arrangement so that the people of Sovereign Harbour can get the answers and the justice that they deserve?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to admit, even though I'm a coastal MP myself, I've never come across that situation, but there are often some historic anomalies of where people are held responsible for such matters. I'll certainly raise the question with ministers on his behalf, because, of course, through some of the legislation that we're bringing forward, we're acutely aware of the cost to homeowners of the buildings in which they live in, and therefore it's an apt opportunity to raise what I hope is an anomaly and that something can be done about it.
Chris Webb.
Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent, a senior NHS nurse and single mother of 3, faces severe hardship due to her ex-partner deliberately withholding financial support. She is solely responsible for her children's care, yet CMS has rejected her claim and failed to enforce arrears. With no payments coming in, she's now forced to rely on food banks and borrow from family just to get by this Christmas. This demonstrates systematic failings that leave vulnerable families unsupported. Will the Leader of the House allow time for a debate on the CMS system and its enforcement?
I thank my honourable friend for raising this matter. The CMS has a range of enforcement powers to ensure parents meet their financial responsibilities in full and on time. And I know it will be a worrying time for his constituent and her family, and indeed others across our country. So I will ensure that the Minister writes to him as a matter of urgency, but it is already a pattern emerging here. This is the second time it's been raised this morning, and therefore we need to give some consideration how best to air these views more fully.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have here my ticket and that of my late father for the 1966 World Cup final, which was the price was £1.05. I'm sure the Leader of the House would acknowledge that that is better value than the FIFA prices, the ridiculous FIFA prices. Can the Leader confirm that DCMS ministers have made known the views of the Prime Minister, who has also been critical, to the FA to feed into this ridiculous organisation called FIFA?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And just to remind the House, of course, the only time in which we have won the World Cup was under a Labour government. But yes, I will take the matter up with DCMS. The reality is, in some ways for good, but in many ways not so good, the world is a different place in international football terms. And therefore, however, it is important that fans are able to access matches and at a reasonable cost. So I will raise the matter with DCMS ministers and see what representations they have made to FIFA to see some sense on these matters.
Anna Dixon.
Speaker, and a very happy Christmas to you. This weekend sees Bingley's Myrtle Park host the closing event of Bradford 2025, and I hope you all agree with me, it's been a fantastic year for Bradford with so many brilliant events. There's been thousands of events across the whole district throughout the year and audiences in the millions since the opening ceremony rise in Centenary Square back in a very chilly January. So will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating all those involved in making the City of Culture such a success and grant time for a debate on the legacy of Bradford 2025?
Hear, hear.
Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted that my honourable friend has raised this matter of Bradford 2025 City of Culture, which I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, is close to your heart, and the fact that it has been a tremendous success. City of Culture has historically been a driver of local growth and indeed pride. But apart from cities of culture, we look forward next year to towns of culture as well. And I'm sure there'll be an opportunity in the new year for my honourable friend and others to debate these matters and see what further progress we can make.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I wish you, all members and House staff, a very Merry Christmas and a good New Year when it comes. I have the honour to represent one of the largest rural constituencies in the United Kingdom, where the ability to drive is essential for many people, particularly at Christmas, where they want to get out and see family and friends. So can we have a debate in government time on the operation of the DVLA and its associated agencies? Because not only do we have the long delays for driving tests, rural test centres being overwhelmed by people from outside the area, we now have very significant delays for people with medical conditions applying to renew their driving licences.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question and absolutely agree with him about the importance of being able to drive in areas, particularly in areas such as his. And I know that DVLA does aim to process all applications as quickly as possible, but he will know from the NAO report, I think this week, into driving tests, that the situation is far from acceptable, and delays can affect the lives of our constituents. So I'll make sure that the Minister does update him on what steps the Department are taking to make sure that the performance of the DVLA is improved.
Barry Gardner.
May the blessings of Christmas be with you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and all who serve in this place. Few of us can imagine the extraordinary difficulty of studying for your university exams in a war zone. So I was delighted, and I commend the government for setting up the scholarship scheme for those students who had won places at UK universities from Gaza. These are some of the brightest students of their generation who will rebuild that war-torn place. But the Leader of the House will know that the scholar scheme is due to end on the 31st of December. And there are still some students trapped in Gaza who still need to be evacuated with their children. Perhaps the Leader could speak with the Home Secretary and ask her to set out in good time what provision she will make to ensure those students and their children are not left behind, and that we honour the commitment we've made to them by extending the scheme beyond the end of this month.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that Gazan students face huge challenges often in taking up their places, and we are carefully considering solutions for those yet to arrive. We do want them to be able to take up their places and to continue their education in the United Kingdom. It will be good for them, but frankly it will be good for our universities too. So I will ensure that he gets a response from the Home Secretary on this issue as a matter of urgency.
Robbie Marr.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I wish you a very, very happy Christmas, and indeed all members across the House. Like thousands of my constituents, I've recently been sending Christmas cards, and can I use this opportunity to congratulate Leo from Oakworth for creating such an excellent design for my Christmas card this year. But I am very sorry to say that hundreds of my constituents have raised their concerns about the continued and unacceptable delays with partial and no delivery of mail, particularly within the Worth Valley area, which has been going on for months now. This is resulting in missed doctor's appointments, hospital appointments, missed bills and urgent correspondence. So can we have a debate in government time to discuss the importance of this issue and make sure that Royal Mail are held to account?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has again been raised previously in this session, and I hope that Royal Mail have heard this, because it's a story which has been repeated in many parts of the country. It's not acceptable, not least the question of timely delivery of Christmas cards, but as he rightly points out, things like hospital appointments too. So I will raise it with the appropriate minister and make sure that Royal Mail is held to account.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a very Merry Christmas to you. My constituent Sam is a fibre engineer. He spends his days climbing ladders, fixing lampposts and repairing Wi-Fi for people across North Warwickshire. He has glycogen storage disease type 1A, which is a very rare liver disorder. Despite his GP and hospital consultant telling him that he should have a blood monitor to check his blood sugar levels, Coventry and Warwickshire ICB have refused to fund this. So Sam's having to pay for it himself at a cost of £100 every month, so he can continue working. Would the Leader of the House refer my constituent's case to the Department for Health and Social Care and make time for a debate in government time about NHS support for people living with rare conditions?
Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for raising such an important case, because we are committed to improving the lives of those with rare diseases like Sam. Integrated care boards have a responsibility to commission these services to meet the needs of those in their care. So I will refer the case that she refers to the Health Department to ensure a meeting for her, if she wants one, to see what progress can be made on these matters.
Andrew Rossendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I wish you a very Merry Christmas and all the staff in Speaker's office, and thank you for your kindness and courtesy throughout the last year. However, I say to the Leader of the House that this Christmas, my constituents in Romford are becoming increasingly afraid of walking through their own town centre, with reports of violent crime and street robberies becoming a regular occurrence. Yet despite the huge precept, an average of £500 a year per household that we pay to the Mayor of London, we simply do not get the police we pay for. Inner London always takes priority. Indeed, the whole of Greater London region has become plagued with small theft, shoplifting and violent crime, especially on TfL services. So, will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on the pressing issues that affects the daily lives of my tax-paying, law-abiding constituents in Romford?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman will know through the Safer Street Summer initiative that the government takes this very important matter seriously and applies additional resources, and we're doing that in the winter as well, particularly for town centres. So there should be no excuse for inactivity in these areas in the run-up to Christmas, or indeed beyond that. And our commitment is absolutely to making sure that we have increased numbers of police officers, because quite frankly we inherited a system which was chronically underfunded, and we are bringing forward the police grant, which will be debated in the new year, and I'd encourage the honourable gentleman to make the case, the strong case that he makes during that debate.
Jen Craft.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a Merry Christmas to you and everyone who works in the House. Last Sunday, I had the absolute pleasure of joining the Mardyke Valley Rotary Club and volunteers from Re-Engage on their annual Santa run through Averley. Now, while I was assured that the Santa that accompanied us on that run is the real one, and he is a constituent of mine, and he's open to suggestions as to who should be on the naughty and nice list, this is just one of over 1,000 Rotary clubs in the UK who are up and down this country who will be doing similar things throughout the Christmas season, bringing festive joy to young children and raising thousands and thousands of pounds for local good causes. So will the Leader of the House join me in offering our thanks to all of those who give up their time on cold wintry nights to go out and raise money for their local community?
Madam Deputy Speaker, and certainly Rotary Santa is very much part now of the Christmas tradition. And I absolutely join my honourable friend in thanking volunteers for their fantastic work and generosity, particularly during the Christmas season, but not exclusively during the Christmas season. Rotaries play a really important part in our local communities across the country, and I pay tribute to her for championing them.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I wish you and everyone else who works in Parliament a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Wokingham in Need in my constituency is an amazing local charity that provides support for homeless and the most vulnerable in Wokingham, and it does it all through volunteer-led projects. Most recently, Wokingham in Need created a sensory garden for Wokingham Hospital to provide much-needed respite for its patients and staff. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating Wokingham in Need, and in particular its founder, Sue Jackson, for receiving the King's Award for voluntary service this year?
I will indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, thank Wokingham in Need and Sue Jackson on her award, which is an incredible achievement. And I do thank them for all of the work that they're doing, but extend that to volunteers across our country that are involved in similar good actions.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Luton, we have the brilliant Noah charity working to support those who are homeless or rough sleeping with food, meals, laundry, shower facilities, 365 days a year. There'll be a lifeline for many over this festive period. So would the Leader of the House join me in thanking all at Noah and indeed volunteers and charities everywhere supporting those who are homeless and in need, particularly over this Christmas period?
In my opening remarks, I paid tribute to charities involved in the homelessness sector, and I repeat my thanks for the work that they do throughout the year, but it's particularly, I think, prominent during the Christmas period. Charities provide an invaluable support to people experiencing homelessness, but as I said earlier in my remarks, we are backing them through the homelessness strategy with our aim to halve the number of long-term rough sleepers.
Peter Fortune.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a Merry Christmas to you. Last month at my surgery in Bromley, I spoke with my constituent Rhonda Josephs, whose 11-year-old son Alexander has been diagnosed with a brain tumour. His ongoing care is currently spread across 5 different hospitals, leading to delays in communication between different teams and increased stress on Alexander and his family. My constituent feels that transferring her son's care to Great Ormond Street, where all this can happen under one roof, would be the most sensible option. However, this has been rejected. Can we please have a debate on ensuring joined-up care in the NHS so that we do not see more cases like this, putting undue stress on patients, particularly young children, and their families?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If the honourable gentleman gives me the details of the case afterwards, then I'll certainly take that up with the Health Secretary. The Health Secretary takes these matters really seriously, not least because of his personal experience. But one of the things which is very clear is that communications across the NHS are not always joined up. And it's one of the priorities of what the Secretary of State is trying to do to make sure that these situations don't arise in future.
Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So the Hanukkah murder of the Jews on Bondi Beach has reverberated around the world, and I shall go from here to sign a book of condolence at Australia House. Now, UK synagogues require security guards for religious services. If this were true of churches in the United Kingdom, it would be considered a national emergency. The oldest hatred has re-emerged in our times. This is not otherwise lawful protest against the actions of an elected Israeli government. Globalize the Intifada has only one meaning as far as UK Jews such as myself are concerned. So will the Leader of the House provide government time for a debate on anti-Semitism in the United Kingdom? For now is the time for action.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we are all responsible for driving out anti-Semitism wherever it occurs, because it has no place in our society. And the government has invested an extra £10 million this year to strengthen security measures around synagogues and Jewish schools, and will be brought forward legislation in the Crime and Policing Bill to address the issue of protests outside places of worship. It is a priority for the government. It's a personal priority for the Prime Minister, who feels very strongly with this, and we are working very closely with the police to step up what they're doing and to give reassurance to people, particularly at Hanukkah events.
Dr. Luke Evans.
This Saturday is the Hopkins Brother Tractor Run, where dozens of tractors covered in lights will start off from Barwell and go through Elshilton, Hinckley, Higham, Stoke Golding, Dadmington, Market Bosworth, Desford and past my house in Newbold Verdon. Now, it was set up by Liam after the tragic loss of his brother Kieran, who committed suicide in September 2022. Since then, they've raised over £30,000 for mine, and Liam won the Voluntary Action Leicestershire Fundraiser of the Year award in October. So would he thank Liam for what he does? Would he thank the farmers as well for putting on such a show through our community? And would he encourage all my constituents to come out and see the lights this Saturday when they pass by?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Honourable Member for raising such a worthy cause, an issue which I know he's been a great campaigner on. He will also know that the government takes this seriously, and in the Men's Health Strategy we've set out what further steps we can take to tackle men's mental health challenges. But I do want to wish LLR Mind and Liam and the Hopkins Brothers Tractor Run the very best in their campaign, and I would encourage everyone in the area to come out and support them and to donate.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The excitement in the run-up to Christmas has been tempered this year by a particularly nasty outbreak of flu and RSV. My one-year-old was very ill with RSV in recent weeks, and my husband and I had a real scare when our GP told us that he needed to be taken into hospital. After brilliant care in paediatric A&E, I'm delighted to say that he is back to babbling at us and pushing everything with wheels around the house. But it was another powerful reminder of the incredible care that our NHS staff give every single day of the year. Yeah. So would the Leader of the House join me in thanking the dedicated staff at West Midlands Ambulance Service and Walsall Manor Hospital, and join me in wishing all of our NHS staff a very Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I extend my sympathies to my honourable friend and his family, but I'm pleased that the news is getting brighter. I absolutely join him in thanking staff at West Midlands Ambulance Service, Walsall Manor Hospital, and indeed all of our NHS staff for their life-saving work over this holiday season and what is particularly a difficult time with the flu outbreak.
Danny Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and very Merry Christmas to you as well. One of the biggest issues that I get contacted about in Winchester from parents, from school teachers, from paediatricians, from campaign groups is children's mental health, in particular with reference to sort of smartphones and social media. But another sort of emerging problem is the increased use of chatbots for people to get mental health advice, but especially when it comes to children who think the chatbot is their friend or a cartoon character, and it's causing some very sort of dangerous outcomes. In the US, they've just brought out the US Guard Act to regulate chatbots. Given that this is an emerging and urgent problem, will he consider giving government time for a debate on the specific issue of chatbots? Because already 1/3 of adults have used chatbots for mental health advice and therapy.
Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, he will know, the House will know that the government takes the matter of mental health, and particularly children's mental health, very seriously indeed, which is why we're looking to make sure that there's professional help in schools for them. He raises an issue which is of considerable debate, and he raises a specific point. And I think what I will suggest to him is that I will arrange a meeting for him with ministers so he can expand on the points that he's made. And then if following that, if the House seeks a debate, then we'll see what we can accommodate.
Amanda Hack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I may take the opportunity to wish you a Merry Christmas. It was a pleasure to join Ingalls FC, a non-league club in North West Leicestershire, as they hosted the Premier League trophy last weekend. The Premier League has supported the club with a grant of £45,000 to install LED floodlights, as well as previously supporting a DFIB. Will the Leader of the House join me in thanking the Premier League for all the work they do and to support grassroots football, as well as the volunteers at Ingalls FC that keep the local club running week in, week out?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for her question. I absolutely join her in recognising the fantastic support that the Premier League has provided to Ingles FC. Pay tribute to the volunteers. Football clubs depend very much on the work of volunteers. The commitment is also from the government to support clubs to improve environmental sustainability and reduce energy costs through the Sport England's Movement Fund. And it's good to see that resources are being wisely spent.
Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The on-demand bus service Tees Flex is a vital lifeline for rural communities across Teesside, but Labour leaders have just voted to scrap it, leaving villages like Sadburge and Bishopton without any bus and cutting off elderly and vulnerable residents from being able to do their shopping, get to hospital appointments or visit family and friends. Will the Leader of the House join me in condemning this terrible decision, and will he grant a debate on the importance of bus services to rural communities?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I certainly agree with him about the importance of bus services and agree the importance of bus services, particularly in rural communities where they are absolutely essential. I would invite him to apply for an adjournment debate or indeed a backbench business debate so he can raise these matters affecting his constituency, because he might find common cause with others, particularly in rural areas.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish you, all members and everyone who works in this place a very happy Christmas. But unfortunately, I can't bring any Christmas cheer with my question, since it relates to the slow progress of the assisted dying bill, the terminally ill adults bill, in the other place. Would the Leader join me in reaffirming that this elected chamber has primacy in all legislation, and while of course the government will remain neutral on that particular bill, does he agree that we can't be neutral about that principle, and also that what is happening is risks damaging the reputation of our political process? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and this matter has been constantly raised in previous sessions, particularly more recently when it's clear what is happening in the other place. As I've said previously, Madam Deputy Speaker, nobody benefits from legislative deadlock. The other place has a duty and a responsibility to scrutinise legislation. They have the right to scrutinise legislation, clearly, but they have a duty and responsibility too, and there are conventions about the way that they do so. So I would urge the other place to do everything that they can to expedite these matters and respect the view, the clearly expressed view of the elected chamber.
Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a very Merry Christmas to you. My constituents in Paisley and Renfrewshire South would have been forgiven for thinking that Christmas had come early last weekend, because we were treated to not one but two major sporting achievements. So will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating Stephen Robinson and everyone at St Mirren Football Club for their historic achievement in winning the Scottish Premier League Sports Cup after their 3-1 victory over Celtic, the first club in the UK to win a major trophy under fan ownership, and also congratulate Johnson Borough in their excellent 2-0 victory over Renfrew in the Scottish Communities Cup.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will join with my honourable friend in congratulating St Mirren Football Club and also Johnson Borough FC for their achievements. But I hesitate to go further, because what I'm quickly learning in this job is to tread carefully where the often tribal matters of local football are concerned.
Dan Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and a very Merry Christmas to you and everybody in this place. In a historic win against Chelmsford on the 6th of December, it's another football success story. Weston-super-Mare Football Club, for the first time in our history, reached the third round of the FA Cup. Like many Westonians, I'm really excited to head to Grimsby in January with the fans to cheer on the Seagulls and show the Honourable Member for Grimsby and Cleethorpes how impressive our lads are on the pitch. Would the Leader join me in congratulating the whole Weston-super-Mare team, the club staff and the amazing fans who, through their long-standing support, have made this historic game possible? Thank you.
I certainly respect the huge achievement of getting through to the third round of the FA Cup for the first time. That is a massive achievement, and it's good that that is on the record. So I want to wish both the Seagulls of Weston-super-Mare and the Mariners of Grimsby Town the best of luck when they come together for what will be a coastal derby in the new year. Fans, the team, the club staff are all part not just of a local game but of a national game, and I congratulate them on this fantastic milestone. I wish both teams well in all this, but also, Madam Deputy Speaker, wish everyone involved in seasonal matches across the country all the very best for this festive period.
Mark Sewards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Merry Christmas to you, to all the House staff, to everybody here, and everybody who's not as well. When asked to become a kinship carer for 7 children, in addition to already having 2 of her own, my constituent and her partner stepped up because these 7 children were being neglected. She was then told by social services, who'd asked her to take the children on, that she wasn't entitled to kinship carer allowance, a decision they then changed months later, but it left the family in dire financial straits. They are still waiting for back payments. Even now, they've used all their savings and now they are reliant on food banks. I'm working on this case, but in the meantime, will the Leader of the House grant an urgent debate on the need to ensure that those who step up to be kinship carers get the support they deserve?
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for raising the work of his constituent and the importance of kinship carers, who are selfless in their attitude but also do so at considerable cost, and that is certainly not helped when there's any delay in making sure that they get the support that they need. He has raised this matter with me before. I apologise, therefore, that it has not been resolved, but I give him my word that I will take it up with the relevant minister, make sure that he does get a reply, that there is no delay in these matters, and perhaps in the new year these matters around kinship care and indeed perhaps delay would make a good topic for an adjournment debate.
Luke Mayor.
Madam Deputy Speaker, just further to the question from the Honourable Member for Stockton West, who's just left, can I share his disappointment at the scrapping of Teesflex, but just say to him gently that if the Tory Tees Valley Mayor took the buses into public hands, as this government has given him the power to do, then we wouldn't have to fight over the scraps. But my question comes on behalf of my constituents, Rob from Loftus and Hilda from Skinning Grove, who've raised with me really poor experiences from contractors working on the Eco4 scheme. Now, the government is right to scrap this scheme, but can we secure some time to discuss the quality and oversight of work on these schemes like this to better serve the taxpayer and constituents like mine?
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for raising this important matter, and I'm very sorry to hear of his constituents' experiences. The government expects all ECA4 installations to meet strict quality and safety standards, and we do continue to apply pressure on installers to take responsibility to fix the issues and not to put the burden on individual consumers. I'm sure should he wish to apply for a debate on these matters, then that application would be well received.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I wish everyone a very merry Christmas. The communities of Niddrie, Bingham, Magdalene and the Christians are fantastic places, full of hard-working people who take pride in their community. Sadly, they've been let down by austerity in recent decades. So will the Leader of the House join me in strongly welcoming £20 million allocated to this area by the UK Government? And can we have a debate about how we put local people in the driving seat to make sure that money is spent in the best interest of the community?
Hear, hear.
Madam Deputy Speaker, absolutely join my honourable friend in welcoming the Pride of Place funding that his constituency and many others are receiving. The reality is that the previous government let down local communities, and the Scottish Government is doing the same, despite the fact that they received the largest funding settlement since devolution. We, on the other hand, are giving constituents changes locally so that they can deliver on real change that they want to see in their local communities.
Alan Strickland.
Speaker, my constituents Melissa and Nikita were left devastated when a few months ago their 4-month-old puppy was mauled to death in the streets by XL bullies who'd escaped from a nearby house. And Nikita, who's just 18, needed hospital treatment for the serious wounds she sustained in this attack. The family are campaigning to try and reduce the risk of further attacks like this around the country involving dangerous breeds. Would the leader help me to meet the relevant minister to discuss how the Dangerous Dogs Act is being implemented and whether there's more that the government, the police and other agencies can do to reduce the risk of these incidents happening again in the future?
Speaker, I'm sorry to hear of the case that my honourable friend raises, and I wish the family, and in particular Nikita, well. We are committed to making sure that the XL bully ban is fully implemented and enforced. Owners of any breed of dog dangerously out of control are breaking the law, and I will certainly ensure that my honourable friend gets the meeting that he asks for.
And that concludes business questions. I'll just give the front benches a few moments to rearrange. Statement, Minister Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and Merry Christmas. With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will make a statement on the publication of the Government Strategy to Tackle Violence Against Women and Girls. But before I do, let's start with the facts. Last year, 1 in every 8 women was a victim of domestic abuse, stalking or sexual assault. Every day, 200 rapes are reported to the police, and many go unreported. Behind every one of these figures is a woman or girl whose life has been shattered. And behind every crime lies a perpetrator who all too often gets away scot-free. For too long, we have accepted these statistics as simply a fact of life. Today, this government says no more. We are calling violence against women and girls the national emergency that it is. We are committing to halve these horrific crimes within a decade, and today we publish the strategy that sets us on that journey. This strategy does something that none before it ever has. Until now, responsibility for tackling violence against women and girls has been left to only the crime-fighting departments, working so often in isolated ways, providing support that is vital, but often too late to truly change the story. This strategy is different. It deploys the full power of the state across national government and local government. It draws on the experiences of victims and the power of the third sector to transform our approach to these crimes in our schools, our police forces, from housing to healthcare, on our streets and behind closed doors, online and offline. This strategy is designed to deliver 3 goals. Firstly, preventing boys and men from ever becoming abusers in the first place. Secondly, bearing down on perpetrators so those who have offended do not do so again. And finally, supporting victims so that they get justice when they seek it and the closure that they deserve. I will start with how we stop the violence before it starts. Because of the proliferation of content with the potential to poison young minds, the needs have never been greater. Our strategy tackles radicalisation and confronts concerning behaviour long before it spirals into abuse or violence. Education is undoubtedly key. We must empower teachers to challenge harmful attitudes and act before they escalate. So, to do so, we will invest 20 million to tackle harmful attitudes in young people. Our universal pledge is to fundamentally change how relationship, consent and attitudes can be embedded through education. This means changing the curriculum, developing teacher and external provider training on healthy relationships and consent. We will also develop targeted programmes for those starting to exhibit harmful behaviours, piloting interventions in schools focusing in and managing the risk where abusive behaviours are already starting to show. We will provide parents and frontline professionals with the support and training they need to spot the warning signs of misogyny and act on them. We will also make the UK one of the hardest places for children to access harmful content and misogynistic influences online. We must help our parents protect their children from harmful poison content. We will ban nudification tools which currently enable users to strip clothes and produce intimate images without the consent of those depicted. And we will work with technology companies to make it impossible for children in the UK to take, share or view nude images through nudity detection filters. First and foremost, our goal must be to stop these crimes from ever happening, and that means stopping anyone from ever becoming a perpetrator. But it also means bearing down on those who do commit these awful crimes. In this strategy, we set out significant new powers and tools to pursue these dangerous individuals. Today, police performance varies from force to force, with more than 2/3 of rape cases seeing a victim withdraw support in some police force areas. For that reason, by 2029, every police force in England and Wales will have a specialist rape and sexual offences team. Mirroring the approach taken by the Metropolitan Police, we will also ensure police forces use the same data-driven approach to tracking offenders that we apply to terrorists and serious organised criminals. New forensic technology will be used to track down rapists and sex offenders, allowing us to reopen cold cases and bring offenders to justice many years after they thought they had got away with it. We will ramp up our efforts to take perpetrators off our streets, and we will pursue them online too. Following the approach long applied to disrupting child sex abusers and acknowledging that violence against women and girls is increasingly happening online, we will deploy covert officers online to disrupt offending and bring criminals to justice. We must also do more to break the cycle of offending. Through the DRIVE project, we are investing 53 million in ensuring high-risk, high-harm domestic abusers are subject to intensive case management arrangements. And we will also roll out domestic abuse protection orders across England and Wales. Crucially, they can be applied for by a police officer or court, criminal or family. And unlike other orders, they do not rely on the victim to act. In the pilot locations alone, 1,000 victims have already been protected in this way. Now many more will be. Where crimes are committed, it is essential that we help those who have suffered get the justice they deserve, and as much closure as ever can be possible. I have spent most of my working life with victims of these crimes, and their voices have informed every decision that we have taken. We will be backing this strategy with over £1 billion in victims funding. This includes over £500 million for victims' services and another £500 million providing safe housing for victims of abuse as they escape their abusers. As part of this investment, we will support vital victims' helplines. We will set up new services to connect victims with specialist help through their GP and provide up to £50 million for therapeutic support for child victims of sexual abuse. In the short time I have today, I have only touched on a fraction of the measures in this strategy, one that signals in its entirety a transformation in the government's response, a government that is rising to the challenge of a national emergency that we face. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I finish, I would like to take the opportunity to thank all of those who have helped us get to this point. I am particularly grateful to my counterpart, the Victims Minister in the Ministry of Justice, in her integral role in developing the strategy, as well as to the Home Secretary, her predecessor, now Foreign Secretary, the Deputy Prime Minister, and last but absolutely by no means least, the Prime Minister and the team at Number 10. They have stepped up to the plate with leadership and ambition, and I thank them all. I would also like to thank all of those across government in different departments who I may have been slightly annoying towards at times, but have stepped up admirably, from the National Health Service to police forces, to all of my colleagues sat beside me on the front bench today. They have worked incredibly hard, and the incredible dedication of the third sector, who have long rightly called for the government to do more. Most important of all, I would like to thank the victims of these awful crimes, those I have met and worked with for many years, whose bravery and determination have and always will inspire me, and kept me going through what seems like a very long career when it too often felt like change was impossible. Without their support, this strategy would have been impossible. It is above all else for them. Madam Deputy Speaker, may I end by imploring those here And far beyond these walls, this strategy is more than a document. It is a call from a government that recognises this as a national emergency, a government that is willing to back up its words with action. Ending violence against women and girls is the work of us all. Those who might spot a young boy at risk of turning down a darker path, those who might see troubling signs of behaviour in their friends, or perhaps even themselves. It will take all of society to step up and end the epidemic of abuse and violence that shames our country. The challenge is great, but I have never felt more confident that we can rise to it than I do today, because change is coming. We can make women and girls safe at last, and I commend this statement to the House.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I wish you a very Merry Christmas. I'd like to start by thanking the Minister and the colleagues she has worked with for bringing forward this strategy today. Tackling violence against women and girls is a deeply noble aim and one we very much share on this side of the House. Women and girls face particular threats, both in the home and at the hands of strangers. Previous Conservative governments fully understood this, which is why we took steps like setting up the Grooming Gangs Task Force, introducing measures to make it easier for victims to pre-record evidence in rape cases, and rolling out 700 more independent sexual violence advisors to support and work with victims through the police and court process. I'd like to pay particular tribute to my right honourable friends, the members for Louth and Horncastle and for Staffordshire Moorlands, for their work in leading the efforts of previous governments on this issue, and to my honourable friend, the member for Rutland and Stamford, who I know is looking forward to working collaboratively with the government on next steps after she returns from maternity leave. But the work of keeping us all safe is never done, so I would like to further welcome the steps taken in this strategy to continue and enforce a lot of that work, particularly those steps to ensure national coverage of specialist rape and sexual offence police teams, to apply new forensic technology to cold cases, and to roll out domestic abuse protection orders. Truly protecting women and girls demands that we have difficult and sometimes awkward conversations. Conversations about sex and consent, about private lives and criminality in the home, and about who is committing these crimes and why. Relationships between men and women, relationships between parents and children are delicate, particular, and shaped by long-standing norms and beliefs. Not every country and culture in the world believes, as we do, that women are equal to men, with personal, bodily, and sexual autonomy. And where people from those countries and cultures come here, this can be dangerous. Do not take my word for it. The Defence Counsel for Isra Niyazal, an Afghan asylum seeker convicted of raping a 15-year-old girl, argued that Niyazal did not understand the age of consent or the concept of consent more broadly, because no such concept exists in Afghanistan. If we cannot be honest about this, we will fail to achieve the first of this strategy's goals, preventing men and boys from becoming abusers. Despite repeated attempts by my Conservative colleagues to secure the release of comprehensive data on migrant crime, the government still refuses to publish the full breakdown. The indicative data that we have suggests shocking variations in crime rate by nationality and immigration status. According to data from the Ministry of Justice, foreign nationals make up a third of all convictions for sexual assaults against women, despite making up between 11 and 12% of the population. Afghans and Eritreans, the nationalities which made up the largest number of small boat crossings this year, are more than 20 times more likely to be convicted for sexual offences than British nationals. Each and every case of sexual assault is wrong. Perpetrators must face the full force of the law, regardless of nationality. And it remains the case that, statistically, the most dangerous place for a woman to be is in her own home. But we must be able to have an informed and honest debate about whether mass migration is making this problem worse, particularly when a large number of recent migrants come here from countries where attitudes to women are very different from our own. The Minister spoke rightly of the importance of a data-driven approach. So will she work with her ministerial colleagues to release the full data on crime by nationality, including as it relates to violence against women and girls, so we can fully understand this problem in order to tackle it? This is relevant not only for the sort of violence and sexual violence against women and girls which had sadly always existed in this country, but also for specific cultural practices which are new to this country and imported. Just this week, an article published in the British Medical Association's academic journal highlighted how differing cultural attitudes towards women can influence behaviour. That piece on the apparent harms of the global campaign against female genital mutilation argued that in many cultures, women's bodies, I quote, may be perceived as belonging to a larger group rather than being subject to individual choices and preferences. It went on to argue that an emphasis on women's bodily autonomy can therefore be traumatic to those of other cultures. This is wrong. Individual autonomy is the bedrock of our laws, our culture, and our country, as I'm sure all of us in this House will agree. So finally, will the Minister please join me in affirming that whoever you are, wherever you may have come from, wherever your family may have come from, and whatever may have happened to you, if you are a woman in Britain, your body belongs to no one but yourself.
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady, and in the list of people who put in effort over the years in this regard, I think as well I would like to make a special mention of Baroness May, who I worked with for many, many years on many of these issues. In answer to the Honourable Lady's questions, with really specific answer about data, she is absolutely right that currently data collections on a variety of different issues have been neglected for quite some years and are not good enough, and issues around how we collect, whether it's ethnicity data or other forms of data that will inform this strategy, are vitally important. And as somebody who has been a pro-choice member of Parliament and a pro-choice advocate my entire life, I am more than happy to stand here and say that it is a woman's right to make any decision, and I hope that always the Honourable Lady and anyone would join me in telling anyone from anywhere, including when they are of our own ranks and our own communities, that it is nobody else's business what I do with my body. And so I'm more than happy to say that. What I would also say to the Honourable Lady is that this government has deported an increased number of foreign national offenders, 12% increase since her government's period in office, and has passed much stronger laws, for example, on the rights of asylum seekers. For example, I believe that members opposite voted against the bill that contained this to not be able to claim asylum in our country. But what I would also say to the Honourable Lady was, if the only crime that I had to concern myself with halving was that was committed by people who arrive in our country, my job would be considerably easier, because the vast majority of the data that I am talking about is around people who were born in our country, abusing other people who were born in our country, from every culture, from every creed. There is absolutely, I have yet to come across any community where violence against women and girls does not happen.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I of course welcome the new VORG strategy and thank both the Victims Minister and the Safeguarding Minister, who have worked so hard and are wholly committed to ending harm against women and girls. On specifically training for teachers, will this be co-designed alongside girls and boys, so it's well received and up to date with the latest technology? Because big tech has a huge role to play in tackling misogyny. Children online are constantly targeted with information including violent pornography or hateful content. And we say, don't look, but the algorithms are screaming at them to look. Our committee found that the tech companies like X, Snapchat and TikTok continue to freely publish misogyny. Will we see this government get tough with big tech over their failure to protect children?
Minister.
I thank the honourable lady, and she is absolutely right when she characterises the kind of violent pornography that young people have been exposed to. And I am part of the strategy is will be to ban strangulation in porn, amongst other things that I'm sure when everybody goes away today and reads the strategy around some of the guidance that comes from the review that was undertaken into pornography and exactly what we have to do. I am very pleased to say that since age verification came in July, that Pornhub has seen a reduction of 77% in its traffic. My heart bleeds for them. So we are seeing actually the green shoots of this, but she is absolutely right. The strategy tackles head on how we have to work with, and whether that's regulation and or collectivism with tech companies to make sure that the kind of vile crimes that we see happening to children in our country cannot happen anymore.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Marie Goldman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for advance sight of her statement today. Madam Deputy Speaker, I warmly welcome the Government coming before the House today with this much anticipated violence against women and girls strategy. It's essential that we tackle this issue head on, and to do that it's vital that we don't just talk about dealing with the horrific consequences of violence, as the Minister has said. That alone is not good enough. We must not accept a system that tells women and girls to expect violence and abuse, but promises support after their lives have been irrevocably harmed. Training for teachers is a welcome measure, but unless it's also accompanied by steps to properly moderate online content, there is no doubt in my mind that it will fail. As long as violent, misogynistic content continues to reach children and adults online, this crisis will persist. I have no doubt that the Minister knows this. I would ask her to go further and faster in tackling the devastatingly harmful effect of online content right now. Children are being harmed right now. We need tougher action right now. We were told that the Online Safety Act would make a difference. It has not. Now Ofcom has released guidance that we are assured goes further, but this is voluntary and any strengthening will only come in 2027. That is too late. Without clear legal enforcement, social media companies will continue to put their profits first. So I ask the Minister, will she commit to holding social media companies properly to account? And will she ensure that Ofcom's guidance on violence against women and girls becomes mandatory, with enforceable duties and real consequences for failure now, not in 2027? And finally, for this strategy to succeed where multiple others have failed, it must also include ring-fenced funding for specialist services, including for older victims. It must work comprehensively across government departments, recognise minority women may experience violence differently, and have clear accountability if progress stalls. Can the Minister set out how the strategy will deliver on each of those points?
Minister.
I thank the honourable lady, and actually I think that she will see from the strategy that yes, absolutely, the issue of tech is undoubtedly in there, and I agree with her that assessing how well things are going seems quite a long time to wait till 2027. I can absolutely guarantee her that I will hold tech companies accountable, as I think it's quite famously known that quite a lot of them aren't that keen on me, that I will hold them accountable for their behaviours and work, but also work with them in what is possible. Like to the previous question that I was asked about it, whether we make sure that what teachers know is to adapt to a modern world, I have to say we're going to also need big tech brains on that as well. And so whilst I will hold them accountable, it is also going to be very important to work with them. There is absolutely ring-fenced money that is really specifically about targeting both domestic abuse and sexual violence within this. And one of the things in the strategy is absolutely to commit to how we give the standards of commissioning when we give out money from the centre down to areas to look at exactly the issue she is talking about with regard to buy and for in whether that's older people, veterans support for black and minority ethnic groups. All of these buy and for groups will have to be taken account of.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank all the ministers for all their collective hard work working with the Safeguarding Minister. It has been worth the wait for this strategy. She will know that for too long it's been an occupational hazard for women in this country that they get hassled wherever they go and whatever they are doing. So can she confirm that as part of this strategy, the Protection from Sex-Based Harassment in Public Life Act will come into force in April next year, meaning for the first time ever, the law will recognise that misogyny causes crimes against women and girls, and the police and courts will be able to do something about it. She will know that Citizens UK, the brilliant Sue Fish, Our Streets Now, the former member for Tunbridge Wells, Greg Clark, and the current member for Tunbridge Wells, and I have been pushing for this for over a decade because we want to see women and girls as free as men and boys to walk our streets. So can you tell us how we can now feed into the police guidance on this matter, please?
Minister.
Absolutely, I can confirm that. I'm more than happy to meet with the Honourable Lady and others that she has mentioned about exactly what goes into the guidance. What we always have to make sure of is that we don't just write nice words on goatskin in this building, that we actually make them workable in the real world. And I am absolutely keen that everything in the strategy does that.
Robbie Marr.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I absolutely welcome the publication of today's strategy, and I do share the Minister's ambitions on early intervention. But in constituencies like mine, one of the greatest failures of the state has been the historic failure to openly and honestly confront perverse cultural attitudes behind violence and abuse against women and girls. I think of the women in my constituency specifically targeted because they were working class white girls, and I think of the many women who I've met who have poor English, little education, and don't know about their rights or how to access support. And I also think of those many women I have met in my constituency too scared to raise those concerns. The Minister rightly speaks of challenging misogynistic attitudes within schools, but can she assure me that this strategy will not stop at the school gate and that the government will challenge any institution, whether religious or otherwise, that continues to reinforce harmful attitudes towards women and girls and put their safety at risk?
I absolutely can confirm this. I would challenge the strategy not only is about challenging institutions, whether that's children's services across the country, police forces, the court system. We have tried in the strategy to look at wherever a person might come forward or have previously been failed, and look at ways that we can seek to improve those. Now, that you don't undermine, frankly, millennia of patriarchy overnight. But if only I'd do it if I had a magic wand. I absolutely, I don't care what it says above the door of your establishment. If you are not working with us, you are working against us.
Jessica Satter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to make the House aware of my appointment as the VORG advisor to the Secretary of State for Health. And it is the commitments made by the Department for Health in this transformative strategy that I wish to raise. Will the Minister confirm that the rollout of the Child House model represents a significant step in delivering against Recommendation 16 from the Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse, and that the introduction of Steps to Safety service, which will embed specialist support workers across groups of GP practices, will play a huge role in better identifying victims of domestic abuse and sexual violence through these settings?
Minister. I absolutely will confirm that, and first and foremost welcome my honourable friend. I don't really need to welcome her to the party. I'd say for about a decade she and I have been in the same meetings together before she was in this house working in the sector. I absolutely can confirm this, and I think that, you know, government departments standing up and saying we're going to put so and so million into this. The thing that I want to highlight about the measures that are in the strategy that she has spoken about is the cultural shift that has come from the the idea that not just ministers saying it's everybody's business, but the Health Secretary with other members of the Cabinet going, OK, what does it's everybody's business mean? And I thank the Health Secretary for making that mean that he understands that if you are raped, if you are stalked, if you are harassed, if you are domestically abused, that makes you sick. And that they have a responsibility to deal with that. And the idea that every child in the country will now, where they live, have access to what can only be described as a gold-plated system that currently exists in Camden and some other places across the country, frankly, makes my heart sing.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I've long argued in this House when it comes to mental health or physical health, it's women and men, not or, and that's really important. So can I welcome this strategy coming forward, but I also bring a sense of caution, because terms like toxic masculinity, labelling men or young boys is potentially a real problem, because they see themselves that they are destined to cause some problem, and already some of the reporting today is enhancing that. So what is the government doing to make sure that we are not already criminalising socially young men and boys for having feelings about good masculinity? That's a really important definition the government needs to get right, and I'd appreciate her answer on that topic.
I totally agree, and I'm not a fan of the term toxic masculinity. As somebody who has raised two men, I used to be able to say I had children, but I have raised two men. They're very tall, I have watched over the years, since the Me Too movement started to occur, then the death of Sarah Everard, and a real pouring out of emotion by women in our country that didn't include men and boys in the conversation, and so they went somewhere else to get their information. And so much of the strategy is about inviting those young men and boys in, but also men and boys who are victims of these crimes. Today they're in the news, the terrible cases of sextortion for all to see. And my honourable friend will be holding a Men and Boys Summit, and there is a Men and Boys section to statement as part of the strategy. It is vitally important that we get this right, because we've tried the alternative before and it didn't work.
Yeah. Andy Slaughter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're all aware of the delays in the criminal justice system. These can occur at any stage, but are particularly severe when cases move from the police to the CPS and then to the courts, each under a separate Department of State. What mechanism, or better still, individual, will ensure joined-up government in tackling violence against women and girls, and doing so quickly and effectively?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman, and actually the backlog in our courts is one of the stickiest, most difficult issues, and covers across lots of different government departments to get this absolutely right. And it is, I would say, it's probably the thing that the problem that drives our collective work almost more than anything else, because there are we are due to have 100,000 in the backlog by 2028 if we do not do real radical change, and keeping at the heart of that radical change the experiences of women and girls. And there's things in the strategy around legal advice for victims, around greater support for independent sexual violence advisors, all those sorts of things are there, but this is going to take a radical change.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I pay tribute, first of all, to the Minister for her work on violence against women and girls? Can I also welcome what she said to my honourable friend about her commitment to holding tech companies to account for their behaviours? However, during the passage of the Online Safety Bill, the Minister and her colleague, the Minister for Victims, who was also instrumental in the development of this strategy, were at the forefront of calls for a code of practice to protect women and girls online. Now that they are in government, why are they not delivering on it? It's in the government's gift to amend the Online Safety Act to make Ofcom's guidance the code. With the best will in the world, guidance won't make any difference to social media companies' behaviour, nor their profit-driven models, which are the source of so much misogynistic influence, and teachers are now being expected to deal with it. So why is the government afraid to use all the tools at its disposal to hold tech firms to account for their role in fuelling misogynistic behaviour?
I thank the honourable lady for her kind words and her reminder of the many years of passing the online safety bill, which many of us will remember, I would about to say fondly, but I'm not sure that's necessarily always the case. First and foremost, to say I wouldn't be afraid of doing any of the things that she has highlighted. What I would say is that the Online Safety Act, which, and the Honourable Lady was not here, took 10 years to get to the legislative place that it was, and it has only actually really been rolled out since July this year. The government repeatedly has said, and what it says in the strategy on this is that where we need to go further, we absolutely will.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her statement and warmly welcome this strategy? And can I pay tribute to my honourable friend, the Minister, for delivering this strategy and for her years of personal commitment to the safety of women and girls. I welcome in particular the focus on educating children about misogyny and driving misogyny out of our schools. My honourable friend will know that the Ofsted inspection framework has previously been largely silent on the issue of misogyny, allowing examples to occur where schools have been able to be rated outstanding despite girls at that school having a widespread experience of sexual harassment and abuse by their peers. So can I ask my honourable friend what engagement she is having with Ofsted to ensure that all of the government's objectives are aligned and that no school where girls are routinely experiencing regular misogynistic harassment and other behaviours can be regarded as exceptional, strong standard or expected standard under the new framework?
I thank the Honourable Lady, and the government has released new curricula on healthy relationship education and we're working with Ofsted to ensure that schools are monitored against the delivery of that. Is frankly one of the most important things that you can do, because just saying that they have to have it and then not ever looking at whether it's any good, I think has led to a hodgepodge and frankly some terrible behaviour in the country. But I absolutely take away her point and will go and speak to my colleagues in the Department for Education who are a fundamental pillar. I'm starting to talk like a civil servant, they say pillar about everything. Pillar in this strategy to look at exactly what she is talking about and to make sure that if that was found to be the case, that school, well, if a school isn't safe, how could it be outstanding?
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I welcome the publication of today's strategy and acknowledge the commitment of the Minister over many years to get to this point. It must be a great moment for her. A few weeks ago, I visited Salisbury Seroptimists, who published a document called Fresh Thoughts, which was an information document taken from Dorset, customised for Wiltshire, giving information to support women fleeing domestic abuse in Wiltshire. She's working closely with Wiltshire Police, Wiltshire Council and Wiltshire End Violence Against Women and Girls. When I go back and tell them about this strategy today, would the Minister indicate how best they can engage with it to build on the work that she has set out?
I thank the honourable gentleman, and as I said, the strategy will die and fall on everybody taking part in it, and he's given me the perfect opportunity to pay real credit to seroptimists from all over the country. Some of the work that appears in the strategy around having specialist advocates for rape victims in court started because of volunteer programmes run by seroptimists in part of this country. So I want to give them the confidence that actually they can change government policy and that they can work through your good offices to reach out to me, but they do amazing work in their local communities.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the statement on ending violence against women and girls? And can the Minister please tell us more about how she will support the power of the third sector? Organisations like the Phoenix Domestic Abuse Services in Blaenau Gwent will always deserve a helping hand.
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman, and what I would say is, you know, again, poacher come gamekeeper, that making sure that the voluntary sector are well placed to deliver much of what is in this strategy, not just the classic victim support models of funding either nationally or locally that have previously gone on, but there is going to be new opportunities with new different schemes, whether that's in our employment services, whether that's in our health services, and I absolutely want to make sure that where those are being operated locally, that voluntary sector agencies have the capacity to make sure that they are part of that.
Kirsty Blackman.
Deputy Speaker, the Minister was on Radio 4 this morning. Can I back the comments that she made on public health and the effectiveness of that? I agree it is really important that we need to have a public health campaign on this. Women for Refugee Women have surveyed NRPF women in the asylum system and found that 38% of them have stayed in an abusive relationship because of their inability to access public funds. 38% of those then went on to be raped. Will the Minister give us some information on whether the Government will agree to fully implement the Istanbul Convention, including Article 59, to afford real protection to all women?
I thank the Honourable Lady, and throughout this process she gives me the opportunity to say that many members from across the House have been to see me about various issues and the importance of this in their own areas, and so I thank her for that. What I will say is that the issue of migrant women is definitely tackled within the strategy, but what I want to stand at this dispatch box and say is that women with no recourse to public funds, the government funds specialist provision so that they can escape, and this government has increased the funding that has gone to that, and it doesn't matter what visa type they have, they can access that funding. And what I will also say is that I think that one of the things that actually, funnily enough, is included in parts of the Istanbul Convention is the issue of the firewall between police and support services. That I'm very pleased to say that that is in the strategy, and we will be looking to implement that as soon as possible.
Rishinara Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to commend my honourable friend for her tireless work in tackling violence against women and girls. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know from my own experience of being stalked for many years and having secured a restraining order for 12 years, that restraining orders, when they're breached, can be very difficult to enforce unless the police and CPS work closely together. Many women up and down the country, when their lives are at risk, find that really challenging. Can my honourable friend say more about what work will be done between the police and the CPS and other support services to make sure restraining orders are enforced, and when they are breached, action is taken to protect women and girls?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady, and I want to thank her for her support in the development of this strategy as well. One of the proudest things to stand up here and say is the advancement in refuge funding, and she took no small part in pushing for that, and she deserves every thanks in the world, and probably not just because she is a brilliant Member of Parliament, because of her own experiences, which too many of us in this House share. With regard to protection orders, there needs to be a piece of work that is done across the board to look at exactly how protection orders work, but actually I think that restraining orders, as she says, although I'm about to go to court for somebody who's breached one of mine, so people can be taken, have action taken, but domestic abuse protection orders and stalking protection orders are, in my view, considerably better tools and should be used more widely, and the strategy is very clear on that.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this strategy. The Minister will well know that children from homes where domestic violence is prevalent are all too often conditioned to believe that that's the normal way a relationship operates. So, particularly in changes to the national curriculum, will she ensure that teachers encourage children to come forward with examples of what has happened both at home and potentially elsewhere in their families, so that we can actually deal with this where it starts in the home?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman, and he is absolutely right. And if you were to speak to almost all victims of domestic abuse in the country who have interacted with children's social care, for example, you would know that there was a need for a new strategy. And in the strategy, the Family First, there is £500 million for the Family First piloting across the country that seeks to do exactly what he is talking about making sure that domestic abuse is dealt with through early intervention. Absolutely, children will not only be encouraged, but we have also, it is now a statutory duty that where children are involved in any domestic abuse incident where they are in the house, that schools are informed, and we will give tools to the schools to know what to do in those circumstances.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And firstly, I was a bit surprised to hear that the Shadow Minister thinks that our culture understands consent, bodily autonomy, misogyny and violence against women and girls. Given how every day women see violations of their bodies, I just don't think that's true of our culture at all. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have an 11-year-old son, and I worry about the violent and misogynistic material that boys and young men can be exposed to and the potential there for radicalisation. Can the Minister assure me that the prevention will start at a sufficiently young age for boys and that every boy will have access to this preventative work?
I thank the honourable lady, and you know, it is compulsory. The new curriculum is from the age of 4 until 16, so and that is compulsory within schools to be done in with age appropriateness. What we will create through this new funding is a series of interventions where people are worried if a kid, for example, is sharing images, or young people are reporting abuses within their own relationships, that there is somewhere where schools can send people for interventions, and absolutely, as a mother of a son as she is, it will be age appropriate and across the board.
Freya Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was a secondary school teacher, language teacher before I came here, and had to deliver relationship lessons. I too raised 2 women and 2 men. And I wasn't exactly uncomfortable around young people, but I felt uncomfortable teaching those lessons. And it seems I'm not alone. About half of secondary school teachers don't feel comfortable to deliver these lessons. And I know the strategy is providing training for teachers, but is it realistic to expect that in a busy school day with lots of other stuff, training, yet another bit of training will really result into those outcomes? Should we not have a professional in each school to deliver these lessons?
I thank the honourable lady. As somebody who was one of those professionals who used to go into schools, I couldn't agree with her more. And as somebody, I also went to the same school as the Home Secretary, and so in the building of the strategy, we kept talking about which of our teachers we wouldn't have wanted to talk to this about. This has been quite amusing. I'm going to say, no offence to the teachers in the 90s at our school, but not many of them were coming out well, that we would want to talk to them about consent or pornography or other things. So actually what is being announced today is the use of specialists to go, I think eventually the point is that teachers have to be comfortable with this, and I think that my kids' teachers are more than mine were, if I'm honest, but I think that there has to be a development towards that.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I say a huge thank you to the Safeguarding Minister and the Victims Minister. I was really struggling not to get over-emotional as she was making her speech because, quite frankly, many of us have come to this place in order to make a change for the women and girls in our lives and in our constituencies. This is an absolute watershed moment, and for us, this is a chance for us all to take those individual actions, bringing together those good men and good women across our constituency to speak out and speak for the kind of society we want. If this is to be truly successful, it will have to increase confidence of victims. In which case we may see numbers rise. For me, that will be an indicator of success of this strategy. But one of the ways to increase confidence is to make sure, no matter how profile you are as a self-declared misogynist, that you are held to account and brought back to this country to face criminal charges that are here. Does she agree with me that this government should be doing all it can to make sure pursue every single rapist, abuser, perpetrator, stalker, and that will be the only way to make sure that women and girls feel confident in both our police and our court system?
I thank the Honourable Lady in her diplomatic manner in which she is very, very clearly representing cases within her constituency. High-profile cases are, and I absolutely agree. And it goes to a number of points that, whether it came from the opposition front bench or from herself, is I don't care who you are. I don't care how important you are. I don't care if you ran a big department store. I don't care if you're a movie mogul. I don't care which country you come from. If you do this in our country, we will come for you.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome much of this strategy, and I know it's a personal achievement for the Minister. Anybody who's spoken to a woman who recounts being attacked by her husband or her boyfriend, unsure whether she is going to leave the room alive, knows that this country still fails to tackle violence against women and to take it seriously. I just want to ask about a couple of areas where we know the state has had a blind spot in recent years. Can she say very clearly that the crimes of the rape gangs were racially and religiously aggravated and should be punished as such? And can she agree with me that if there's any law that prevents us deporting any foreign sex criminal or rapist, including the Human Rights Act, we should scrap it?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman, and no doubt in his tenure working for Baroness May was heavily involved in some of this work, so I suppose I shall thank him for that as well, for some of the things that he did in that time. What I cannot say, and what I will not do from this dispatch box, is affect any case by saying that any case is aggravated by one thing or another. I am very proud that this government will aggravate on the basis of grooming for the first time, that will make become an aggravated offence. But on individual cases, I cannot say without seeing all of the evidence. But what I know from my years of working with grooming gang victims is that there is absolutely no doubt about issues of that have been talked about, and as the Home Secretary has said, where women were targeted for being white working class girls. That is absolutely, I have seen it with my own eyes. And I will not scrap the European Human Rights Bill, but we don't need to deport sex offenders. We should have been doing it for a lot longer.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to pay tribute to the Minister for her statement and for hers and the Victim Minister's hard work for what has been a truly cross-government effort to leave Vogue offenders nowhere to hide. For far too long and far too often, justice for victims of domestic abuse must be sought by parents like Sharon Holland and groups like Project Resist because the system let their daughters down. Tragically, Madam Deputy Speaker, this strategy is too late for two young women from Portsmouth, Chloe Holland and Skye Nichols, who were driven to take their own lives because of coercive control from vile partner perpetrators. Can the Minister explain how the new Vogue strategy will ensure that these deaths are recognised for what they are, manslaughter, and how it will tackle systematic institutional failings and support our third sector to prevent future tragedies?
Minister. I absolutely agree with the Honourable Lady and want to pay tribute to Sharon Holland, a woman I've met a number of times who campaigns fiercely on behalf of her daughter Chloe. Suicide is a fundamental part of the strategy with regard to how we end domestic-related deaths and femicide, and to call it what it is, that is what it is femicide. So a number of different things appear in the strategy, and whether that is around the risk assessment and how well our risk assessments for domestic abuse look for issues of mental ill health. Often they are looking for incidences of homicide rather than suicide, and the issue of manslaughter, my honourable friend the Victims Minister empowered the Law Commission to undertake the review that looks at the exact thing, and we await their findings.
Caroline Burden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I welcome this strategy, and I would like to commend the Minister for her tireless work on supporting victims and trying to reduce violence against women and girls. And I welcome the cross-governmental approach and the focus on prevention and public health promotion. We know that boys as young as 9 or 10 are being spoon-fed hardcore violent pornography on social media, even when they're not looking for it. Access to this type of content leads to violent sexual acts being normalised and the way they view relationships with women becoming warped. Now, the head of a boys' school that has completely banned mobile phones from their estate has spoken powerfully to me about the effect of being able to have conversations with boys before they start seeing this content online. And while schools are part of the answer, asking teachers to combat the tidal wave of indoctrination, radicalisation and normalisation that these algorithms is causing is unrealistic. The misogynistic, violent attitudes must be stopped at source. So as part of this work, what action will the government take to ensure social media companies comply with the Online Safety Act, make Ofcom guidance statutory and push her colleagues across government to legislate to get smartphones and their misogynistic content out of our schools?
Minister.
Thank you. A 9-year-old looking at any pornography on any social media site or any site in the UK is illegal. And if there are instances of that, then they should be reported. We have seen a case recently where a pornography site did not have age verification. They were by Ofcom fined £1 million and then put age verification, but they will be blocked from being able to be seen in the UK if that is the case. So that is already the case. Now, it's going to take time, but I ask the Honourable Lady to get her schools to report those particular issues and we will raise them absolutely with Ofcom. I also think it's important to say that misogyny existed before the internet as well. That tackling misogyny is something that has had to be done for quite a long time. I absolutely agree with her that we need to support teachers in how what young people are seeing inside and outside of school, and the strategy absolutely deals with that.
Gurinder Singh Jossan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I first of all thank the Minister and all those in government who work so hard to bring this strategy. Whilst the Shadow Minister, through her rhetoric, does her best to demonise whole communities, the Minister is right to recognise abuse occurs in all communities. However, the Minister will be aware of the need to be sensitive to cultural differences experienced by women from different communities and girls from different communities. The Minister has already recognised the value of by and for organisations working to provide culturally sensitive support for women and girls, and I trust that support for by and for organisations will continue. But one area where progress needs to be made is in relation to honour-based abuse. So will the Minister commit to support calls from Karma Nirvana and around 60 other organisations, including Sikh Women's Aid, for a statutory definition of honour-based abuse, to recognise honour as an aggravating factor in criminal sentencing, and to require multi-agency guidance to identify and respond to honour-based abuse?
I am very happy to say that the making a statutory definition of honour-based abuse and working with the organisations that he has identified on that statutory guidance is very much in the strategy. I am very proud to do that, because absolutely we do need to have cultural sensitivities, but within the services that we provide, and we need to listen to the voices of the women in those services. It's an honour to work with those organisations, and I will continue.
Ben Oxyjecti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to address another aspect of this strategy, and specifically how it relates to male survivors of crimes considered to be violence against women and girls. My 10-minute rule bill earlier in the year called for a dedicated strategy to tackle interpersonal abuse and violence against men and boys, so that male survivors of rape, sexual assault, domestic abuse, forced marriage and honour-based violence receive the justice and support they deserve. I recently met with the Minister, and I thank her for her time. Discussions were very positive, I felt. I've also spoken to the Victims Minister about how to shape the strategy to support male survivors. So could you just outline what provisions are included to support male survivors in this strategy, and whether a dedicated strategy to help male survivors be published next year?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman. I really thank him for his approach on this and to working collectively with us. There is a specific statement that goes alongside the strategy that is specifically targeted at men and boys, that has some specific support services and things that are and policy that is for male survivors, but of course anything that is in the strategy, any of the legislation, any of the support services, and the commissioning, it is also for men and boys who are victims of this. But as he and I said, what we actually need is a piece of work done to see we can't just paste what women have also always used onto men. And so at the Men and Boys Summit that my honourable friend, the Victims Minister, which I'm sure he will be able to be part of, we will be looking at exactly what that is, and that will be early in the new year.
Kevin Bonavia.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I add my own personal tribute to the Minister? This is a huge achievement for her today, and it is not just for her. She is doing it on behalf of all women and girls in this country. Now, in her statement, she said we all have a role to play. That's individuals and organisations across this country. Now, in Stevenage, you will recall we have an amazing charity called Survivors Against Domestic Abuse. And one of the challenges they face is that many victims there keep going back and back again because the justice system isn't strong enough for them. So I'm sure that SADA will welcome domestic abuse protection orders, and will the Minister explain to SADA and other organisations how this government will help them provide that support to women and girls who need it?
I thank the honourable gentleman, and organisations like SADA are absolutely vitally important both in how we roll out new perpetrator schemes, so that it isn't those victims who have to do the work, and actually it is offender management of their perpetrators with support alongside them. There are lots of new national schemes that will be rolled out as part of this strategy over the next 3 years, and I would very much welcome and will work with all the organisations across the country to get that right in local areas.
Josh Babberinde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And really from the bottom of my heart, I sincerely congratulate the Minister, as well as the Minister for Victims, for all the work that they've put in to making this happen, working with victims, survivors and the sector across the country. I was proud to work with them both to help secure the domestic abuse identifier that is in the Section 6 of the Sentencing Bill, which will enable us to know how many domestic abusers there are in prison and in the country at any given time and what their reoffending rate is. I'm keen to understand from the Minister when she expects that information and that data to go online, how she expects to use that data to help monitor the impact and progress of this VORG strategy, and what the government will do to help measure the impact of it on people before, retrospectively, this identifier was brought in.
The honourable gentleman makes a really good point, and it was a genuine pleasure. I always say that, but it was a genuine pleasure to work with him on it, and I really thank him for his leadership in that space. Obviously, we have to wait for the sentencing bill to pass, and all of that. But look, what I expect to happen because of that is that it's going to throw up huge amounts of data. This is going to be incredibly helpful, and exactly what data we want to collect and look at as part of that, I think it will take a bit of time. But it can start to happen. I think as soon as the sentencing bill passes, and that would certainly be our ambition.
Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable friend for her leadership and determination in bringing forward this ambitious strategy. I really welcome the focus on prevention and particularly reducing online harm for young people, something that the Public Accounts Committee raised in its report, of which I'm a member. Bradford Rape Crisis and Staying Put provide vital support to women and girls in my Shipley constituency who've been victims of violence against women and girls, and I hugely welcome, I think, the £1 billion, if I heard right, in the statement that's going to be invested in victim support and safe refuge. Will the Minister explain how these funds will help victims of domestic abuse in my Shipley constituency to get support and a safe place to call home?
I thank the honourable lady. With regard to her rape crisis, there is literally a specific amount of uplift that will come to the ring-fenced budget that goes to rape crises in the country. I think Rape Crisis England and Wales asked for a 15% uplift, and that and not from, funnily enough, from health service funding, which is the cultural change that I am talking about, making it their business. We expect to see those uplifts, so that they will hopefully benefit from that. With regard to domestic abuse, the extra, compared to under the previous government, the £130 million a year in refuge and housing support and the support that sits around that, there will be over the 3 years 109 million extra, and I hope that the commissioning process, which we will redesign to make better and over a longer period of time rather than doing it every year, that her organisations will be able to access.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A recent Ofsted inspection of children's services in Devon found that they, quote, share a determination to improve services for care leavers. How will the new strategy to end violence against women and girls pay particular attention to preventing harms to care leavers, to care experienced people, and how will it build on improving practice that we see in local authorities, such as in Devon?
Look, it is absolutely a vital part of this puzzle, and working with the Children's Minister in the Department for Education on, like we said, the family first part of this strategy, the bit of the strategy that is about children's social care. Care leavers, if you know, people, often talking about grooming gangs, and you cannot talk about grooming gangs without talking about care experienced children as well, and the interactions of those. It is a vitally important part of the puzzle to get right, and the government also has a children in care strategy that it will work towards that, and I sit on the board of that.
Chris Webb.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I know in my time as a former Deputy Police and Crime Commissioner that there's been a growing trend in violent patterns for younger people, especially young boys in Blackpool and beyond. So can the Minister set out the plans to engage with young people, particularly young boys and men, to tackle this?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman. I think that we have not done anywhere near enough to engage with young men and boys about their feelings about this, and to devise a system that is best for them. I mean, other than saying 6, 7 like that, what do I know about what it's like to be a teenage boy? Not even my children are teenagers anymore. And so, of course, what we will test a number of models, and that will have to be done in concert with young people.
Tracy Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome this strategy and thank my honourable friend and the ministerial team for their tireless work in tackling violence against women and girls. To meet the government's targets of cutting violence in half, we must end the demand for commercial sexual exploitation, whether that be in pornography or prostitution. Can my honourable friend outline what steps the strategy will take across government departments to eradicate this demand?
I thank the honourable lady, and I think she will be pleased about the government action that the strategy proposes with regard to the as she quite rightly points out, some of the commercial sexual exploitation that occurs within pornography, and based on Baroness Burton's review, I'm sure she will be pleased to hear, but actually much more broadly, the real need to properly integrate the idea of adult sexual exploitation into what we consider as violence against women and girls, and to properly have robust measures to deal with that is a fundamental part of changing that, and that includes some of the terrible commercial sexual exploitation.
And the final question, Mark Sewards.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the strategy set out by the Minister today. I commend her and everyone around her for their tireless work to get to this point, often lifelong work too. When I speak with the charitable sector, third sector organisations like Leeds Women's Aid in my constituency, they've worked in this space for years, and one of the things they keep telling me is that the funding period for grants are often far too short, come up for review far too frequently. Now, factoring in the cost of applying for these grants, as well as the staff time that they spend applying, they tell me that long-term strategic decision-making within their own organisations becomes really, really difficult. So can the Minister assure them that the strategy will address this common challenge?
As a previous Women's Aid alumni, I can absolutely, and that one of the strongest things that came from the sector, especially the domestic abuse sector, is how crackers it is that you have to apply for your funding every year. So obviously we can't commit funding for longer periods than comprehensive spending reviews, but we are committing to long-term funding going out of our door, into that door, under a set of standards and commissioning models that we in the government will work to, because there's also quite a lot of complaints about localised commissioning as well, and that is a fundamental way of allowing those organisations to grow because they can breathe again.
And that concludes the statement, and I'll allow for the front benches to quickly swap over to start the next statement. Statement on Ukraine, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I'd like to update the House on Ukraine. As we prepare for Christmas, the people of Ukraine are fighting their 1,394th day of resistance since Putin's full-scale invasion, their fourth Christmas of the war. I'd like to update the House on the work we are doing to bring a just and lasting peace to Ukraine by ensuring they're in the best possible position on the battlefield and at the negotiating table. A small number of our armed forces are at the heart of that work, from delivering military training in the UK to transporting kit to Ukraine to helping develop innovative new warfighting capabilities. And last week, our armed forces and our country lost one of our brightest and best, Lance Corporal George Hooley. Lance Corporal George Hooley was a model soldier. He was tragically killed observing trials in Ukraine for a new defensive drone system well away from the front line. I know the whole House will have been moved by the final letter he wrote to his family that they released yesterday to coincide with his repatriation. And the whole House will want to join me in sending our heartfelt thoughts and condolences to all his family, friends and colleagues. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government and this House will stand with our Ukrainian friends for as long as it takes. 12 months ago, I set out 5 areas where this government would increase that support, with the backing of members across this House and a commitment of countless defence personnel, partners in industry and allied nations. We've delivered on all 5. Firstly, we've strengthened Ukraine's military capabilities with a record £4.5 billion military support package this year, including supplies of tens of thousands of rounds of advanced missiles and ammunition, 85,000 drones, up from the 10,000 gifted last year, and the new Gravehawk air defence system co-developed with our Danish partners. Second, we have now trained more than 62,000 Ukrainians here in the UK alongside our Operation Interflex allies, and we have extended that programme until at least the end of 2026. Third, to boost Ukraine's indigenous defence industrial base so that their destiny is increasingly in their own hands, I've led further trade missions to Kyiv, and we've signed new government-to-government cooperation agreements that have enhanced the sharing of battlefield technologies and facilitated the £1.6 billion deal in March for 5,000 lightweight air defence missiles that supports 700 jobs at Thales in Belfast, demonstrating how growing defence spending across the globe can act as an engine for growth across all our nations and regions in the UK. Fourth, the UK has ramped up our international leadership, with the Defence Secretary stepping up in the spring to co-chair the Ukraine Defence Contact Group of over 50 nations alongside Germany. Since then, our UDCG partners have pledged over £50 billion of military support for Ukraine. And at Tuesday's UDCG meeting, we confirmed the UK's biggest single-year investment in air defence for Ukraine. And I'm pleased to confirm to the House that the UK is providing £600 million worth of air defence systems, missiles, automated turrets to shoot down Russian drones and defend Ukrainian civilians. This includes Raven systems to protect frontline units, Gravehawk systems that reinforce Ukraine's ability to protect key infrastructure from Russia's deep strike barrages, and counter-drone turrets specifically designed to defeat Shahed-style attack drones at scale and at lower cost. And fifth and finally, alongside our allies, we've significantly ramped up sanctions and economic pressure on the Russian economy, sanctioning Russia's largest oil majors, lowering the crude oil price cap alongside EU partners, contributing to a 35% fall in Russia's oil revenues year on year, introducing a maritime services ban on Russian LNG to be phased in over the next year, announcing our intention to ban the import of oil products of Russian origin that have been refined in third countries. And just this morning, we announced a further 24 sanction designations across Russian oil, military and financial sectors to further ramp up economic pressure on Putin. And as the Prime Minister said to the Coalition of the Willing last month, the UK is ready to move with the EU to provide financial support for Ukraine based on the value of immobilised Russian assets, and we're working with EU and G7 partners to advance this, and I hope for further positive discussions on that today. Madam Deputy Speaker, sanctions tightened, alliances strengthened, industrial cooperation boosted, military training delivered, and the biggest annual package of UK military support for Ukraine to date. And yesterday we went further, with the Chancellor and the Foreign Secretary calling time on Roman Abramovich's inaction. The government has issued a licence that enables the transfer of more than £2.5 billion from the sale of Chelsea FC to benefit the victims of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And we urge Abramovich to honour the commitment that he made over 3 years ago or face court action. 12 months ago, I pledged that this government would provide ironclad support for Ukraine, and that is what we have delivered. And that is what we will continue to deliver for as long as Putin continues his barbaric assault on the Ukrainian people. And I know that support will continue to enjoy cross-party support in this House. What was not on the table last December were peace talks. And on Monday, the Prime Minister was in Berlin with European leaders to advance President Trump's peace initiative. The leaders welcomed the significant progress that has been made and reiterated their commitment to work together to provide robust security guarantees and support economic recovery as part of any peace agreement. We've worked determinedly with our French counterparts to establish a coalition of the willing. It now consists of 36 countries and a multinational force, Ukraine, which is an essential pillar of the credible security guarantees required to deter Putin from coming back for more territory in the future. It has been the position of this government from the outset that Ukraine's voice must be at the heart of any peace talks, and that is what we have worked to achieve, not just because that is what our values and our international norms and laws dictate, but also because practically Ukraine is too powerfully, militarily, too determined to defend its sovereignty for peace to be built over the country's head. And whilst a pattern has emerged of Russia claiming battlefield successes at opportune political moments, time and time again their claims have been exposed as disinformation. Russia has suffered over 1 million casualties to gain around 1% of Ukrainian territory since the stabilisation of the front line in 2022. In more than a year of fighting, the comparatively small city of Pokrovsk, Russia has advanced only 15 kilometres, equivalent to 40 metres a day. And although Putin claimed to have finally taken the city ahead of the recent visit of the American negotiating team, it is our defence intelligence assessment that pockets of Ukrainian resistance continue to operate there. Right across the front line, it is Ukraine's continued strength from the battlefield that gives them strength at the negotiating table. So we will continue with our allies to boost that strength and to secure the credible security guarantees needed to underpin a just and lasting peace. And Madam Deputy Speaker, as we approach the 5th year of fighting since Russia's full-scale invasion, this government is in no doubt that the front line of UK and European security continues to run through Ukraine. 12 months ago, there was no clear route to ending the war. Today, the US-initiated peace process represents the brightest path towards securing a just and lasting peace that we've seen since the start of the full-scale invasion. To support these diplomatic efforts, we're accelerating joint work with the US on security guarantees. The Defence Secretary directed military chiefs this week to review and update multinational force Ukraine military plans, so we are ready to deploy when peace comes. This includes revising and raising readiness levels. as we continue to work with allies to maximise pressure on Putin's war machine, to strengthen Ukraine's hand on the battlefield and grow their defence industrial base. Russia's economy is getting weaker. Military spending is around 40% of the budget, Russia's VAT is rising, and Russia's social spending is falling. So we will continue to work with our allies to tighten the screw on the Russian economy, to provide more support for Ukraine, to lay the foundations for the just and lasting peace that the Ukrainian people so deserve and want. Because with increasing grey zone attacks across Europe, Ukraine's security remains our security. And I commend that approach and this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement. On behalf of His Majesty's Opposition, I would like to echo the Minister's rightful tribute to Lance Corporal George Hooley of the Parachute Regiment, who gave his life in the cause of freedom while serving in Ukraine. His sacrifice will never be forgotten. There are things we welcome in the statement, including the imposition of further sanctions, the provision of new equipment, including drones, missiles, and in particular air defence equipment for Ukraine. We must not forget that Vladimir Putin is a former KGB colonel who has sanctioned the barbaric use of highly accurate cruise missiles against children's hospitals in Ukraine. In particular, I agree with the Minister that no enduring settlement of the war can be reached over the heads of the Ukrainians. A World War I Admiral, Sir Jackie Fisher, once remarked that ultimately all nations desire peace, but peace on their terms. We cannot allow peace on Putin's terms, as that peace would surely not last for long. It's also worth reminding our American allies that Article 5 of the Washington Treaty has only ever been invoked once, by them, in 2001, following the appalling attack on the Twin Towers. Thousands of Americans were murdered that day, as were several hundred Britons. When the Americans rightfully called for help, within weeks, British Special Forces were working alongside their American counterparts, killing terrorists in the caves of Bora Bora. Alliances work both ways. And for the record, when the call came, we turned up. The Minister also made reference to the coalition of the willing. However, if British troops were to participate, they would need to have modern, effective equipment. Which brings me to the elephant in the House this afternoon. Where is the long-awaited Defence Investment Plan? Prior to the summer recess, the Defence Secretary assured us the Defence Investment Plan, the DIP, would be published in the autumn. As the autumn came and went, this slipped right, but ministers remained adamant that the DIP would still be published before the House rose for Christmas. So where on earth is it? As there were multiple references to industry in his statement, can I say to the Minister for Defence, Readiness and Industry, our defence industry will rightfully be furious at this continued delay. As just one example, we still have no decision on the new medium helicopter, a programme vital for the future of Leonardo's workforce of thousands at Yeovil. As Roberto Signoli, the corporate CEO of Leonardo, said just recently, we cannot subsidise Yeovil forever. But this frustration will be repeated up and down our defence manufacturing base, from primes to fourth-tier subcontractors, the latter of whom struggle to subsidise anything at all. Is it any wonder Mr. Kevin Craven, the chief executive of ADS, said only yesterday in the Financial Times, delay in releasing the Defence Investment Plan is frustrating, to say the least. If we are to defend the Ukrainians successfully, we have to be able to defend ourselves. At the Liaison Committee on Monday, the chairman of the Defence Select Committee, who as ever is in his place, told the Prime Minister, and I quote him, the government does not seem able to agree on the money involved. It cannot deliver the DIP on time. It means things are moving very slowly rather than moving at pace, given the threats from adversaries. Is it any wonder his all-party committee recently described the government's progress on increasing war readiness in Britain as, in their word, glacial? We also welcome the ongoing financial commitment to Ukraine, which follows a similar path to our approach when in government. But would that we had such financial clarity at home. The three distinguished authors of the Strategic Defence Review were adamant that it required defence expenditure of 3% of GDP to deliver it. But Labour cannot even give the year in which that will be reached, because they are incapable interdepartmentally of agreeing it. Moreover, in year, now, MOD ministers are pursuing an efficiency savings exercise, that's saving cuts in pub English, of 2.6 billion in the MOD's operating budget, which is materially affecting our readiness for war and thus our ability to deter it. So in summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, our commitment across this House to the brave Ukrainians remains unwavering. But as someone once famously said, to govern is to choose. Yet again, the government has avoided taking choices, moving key capability decisions even further to the right, yet again. When it comes to the future procurement of vital military equipment for the defence of the United Kingdom and our allies, they've kicked the can so far down the road you can no longer see the can at all, even with an Ajax. In contrast, while our ministers prevaricate, our Polish allies are digging anti-tank ditches along the border with Belarus. So finally, the Romans had a saying, civis pacem para bellum. He who desires peace should prepare for war in order to deter it. That's why the Conservatives announced a 50 billion sovereign defence fund this morning to do precisely that.
Yeah. Merry Christmas to the right honourable gentleman as well. Can I first of all thank him for his support for the investment that the UK is making in Ukrainian air defences, spending £4.5 billion on Ukraine this year, the most that we have ever spent as a country, is a really important statement, and it is a more powerful statement because we know that it is one that is backed on a cross-party basis. And I appreciate the comments towards Ukraine that he said in that respect. It is absolutely right that we support Ukraine in shooting down Russian drones and Russian missiles that are targeting civilians in particular, as well as protecting their front line. It is important that we value our alliances. Indeed, we continue to value our alliances. We have a NATO-first defence policy as set out in the Strategic Defence Review, very clear about our priority focus on the Euro-Atlantic, securing our backyard, and that includes working more closely and deeply with our European friends, our NATO allies, our GEF partners, Ukraine, as well as supporting and continuing to work with our friends in the United States as well. When it comes to the DIP, he, I believe, was in Defence Questions on Monday, when you've heard the Defence Secretary say very clearly that he is working flat out between now and the end of the year to finalise the DIP. He continues to do so. On industry, we will continue to sign contracts. We've signed over 1,000 contracts since the general election, 83% of those contracts going to British companies. We will continue to back British defence companies. Indeed, we continue to sign those contracts, and I recognise the spirit in which the right honourable gentleman is asking for clarity on behalf of industry. We are working with our industrial partners in order to do so. Indeed, there are many contracts that his government chose not to sign that we're still working our way through to make sure that we can deliver the updated defence posture that the Strategic Defence Review set out so clearly. He will know that we are a government that has delivered a plan to increase defence spending, £5 billion extra in our budget this year, 2.5% of our GDP by April 2027, 3 years earlier than anyone projected, and we will achieve 3% in the next Parliament, and we have made a commitment alongside our NATO allies for 3.5% on defence as part of 5% on national security by 2035, and he will also remember, I know it was a wee while ago, but when he was a defence minister, it is very normal to do business as usual budget management in year. We are fixing the mess that his party left us in defence, but for the purpose of this statement today, I don't wish to make party political jibes. I wish to reinforce the cross-party support that this House can show for our friends in Ukraine, and we will continue to do that, and I look forward to that further support being on show next year and every year afterwards.
Chair of the Defence Committee, Tan Singh Desi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Defence Minister for advance sight of his statement. And indeed, what a moving, poignant and inspirational final letter by the late Lance Corporal George Hooley. We will remember him. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also know that the whole of the Defence Committee wholeheartedly supports the government's steadfast support for Ukraine, its approach to a just and lasting peace for Ukraine, as well as robust security guarantees for our Ukrainian friends. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's Putin and Russia that has illegally invaded another sovereign European nation, and they should pay the cost, rather than the lion's share of the burden falling on my Slough constituents and the British taxpayer. So rather than prevaricating, when will the government and its European allies finally use the frozen Russian assets to punish Putin and properly support our Ukrainian friends?
Minister.
Well, can I thank him and his committee for the work that they have done over the past 12 months in support of our service personnel and in support of our allies, not just in Ukraine, but across the world as well. We're continuing to work alongside our European partners to look at how we can use the immobilised sovereign Russian assets. We are undertaking discussions indeed today on that very topic. There is strong support from the Prime Minister, the Chancellor and the Defence Secretary for progress on this, and we are seeing more progress from our European allies. I hope that we will continue to make that progress, because the case he makes about Russia paying for the damage that they have caused, the cost that they have inflicted on the Ukrainian people, is absolutely right, and that is a case that we need to continue to make, especially as we get towards I hope, a peace deal that can bring a just and lasting peace, but it needs to be a fair one, where the voices of the Ukrainian people are heard very clearly.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for advance sight of the statement. Most members of this House recognise that Vladimir Putin has no interest in securing a just peace for Ukraine. The only peace he would accept is one which carves up Ukraine and leaves it defenceless against future Russian invasion. And I welcome the steps the government has taken to apply more pressure to Putin, and I want to encourage ministers to go further today. As he has pointed out, Putin's oil profits are still propping up his war machine. They will continue to serve as a lifeline to the Russian economy until the UK, together with our international partners, turns the screw more tightly. So, has the Minister considered Liberal Democrats' calls to work with G7 partners to lower the oil price cap to $30 a barrel, a step which could cut more than a third off of Putin's oil profits? Donald Trump has become another vital lifeline for Vladimir Putin. He remains fixated on rewarding the Kremlin's illegal invasion by pressurising Ukraine into giving up unconquered land in the Donbass. Reports now suggest that Trump is trying to block the UK and Europe from seizing frozen Russian assets, despite the transformative leverage they could provide Ukraine in terms of funding for new weapons. So, can the Minister confirm that the government will not allow Trump to block efforts to seize these assets? And can he confirm whether the government will seize the £30 billion worth in assets in this country, which estimates suggest could fund half of Ukraine's estimated military budget for 2026?
Minister.
Can I thank her and I think welcome her to a defence debate from the front bench here. I agree with her that it is important that as we hopefully move towards a peace deal brokered by our American allies, that the Ukrainian voice is loud and strong, and that a deal is not a pause in hostilities, it is the end of hostilities. In order for that to happen, the Ukrainians must have their voice significantly heard in those negotiations, be part of it, and be able to maintain a viable defence for their own nation in the future. The UK stands ready to support them with the Coalition of the Willing, the multinational force Ukraine, and further actions. I hope that she will recognise that the actions we've taken on the Russian oil price cap have made a difference. My colleagues in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and Development Office, as well as the Treasury, continue to look at more methods we can use, and indeed a key part of our sanctions activity is doing so alongside our allies, and we continue to build international support for those actions, and that includes making sure that we can maintain our NATO commitments and our NATO unity when it comes to not only Euro-Atlantic security, but also the support we can offer Ukraine.
John McDonnell.
Can I return to the issue of the Russian assets? In talking to members of the Russian community last night, Ukrainian community last night, the anxiety is if a deal is not done quickly. Sorry, did the honourable gentleman want to intervene? No. Talking to members of the Ukrainian community last night who were extremely worried about the situation, their concern is unless a deal is done quickly, again, there will be threats not just to Ukraine but to Poland itself as well because of the massing on the Belarusian borders. Can I say to him that the fear is that if somehow Trump tries to impose a peace deal that eventually becomes temporary, those very assets will be used for the next invasion of Ukraine. That's why it's so important to seal the deal now. And on a final point, with regard to Abramovich, I welcome that. But there was a long period in which the City of London was used as the Russian laundromat for tax avoidance. It would be worthwhile now, I think, the government looking again at the Russian tax avoidance that located itself within the UK to see whether or not some of those assets could be used for the Ukraine rebuilding.
Minister.
Well, can I thank the right honourable gentleman for his comments? I agree with him that it is important that we make progress on the Russian seized assets. Those negotiations and those discussions are continuing today, and I hope that we'll be able to report positive news in due course. He is right about the threats, not just to Ukraine, but to our NATO allies along the eastern flank. It's for that reason that the UK has deployed forces in support of our allies, both Typhoon jets, our support for our Estonian allies with Opca Brit, and the British Army presence there with our forward land forces. We'll continue to do so, and I recognise what the right honourable gentleman has said about the importance of making sure that we can be proud of the measures that we are taking as a country to stand up against money laundering, illicit finances. We've made good progress, but my colleagues in the Treasury will continue to look at new avenues to clamp down their illicit finance, especially because it is an important measure to say we hope peace comes soon to Ukraine, but the threat from Russia does not end when peace comes.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
I agree with the Minister that we've got to work on a cross-party basis on this because that's how we're strongest. But so can we agree on these 2 points? That it would be absolutely intolerable in any peace settlement if Ukraine was forced to give up territory which Russia has not already conquered forcibly, and Ukraine gives up its fortress belt. But this is like stripping Czechoslovakia of Sudetenland and leaving them defenceless. There's another even more important point. We can't have a peace settlement again on warm words. We've got to have a commitment that Ukraine's defence is protected by the equivalent of an Article 5 declaration. The only thing that will deter Putin is that he knows that if he invades again, there will be war with the West, and we will win. So can we unite on those 2 powerful points?
Can I thank the Father of the House for the strength he has put into those arguments? We are in a new era of threat, and our approaches do need to adapt for that. It is right that Ukraine are at the negotiating table and they decide the terms in which a peace deal is done, and we will continue to support them in order to deliver that. We are very clear that is for Ukraine to decide the future in the negotiations. When it comes to security guarantees, we continue to believe that the long-term future for Ukraine is within NATO, but it is for Ukraine to decide on their security alliances. But it is also important that as we look towards what a possible peace might be, that the security guarantees exist within that framework that not only enable the deployment of Western forces to help support our Ukrainian friends in that situation, but also prevent Putin pausing, regrouping and coming back for more. And I entirely take the spirit in which he's asked those questions.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's newspapers carry further coverage of attempts by Russia to influence political systems in the West. To avoid being held to account for the war in the Ukraine, Russian agents are reportedly undermining financial institutions and public servants in Belgium. Following the jailing of a former reform leader in Wales for taking bribes on behalf of Russia, does he agree with me that the inquiry into foreign financial interference in our domestic politics hasn't come soon enough?
Minister.
Can I thank my friend for that? The vast majority of the seized Russian assets are held by Belgium, effectively in the geography, and that is why the discussions we're having is not only international, but also direct with our Belgian colleagues. I hope progress can be made there. He's right, though, that the threats we face from Russia are not just military threats. The sub-threshold threats, the grey zone threats, the election interference we see Russia perpetrating around the world, the threats and cyber attacks on the UK and our allies, the grey zone attacks on potential attacks on our undersea infrastructure are all part of that increasing threat that Russia is posing to our country, to our values and to our alliances. And so for that reason, that is absolutely right that the government takes steps in all those areas to look at what can be done to prevent that Russian interference and defend ourselves stronger and better. That does include increasing defence spending, but other measures as well.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I first of all start by paying tribute and offering thanks to all those who are on the front lines in our uniform and guarding our seas, guarding our land and guarding our air. They will be on duty for the next fortnight when many of us will be celebrating and they won't have the chance to be with their families. May I, however, raise a point that I don't really want to raise, but it is, I'm afraid, fundamentally true, which is that the promises of defence spending are actually coming in the never-never. They're coming after the next election. The reality is the uplift that the Minister has spoken about, which he knows very well, is actually a reallocation of money that was allocated to Ukraine, is still allocated to Ukraine, was coming out of one budget and is now under the defence budget. That's Treasury chicanery. That's not a defence uplift. And what we're actually seeing is we're seeing the reality that we are not considered serious. We complain, understandably, that we're not part of President Trump's talks, but we're not willing to put the money or the stake on the ground that means that we are a capable and equal player. The reality is we're seeing what Poland's doing, we're seeing what the Baltic states are doing, and we're not doing it ourselves. Until we are willing to do it ourselves, I'm afraid the Minister and all of us here are not being serious. We are not truly standing with Ukraine. We are not truly defending the British people. And I'm afraid the promises will come to naught.
Yes. Can I thank the right honourable gentleman for the passion he puts that argument. We are increasing defence spending. There is £5 billion extra in the defence budget this year. We will be having more money in our budget every year for the next 10 years. There's not a single person in uniform who has served in uniform with a decade ahead of them of rising defence spending. We need to spend that well, but we also need to recognise that with increasing threats, it's not just defence that needs to spend money well, it's the whole of government and the whole of society that need to step up as well. So it's not just an MOD pursuit, although we do take the lead in many cases. And can I say to him, his thanks for the service personnel deployed around the world. For members that may not have seen it yet, the Royal Navy Christmas advert showing the real-life events of HMS Diamond when she was in the Red Sea, showing what happens at home and for our people deployed abroad is well worth a watch.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For some Ukrainian children, this will be the fourth Christmas that they will spend in Russia after being torn from their families by the Russian state. For others, they will spend their Christmas living under occupation. And for many more, they will spend their Christmas in a military training camp being taught to fight against their own country. So can my honourable friend set out what recent work he's been doing with colleagues in the FCDO to make sure that those children don't find themselves on the battlefield and spend their next Christmas in their own home, in their own country, with their own families?
Minister.
Children should never be pawns of war. Can I just place on record my thanks to my honourable friend for her championing of this issue. There's not a Ukraine debate that goes by without the issue of Ukrainian children being raised by her. It is absolutely vital, and it is why, as a country, we have said that a lasting and just peace in Ukraine must include the return of all the stolen Ukrainian children by Russia. We've committed more than £2.8 million to support Ukrainian efforts to facilitate the return and reintegration of children deported by Russia. We will continue to support that effort, and we will continue to make the case that stealing children is not the sign of a strong nation. It is the sign of a weak nation, and that is not something that either we will support nor any other decent nation around the world should back at all.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I welcome what the Minister said in terms of introducing a maritime services ban on Russian liquefied natural gas. I was a little less welcoming of the fact that he talked about it being phased in over the next year. It was reported this week that UK-insured ships have transported almost half of Russian diesel exports since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. These exports are thought to have been worth more than £24 billion. and UK-owned or UK-insured vessels are reported to have enabled the export of £45 billion worth of Russian gas. Why can't the government get on with this UK maritime services ban today?
Can I thank him for his question? We've announced that we intend to introduce that maritime services ban on Russian LNG, which will restrict Russia's ability to export globally. This will be phased in, and the reason it is being phased in is so it can be in lockstep with our EU friends who are introducing equivalent restrictions. But he's right to identify the issue. The government is right to take steps to address it, and I'm an impatient so-and-so, and I know that the efforts that we are making across government are also based on that similar impatience to get it done fast, but it must be done well.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for his statement and send solidarity to Ukraine. And as Christmas approaches, I'd like to thank all who serve in our armed forces and wish them a Merry Christmas wherever they are in the world. And I'd like to pause and remember Lance Corporal George Hooley, who, as we've heard from the Minister, has returned home to the UK. Before his passing, as many of our armed forces do, Lance Corporal Hooley wrote a letter to his friends and family to be opened in the event of his death. And if you'll allow me, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to share a few of his beautiful, poignant and proud words. If you're reading this, it means I didn't make it home. Please don't let that be the thing that breaks you. You know I was doing what I believed in, as well as loved, with people I respected, and for reasons that mattered to me, my country, and democracy and freedom in this world. I was proud of what I was doing. Don't remember me in sadness and loss, but be proud. I went out doing what I was trained to do, what I chose to do, and I had all of you in my heart the whole way. Rest in peace, Corporal George Hooley.
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for reading Lance Corporal George Hooley's words into the record. As a mother of someone who has people serving in our armed forces, I know just how close that will hit her and indeed members across the House. We ask extraordinary things of our people and what they do and the sacrifices they make, both the ultimate sacrifice in this case, but the sacrifice at Christmas is one that is appreciated on the government benches, on the opposition benches, and I believe by everyone in the United Kingdom.
Sir Julian Lewis.
May I just endorse what the Honourable Lady and the Minister have said about Lance Corporal Hooley, who sounds as if he was a fine individual and a great soldier. And 29th of December will be the 85th anniversary of President Roosevelt's famous fireside chat radio broadcast, in which he defined his country, which was not then at war, as the arsenal of democracy in support of those countries that were at war. He did not say that Churchill had no cards to play. He did not say that Adolf Hitler should be rewarded with recognition of the countries that had been occupied. By the end of the war, the Americans had seen the importance of standing in alliance with the other democracies. And when Germany was divided, they made certain that the western part of Germany was not a military vacuum. If by force Ukraine is divided, does the Minister agree that we democracies must make sure that Western free Ukraine is not a military vacuum either?
Minister.
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman for the way that he put that argument? It is precisely the reason that we are working with our French colleagues on the Coalition of the Willing to make sure that when peace comes, and I hope it comes soon, we will be able to support our Ukrainian friends, allowing them to remove their units from the front line, reconstitute them up to NATO standard, because the deterrence that we need in Ukraine is a stronger Ukraine that will stand up against any future Russian aggression. But we need to recognise that as a leading country in NATO, we have commitments not just to our friends in Ukraine, which we will honour, but also to our NATO allies along the eastern flank and elsewhere in the Euro-Atlantic. We will continue to make commitments and support those efforts as well.
Kevin Bonavere.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The people of Ukraine are not alone, as we've heard in this House today. Their sacrifices are for their own country, but they are for us all. And therefore I'm very grateful for what this government is doing, leading the way. So much more is being done to support our brethren and sisters in Ukraine. However, Russia is not just a threat to Ukraine, it's to all Europe. And we have heard about the threats to this country. So what can the Minister tell us about the steps across government we are doing to stop interference in our democracy, to stop attacks on our infrastructure, and indeed the whole of our society?
Can I thank him? The approach that this government has taken has been ever so slightly different from previous governments. And we had made a different approach in revealing Russian activity precisely because the threats we are facing are increasing. And in revealing the activity of the Russian spy ship Yantar, for instance, on her recent visit over some of our infrastructure, the shining of a laser at our RAF pilots, we were deliberately calling out that behaviour, being clear about the threats that Russia poses, but also signalling support for our allies in doing so, but doing something else as well. We need to take the British people with us. Part of that is a whole of government approach, but a whole of society approach to be clear about the threats that Russia poses to our way of life, our values, our laws and institutions, but also to be clear that we can do something to stand up against them. Every government department can do so. And having met the Security Minister this morning, I know that he is taking the threats seriously, and we are doing more in that respect to deal with the threats that Russia poses, and there'll be further announcements in the new year.
Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're thinking of all Ukrainians today, particularly the around 2,500 who found sanctuary in Aberdeen and will be spending Christmas worried about their friends and family who remain in Ukraine. Madam Deputy Speaker, according to the Defence Select Committee, the most effective way to ensure long-term security for Ukraine and to ensure the strongest possible European defence framework is to have strategic unity with our European allies. Can the Minister please confirm what the reasons are behind refusing to join the SAFE programme?
Can I thank her for putting on record the Ukrainians that are in the UK because they found sanctuary with families up and down the country and will continue to receive our support. We entered into negotiations with our European friends around SAFE in good faith. We wanted to secure a deal, but we were also clear from the start that we would not accept a deal that was not in the best interests of our taxpayers or British defence industry. Sadly, we weren't able to find a financial measure of inclusion that was the fair level. We were happy paying our fair share to be included, but we were not paying, would be willing to pay above that. We continue to work with our European friends, and indeed, United Kingdom British companies are able to participate in SAFE arrangements up to 35%. We'll continue to work with bilateral arrangements, such as the Trinity House Agreement we signed with Germany, and with our friends in Norway after the frigate deal, which will benefit Scotland so considerably. But there's more to do across Europe, and we'll continue to do so, whether we're in SAFE or not.
Alan Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's announcement that readiness levels have been revised and increased so that if a just peace can be successfully negotiated, that forces are ready to deploy to prevent future Russian aggression. So could the Minister set out to the House, firstly, to what extent the Coalition of the Willing is ready for such a significant deployment and commitment, and if he can comment, what force elements we might see deployed first?
Minister.
Can I thank my friend for his question? We are ready to deploy the Coalition of the Willing. I'm afraid I won't be able to give the news that Putin wants about what units we are deploying, but the Coalition of the Willing has a number of elements. Safe skies, which would be probably the fastest deployment of assets in terms of combat air, Typhoon jets and allied jets to secure the airspace. Safe seas, securing the maritime domain, and then supporting the regeneration of Ukrainian forces. We continue to work with our Coalition of the Willing allies around rotating readiness. So whenever peace comes, we're able to deploy that, and we have UK personnel working with our friends and allies on the Coalition of the Willing to make sure that if President Trump's peace deal is successful, we're able to move immediately after that deal takes place.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder if the Minister is able to update us on demining in Ukraine. Ukrainian civilians are regularly still being killed by mines or IEDs. The last time that I had the opportunity to visit Ukraine, it was with the Halo Trust, which is based in my own constituency and which carries out the meticulous work of removing these mines. But the scale of the mines that exist there remain a serious threat to the civilian population.
Minister.
The right honourable gentleman is exactly correct. The reckless use of Russian mines across large amounts of Ukraine pose a threat to not just Ukraine's military forces, but to civilians every single day in Ukrainian territory and in occupied Ukrainian territory. Can I thank him for placing thanks for those people in his constituency and elsewhere that undertake the demining. We will continue to support that effort with our Ukrainian friends, and indeed we want to go further and support the demining efforts in the Black Sea after peace to make sure that it's not just mines cleared from the land, but those maritime mines that threaten the peaceful trade in the Black Sea that can also be addressed when peace comes.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for reiterating the UK's commitment to stand by Ukraine in this illegal war by Russia. This is another Christmas that many Ukrainians in the UK will be spending away from their family and away from their home. Can he join with me in wishing them a Merry Christmas, a commitment that will always be a safe haven for them, and to thank people like Victoria Shatenko, who are leading the efforts to make in the UK to make sure that they have a happy Christmas.
Minister.
Can I thank my friend for her question? This is a difficult time at Christmas because you tend to think of family. You tend to think of those people who you have lost and the people you miss. And for many of our Ukrainian friends, not only have many of them lost their homes, their family members, but there's uncertainty about their friends and family members on the front line, and those that remain in Ukraine and indeed in occupied Ukraine as well. So I want to thank all those members of our communities that have welcomed Ukrainians into our communities. We will continue to support our Ukrainian friends at home and abroad, and I wish all Ukrainians a very Merry Christmas and hopefully a peaceful New Year.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's statement and reiterate Reform's strong support with all parties in this House for Ukraine, its sovereignty, its independence against the dictator Putin. The Minister knows I have spoken frequently about using the frozen central assets, and I'm encouraged by his words today. But can I urge him to go further, because Ukrainian friends of mine have reinforced the strength of the negotiating leverage of these assets, and therefore this government has the opportunity to show real leadership in this coalition of the willing and commit unilaterally to using those frozen central assets.
I think in the spirit of Christmas, can I thank him and for his support for this effort. I think it is so important that we can, as much as possible, present a cross-party unified voice, which is so important. And I think the steps that he has taken, especially to address the pollution in his own party of Russian bribes, I think is an important step forward. So hopefully there can never, ever be again Russian bribes taken by people in his party or anyone else's party. He's absolutely right to raise the issues of frozen Russian assets. It is important that the UK moves with our international allies in this respect. That has been our approach from the start, and I hope we're nearly at the point where progress can be made. But he's right to say just how important it is to use those assets as leverage in peace, but also to use the value of those assets and the interest from them to support Ukraine in the fight against Putin's illegal invasion.
Ben Opsy-Jecty.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by associating myself with the remarks from the member, for Portsmouth North regarding the loss of Lance Corporal Hooley this Christmas. Given the situation in Ukraine and the possibility of a Russian redeployment and reconstitution of its forces in the event of any peace settlement, the Schwerpunkt of any future Russian belligerents may be more difficult to fix and strike. We clearly require some sort of continuous on-land deterrent to ensure we maximise our senses to effective opportunities across all domains, including space. What progress has he made in digitising our kill chain, developing our AI solution and getting inside Russia's OODA loop and ensuring the effectiveness of the Eastern Flank deterrence line? And when will we see a tangible output?
Minister.
Can I thank him? I fear there's more parliamentary questions based on that question coming at me very soon. He's absolutely right to raise the integrated digital kill web, digital targeting web as a key part of our deterrence activity. The SDR was very clear that we are moving to a situation in a digitised battlefield where any target needs to be able to be in the same decision-making process as any sensor to detect it and any effector to be able to prosecute it. We're piecing that together. The early stages in the digital digital targeting web have been taken, with money being spent to develop that concept further. That will be reinforced in the Defence Investment Plan, and what we hope to do is therefore increase the lethality of our forces by being able to have a greater flexibility in how we target and detect adversary targets using that technology, which makes our Army, our Air Force, our Navy much stronger and integrates space and cyber facilities in that combined effort. It's a good part of the SDR and we're making progress on it.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for coming to the House today, this last day of Parliament before Christmas, which keeps Ukraine at the top of the political agenda, which is where it must be. But can I also thoroughly endorse every word uttered by my right honourable friend, the member for Rayleigh, in what he said in response to his statement, and those words also of my right honourable friend for Tunbridge. I make no apology for pressuring the government to spend more on defence, and I know secretly in his heart the Minister agrees with me. Please, would the Minister also think about coming back to the House early in the new year with a debate and a motion on a 3-line whip, so that we can thoroughly debate these matters with a much fuller House than we have here this afternoon, in order that we are leading that conversation which he so ably talks about.
Minister.
Can I thank him? And I have no doubt in my mind that he, and indeed many of the people sitting behind me, will also be making the case for defence. And both the Minister for the Armed Forces, myself, the Defence Secretary, and the Minister for Veterans in the department value the focus put on defence by the cross-party debates that we have. There will be opportunities in the new year where we look at the Defence Investment Plan and how we deploy the increased defence spending that we have been allocated. But we must do so mindful of how we implement the Strategic Defence Review, because effectively that is the key strategic document that we are seeking to implement as a government, that sets out how we'll increase the lethality of our forces, how we'll renew our forces, retiring old gear, bringing on new technologies in order to do so. But more debates in this House on defence are very welcome indeed.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his statement, but also for his reminding us of the commitment of £1.6 billion deal in March of this year for 5,000 lightweight air defence missiles that support 700 jobs at Talis and Belfast, and indeed across the whole of the province. This government and this minister is committing themselves, and thank you for that. The picture on the front page of the Times today showed 2 soldiers who had been at the front for 135 days, I think it was. They looked tired. They looked like they needed a break, and they were going to send them to the back, to the rear, to have a chance to recuperate. While they were tired faces, their eyes told you the real story, the story of their courage and their commitment. So what has been done to ensure that all medical help and assistance is available to help the injured, those in mind, those in body, to ensure that they can get revigorated and go back to ensure they can stand for Ukrainians at the front? Thank you.
Minister.
Can I thank him for raising the LMM contract that we secured earlier this year in support of the production facility in Belfast. Defence is an engine for growth, and we can use not only our increased defence spending, but those in support of our friends in Ukraine to create more good, well-paid, decent jobs in every single part of the United Kingdom, including Northern Ireland. He's absolutely right. My sense of many Ukrainian soldiers on the front is that they are indeed tired, but they are undefeated. And that courage that we see, the innovative spirit that they have in using new technologies to defend their country, to defend their people against this illegal attack, is something that should give us all courage and pride. We'll continue to do so. And can I encourage the honourable gentleman to look at the Project Renovator, which is our support to help Ukrainian service personnel get recuperated and back on the front line. We're supporting that effort, as well as providing those fighting forces with the equipment they need, the innovative new technology they need, especially in drones and air defence missiles, to make sure that we can keep Ukraine in the fight and put them in the best possible position at the negotiating table as well.
Point of order, provided it pertains to the statement we've just had.
Absolutely.
Point of order, Mark Francois.
Pertaining to the statement, we had been hoping for a Christmas present of a Defence Investment Plan. The Minister has told the House that the government are working, in his words, flat out.
Order. It's not a point of order.
It's when it will be delivered.
The honourable gentleman is seeking to extend the debate that we've just had on a separate statement. That's not a point. He will know that that is not a point of order and not a matter for the chair as to whether MOD is going to bring forward to the House. But it's simply not a matter for the Chair. It doesn't pertain to the last statement. We're going to move on to the next business. Statement, Local Government Reorganisation. Minister Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I said to the House yesterday, we need to set local authorities on a plan to financial sustainability after 14 years in which the Tories decimated local government. And local government reorganisation is a part of this journey. Having layers of councils is both inefficient and ineffective. With one council in charge in each area, we will see quicker decisions to grow our towns and cities and connect people to opportunity. Residents will see more preventative care. For example, a family needing special educational needs support and help with housing need only contact one council rather than being passed between two. Residents will also benefit from more financially stable councils with combined services delivering for a larger population, providing for efficiencies and better values. That is why reorganisation is a vital part of our change. Stronger local councils equipped to generate economic growth, improve local public services and to empower their communities. And I would like to thank, as we break for Christmas, colleagues in this place and councils across the country for working with the government to deliver this process. We want to make these changes this Parliament. We've already reached a number of key milestones, including the Secretary of State's decision to implement 2 new unitary councils in Surrey. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've now received proposals from all 20 remaining invitation areas, and a consultation is open on 17 of those proposals from 6 invitation areas, and I expect to launch a consultation in early February on proposals for the remaining 14 areas that seek to meet the terms of the statutory invitation, and that consultation would be for 7 weeks. I remain committed to the indicative timetable that was published in July, which will see elections to new councils in May 2027, and those new councils going live in April 2028, subject to Parliament. Local government reorganisation is a complex process involving the rewiring of local services to bring housing, planning, public health and social care all under one roof. My ministerial colleagues and I have heard councils when they have told us about the limits they're working within and the capacity required for reorganisation. In recent weeks, as final proposals have been submitted, the number of councils voicing such concerns have grown. Many councils across the country and of all stripes have expressed anxiety about their capacity to deliver a smooth and safe transition to new councils alongside running resource-intensive elections to councils proposed to be shortly abolished. They have expressed concerns about the time and energy spent managing elections to bodies that won't shortly exist, only to run an election a year later. We've also heard from councils querying the value for taxpayers of spending tens of millions running elections to bodies that won't exist, as I said, for much longer. Councils are telling us that where capacity is a problem, postponement would free up resources to be concentrated on local government reorganisation and the delivery of good services. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government believes in devolution and local leadership. We don't wish to dictate local decisions from Whitehall without consultation. Instead, we will listen to local leaders, and it's right that the Secretary of State considers the concerns that have been raised with specific relevance to the area that it's come from. Capacity will vary between councils, and that's why the Secretary of State wants to hear from local leaders who know their areas best and understand local capacity. He is therefore today seeking the views of council leaders regarding their local capacity to deliver local government reorganisation alongside elections. To be clear, should a council say that they have no reason to delay their elections, there will be no delay. If a council voices genuine concerns, we will take these issues seriously and would be minded to grant a delay in those areas. To that end, the Secretary of State is only minded to make an order to postpone elections for 1 year to those councils who raise capacity concerns. And we've asked for representations from councils by no later than midnight on the 15th of January, and will then be in a position to make an informed decision. I'll continue to update the House on this and other important milestones for reorganisation as we deliver on this vital agenda, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Paul Holmes.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance sight of her statement. Madam Deputy Speaker, the question many will be asking out there today is, what does this Labour government have against democracy? Only 2 days ago, the Secretary of State, when asked, said all local elections are going ahead. He either hid his decision until today or changed his mind in the last 48 hours. Which was it? Voters will now be potentially denied the right to elect their own representatives, and not for the first time under this Labour government. This is the second year in a row that ministers have scrambled to postpone elections. Now, while many people gather around their screens to watch movies like How the Grinch Stole Christmas, we're sitting here discussing how Labour is trying to steal the elections. There is no mandate for their botched reorganisation plan, and the government has acted as the sole actor, forcing local council leaders to reorganise with little regard for local people and their democratic rights. Has the Electoral Commission been consulted on these latest changes, or has it once again been ignored? Just as the Speaker's Committee on the Electoral Commission noted when mayoral elections were previously cancelled, the Commission exists to protect the integrity of our electoral system, and time again this government appears content to brush aside its advice when it becomes inconvenient. I also ask the Minister directly, does the government still believe in the Gould principles, the long-standing agreement that election rules and practices should not be changed within the 6-month period of a scheduled election, or are those principles now expendable whenever Labour finds itself politically vulnerable? We accept there is a precedent for a single-year delay, but that is not what we are facing here. Does the government accept the clear advice of the Electoral Commission that further delays are unacceptable? They said scheduled polls should only be postponed in exceptional circumstances. So I ask, what are the exceptional circumstances here? Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know the answer. It's Labour's rushed, chaotic and flawed local government reorganisation plan. It is their fault. It is not local leaders' fault. Has the government actually undertaken or commissioned any up-to-date research into the costs of restructuring? Again, we know the answer, and it's a resounding no. What assessment has been made of the paralysis of this restructuring risks causing in local plan preparations? At a time when the government claims it wants to speed up planning, how does freezing governance structures help? Won't this disruption make the government's beleaguered 1.5 million homes target even harder to achieve? And what about social care? What assessment has been made on the impact of breaking up counties on adult and children's social care provision? Madam Deputy Speaker, the broader narrative here is clear. Yes, there are some councils that have expressed an interest in restructuring, but Labour's process has been rushed and deeply flawed. Local residents have not been properly consulted, and local council leaders have been left with a gun to their heads by this Labour government. We support council leaders who have engaged with this process, like the leader of Essex County Council, Kevin Bentley, who has stated very clearly and in the public domain that he will not ask for elections to be delayed in Greater Essex. I'm pleased to say that my own authority, Hampshire County Council, do not support this move either. In December 2024, Conservatives set out several clear tests. Labour have failed every single one. Is this a genuine choice for councils and communities, or are councils being compelled and punished if they do not comply? And will they be more accountable as a result? Will this keep council tax down and improve services, or simply add new layers of cost? And will it avoid disruption to social care at a time of immense strain? On all counts, the answer is no. Earlier this month, Labour cancelled mayoral elections because they were worried they wouldn't win them. Now they are doing the same with local elections, pausing the democratic process to serve their own political interests, creating for themselves a true nightmare before Christmas. This process has been a mess from start to finish. Not wanted, not in their manifesto, and centrally dictated. It's time it was scrapped today.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his response. I'll do my best to respond to a couple of the substantive points that he makes. But he says that they're supporting local leaders who are engaging in the process in good faith. And I thank him for that, despite the other comments that he made, where he indicated that perhaps his party is not supporting the move towards unitary councils, which we know are more efficient and effective, as I've said. On the important point that he makes about the Electoral Commission, of course, the Secretary of State will take that under advisement and take those any issues raised very seriously. As I mentioned in the statement, we want to take an approach that puts local insights first, and he mentions councils that don't support a delay, and as I said, that's absolutely fine. There's no problem with that at all. We want to support local leaders in what we're doing here. He mentions planning. which is an extremely important aspect given the desperate need to build more homes, and in fact that's part of the motivation for moving to unitary authorities to get that work done effectively and efficiently. He also asks about social care, which is an extremely important area. There is a lot of change going on in that area, not least the work within the Department for Health. I'm changing the way that NHS England works as well, and I'm working very closely with my colleagues in the Department for Health on that, and happy to engage further with him on it. The position on elections is as it has always been, which is that the starting point remains that elections go ahead unless there is a strong justification. What we're doing today is writing to local leaders, themselves having raised with us concerns and justifications, to ask them to set that out so that an informed decision can be taken.
Chair of the Select Committee, Florence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement this afternoon, and I appreciate the fact that she's outlined that she's listened to valid concerns from council with regards to reorganisation, and this is an issue that I've raised with ministers in terms of the uncertainty councils will face with transitioning to new councils and running those vital day-to-day services. But I will add, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am a bit disappointed in the Minister this afternoon in that this announcement has come so late in the day. This is an issue of grave importance to so many members right across this chamber. Many of them will not be here today to be able to raise their concerns with the Minister. In addition to the Secretary of State's comments 2 days ago, on the 11th of November, he appeared before our Select Committee and he said, elections are going ahead in all areas where we are told they will be going ahead. In these areas where elections are intended to go to, they will go ahead. Can the Minister inform me what has changed between now and then? The deadline is coming in a few weeks. This leaves little councils, little time to prepare, making sure that we are informing the Electoral Commission as well. Can she advise me what advice she would give to election officers who are working on planning elections? That will take time, that's going to cost money. Should they go ahead or should that be paused? And the Minister's asked for representations no later than the 16th or 15th of January. After this date, when will a final decision be made and can members have sight of that? Local reorganisation is complex, we appreciate that, but we cannot have a situation where the government keeps postponing elections. Local elections are vital and a healthy sign of democracy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Chair of the Select Committee for the points that she raises. Firstly, let me say I do take the point seriously that she makes about the timings of this. She'll understand it's been a particularly busy time and given all that's happening in the department, but I do accept absolutely the point that she's making. I've been in touch with many members of this House on reorganisation, on funding and other matters, and I anticipate that I'll be doing so over the rest of this year and very much in the new year as well. She asks about why now, and as I mentioned, we've had a number of representations from councils who are undergoing reorganisation. That is it's by no means the majority of councils undergoing reorganisation. The majority of councils who are reorganising are not due to have elections in any case. So this is a minority of those councils, but we have received representations from them, and we think it's important that we take stock and check what their view is of capacity constraints. She also asks about timings. We've asked councils to come back to us quickly, and we'll be taking decisions swiftly.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Zoe Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first of all, may I thank the Minister for advance sight of her statement. Just over 2 weeks ago, we were in this chamber for a statement cancelling the mayoral elections in 6 areas. At that time, the government assured us they intended to go ahead with May 26 elections. So it is deeply disappointing to be here again discussing cancellations and the prospect of people being denied their vote and their voice. I do wonder how voters and members of this House can trust the government on the topic of elections, given the repeated assurances elections will go ahead and then them going back on those assurances. In the Minister's statement, she indicates that the concerns have been raised regarding lack of capacity. With the government's timetable for reorganisation being clearly set out in July, it does seem strange that capacity issues are only just being highlighted. Can the Minister clarify for the House what type of capacity issues are being highlighted? Could she also advise which tier of council will be the primary decision maker on whether an area has capacity issues, and what happens if districts and county councils have differing views? And finally, the Minister will be aware that councils have already committed significant financial resources, not to mention staff hours, to planning for the 2026 May elections. Will the Minister commit today to fully reimbursing councils for costs incurred in the planning for 2026 if they end up having their elections cancelled? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for her questions. I won't respond again to things that I've already responded to, but as I mentioned, the majority of the English electorate will get to vote in the elections in 2026 that are not affected by reorganisation. There are other elections going on, and as I said, this is not the majority of councils undergoing reorganisation either. We've had a number of councils raise capacity issues with us, demand on limited resources, the challenge of getting the transition process right, and they've shared details with us, which is why we're writing to them to ask them their view formally about it, and we'll get on with this process as quickly as we can.
Steve Brace.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for not just the statement but for moving at pace with the local government reorganisation programme. Contrary to the Shadow Minister across the way, whom I have great respect for, we do want local government reorganisation in Exeter and across Devon. I've lost count over the last 18 months of a list of places and topics where two-tier government is simply not working for a diverse and dynamic city such as Exeter. I will not list them today, Madam Deputy Speaker. However, I wanted to know, does the Minister agree with me that streamlining councils and allowing cities like Exeter to take control of their own economy, destiny, services will deliver real benefits, not just for the economy and for services, but for local people too? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his contribution. I understand that today we may hear more from those with concerns about reorganisation, but the case he makes is the right one. Everywhere in this country deserves the possibility of economic and social growth.
Caroline Dinage.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, Gosport Borough Council has been given the lowest possible rating by a government regulator for the management of its social housing. The Minister will understand this is a deeply worrying time for the 3,000 Gosport tenants and for local council taxpayers. What isn't helping is the constant ambiguity, uncertainty and speculation from the local government department about the borough's future, and that is just compounding the chaos and confusion from the council's already quite hapless leadership. Now, she's already heard my colleague say that Hampshire County Council have already said they don't favour a delay, but does the Minister agree that today's announcement just adds to the uncertainty faced by thousands of residents across Hampshire?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for raising this issue in the House. It sounds really serious, and I will look at what's happened in Gosport. We endeavour to take decisions quickly and have that clarity, but I'll have a look at the issues that she raises because it sounds important to her constituents.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. I think outside the political bubble, many people, particularly those who have struggled to get local services that they've needed on their doorstep over the last few years, will welcome the idea of a modernised local government system. But this is also about funding. Luton North deserves more than just the bare essentials, and that's why I welcome a 63% increase in multi-year funding compared to the previous government's cuts of over £166 million to our town. Does the Minister agree that areas like mine deserve not only every single penny to bring back our play parks, our high streets and our local assets, but also the mechanisms to deliver for people in towns like Luton?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do agree with her. Luton deserves far better, and it's about time people in Luton had their fair share, and that happens.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister confirm that elections in Surrey will go ahead in May 2026?
Yes.
The fact of the matter is that Britain has one of the most centralised political structures anywhere in the world. If we're going to renew our democracy, rebuild confidence in the people, we do need well-led, finally secure authorities which can speak powerfully to the central government. So I advise her to proceed quickly and carefully with the reorganisation. Let me say this, members opposite, I don't listen to their advice. They launched a tsunami of attack, financial attacks on local government which left resources, council strapped. But one final point, parish and town councils, there are 10,000 of them and quite a number in my constituency. Will you have a look about how we can use those to help to renew our democracy?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't want to try your patience as much as I could say in response to the honourable gentleman who makes some excellent points, but I will just say that I've heard what he says and I'll do my best.
Mark Francois.
Labour's process of local government reorganisation is descending into farce. 2 days ago, the Secretary of State assured the House that next May's elections were going ahead. Now, the day we rise for Christmas, the Minister comes here and says, well, they might not. I back to the hilt the Conservative leader of Essex County Council, Kevin Bentley, when he says they must go ahead. He's right. But what about the lower tier? What about Labour-led Basildon, Labour-led Thurrock and Labour-led Southend? Are they allowed to run away and hide just because Labour are tanking in the polls?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to hear that the honourable gentleman has been in touch with local authority leaders. They will have heard what he said, and I'm sure that they can take his views into consideration when they respond to our letter.
Madam Jogee.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Newcastle and in Staffordshire, there's some real discussion about what the future may look like, but it is clear that some things have to change because the councils aren't operating as effectively as they may. That said, can the Minister assure me that the views of local people, the history, traditions and identity of communities will be the driving force behind any discussion about what the future may look like?
Madam Deputy Speaker, of course those things are taken into consideration and we've set out some criteria by which the decisions on reorganisation are taken, and I would refer the member to that. But effective local government is built out of a strong sense of community, and I'm sure that will be reflected in his constituency as elsewhere.
Steph Ackle-Rowan.
Deputy Speaker, and I would draw members' attention to my entry in the Register of Interest as a serving county councillor. Why has the Minister given Norfolk Conservatives a route to chicken out of their impending electoral doom? And could she tell me why the government did not support my amendment to the English Devolution Bill, which would require her to win a vote in this place in order to stop elections? Does she not believe elected members here have a right to stand up for their constituents?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. We're following the precedent in dealing with situations like this. It's happened under the previous government too, and we support that process. Council leaders will have heard what he said. I'm not sure particularly what the politics was that he was alluding to there. But nonetheless, local leaders will have heard what he said, and I'm sure that they will consider it when they take their decision.
Jerome Mayhew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is another U-turn from this government. 2 days ago, the Secretary of State said the votes were going ahead. Now we're told, when a statement slipped out just before we rise for Christmas, that they're not going to go ahead. She uses as her excuse representations from councils that she tells us she has received. Can she take this opportunity to confirm that the Conservative leader of Norfolk County Council has not made representations to her and reaffirm her public position that she will not ask for a delay in elections in Norfolk?
Minister. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I will write to him to confirm the response to that. Obviously, primarily, that's one for Norfolk, and I'm sure they may say things publicly, but I'd be very happy to discuss with him the circumstances in his constituency if he would like that.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst the Minister is doing a noble job of defending the absolutely indefensible cancellation of further elections, where is the Secretary of State, Madam Deputy Speaker, who just 2 days ago told this House, I'm sure in good faith, that the elections would go ahead? And so I do think that the Minister needs to explain what has changed in the last 48 hours. Otherwise, MPs are left with the regrettable conclusion that the Secretary of State inadvertently misled the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm awfully sorry that I am not the person that the member wanted to see at the dispatch box today. I'm Merry Christmas to him too. I feel disappointed that he is disappointed to see me here. But in any case, as I've said to other members, what's happened is that local councils have raised concerns with us, and we are attempting to get in touch with them as the letter is going to them today, so that they can say what the circumstances are in their borough. If, as we've discussed, if they wish for elections to go ahead, that's fine.
Alison Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a disgraceful decision that damages our democracy and sets a dangerous precedent. To borrow a phrase, is the Minister afraid, frightened, frit? What does she say to my constituents in Bognor Regis and Littlehampton, whose fundamental right to have their say at the ballot box is now being taken away?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure her council will have heard what she said and understood her views and opinions on this, which is the right thing. Having stood in 1 local council election and 5 general elections, I'm not afraid of democracy.
John Milne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This feels like some kind of unholy Labour-Conservative alliance to avoid electoral humiliation. At West Sussex County Council, the dysfunctional Conservative administration will surely grab the chance to cling on to power for yet another year past their sell-by date. To make sure that any decision to delay is taken for the right reasons, will the Minister agree to require that any council seeking to cancel elections will also be required to see out the rest of their term under a cross-party rainbow coalition comprised of existing councillors?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure I have the power to do that.
Jenkins.
Speaker, could I invite the Minister to be open and candid with the House? Could she tell the House what discussions there have been and what views or opinions or advice or instructions have been issued to her fellow ministers or her special advisers by the political advisers in number 10?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I mentioned a few times, we've had representations from councils about their capacity. Of course, we discuss these issues as ministers and as part of the government, and those discussions happen in the usual way as he would expect.
George Babarindi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, after reform-led Staffordshire County Council, Conservative-run East Sussex County Council pays out the highest amount in compensation to people with respect to potholes in between 2022 to 2024. People in Eastbourne want to have their say. So can she confirm whether or not the leader of East Sussex County Council has already made representations to her about the cancellation of elections next year? And will she confirm whether she expects the people of East Sussex to have a say at the ballot box in 2026?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure East Sussex County Council will have heard what he's said, and they may discuss that with him directly, as I would happily do so if he would like that.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Can I explain to the Minister why this U-turn is worrying? She said there would have to be strong reasons for elections to be cancelled, and then cancelled them on not very strong reasons. Her predecessor said that there would have to be very strong reasons why boundary changes might happen during local government reorganisation. We are extremely concerned that Southampton City Council wants to split off the sensitive waterside that looks towards the rural New Forest and amalgamate that under its power structure in the future. Can we now be confident that those very strong reasons that would have to be adduced for any boundary changes really amount to any sort of guardianship of the situation at all?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I've heard what the Right Honourable Gentleman says, and I will take that as part of the consideration of the issues around reorganisation. He makes an important point, and I have heard it. We've published the criteria that will take the decisions on with regards to reorganisation, and we need to stick to those criteria. But I take seriously the point that he's raised.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for her update? Having went through a local government restructure in Northern Ireland some years ago, the shifts are dynamic and can be very difficult to reconcile in new ways. So what information will be available for the general public to ensure that the transition is understood and that people are not alienated from their local representation? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman's commitment to taking part in these discussions and the insights that he brings from Northern Ireland, which I'll alert colleagues in local government to and let them know that there's experience that they could learn from in the points that he makes.
Point of order, Sir Bernard Jenkin.
I'm most grateful. It is about the reply I got to my question, because I have it on very good authority that these decisions have been taken by political advisers in Number 10. And she didn't deny that. Could she clarify whether I'm right to take away that impression, or could she be more open and candid with the House?
The honourable gentleman will know that that's not a matter for the chair, and I am reluctant to allow continuation of debate via the mechanism of points of order, unless the Minister wishes to respond. No. We now come to the Select Committee statement on behalf of the Backbench Business Committee. Bob Blackman will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of his statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement, which must be brief questions, not speeches. Can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the committee chair, not the relevant government minister, and front benchers may take part in questioning. Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and with permission I'll make a statement on the report on the first 15 years of the Backbench Business Committee. As members will be aware, the Backbench Business Committee came out of the right reforms which were presented to this House, all bar one of which has actually been implemented. The only one that hasn't been implemented is the requirement for a House Business Committee, but I'll leave that to the leader to consider in the future. I'd also like to pay tribute to my two predecessors as chairs of the committee, Natasha Engel and Ian Mears. They led the committee with appropriate dignity and actually formatted many different reforms in this place as a result. And indeed, I've had the pleasure of serving on the committee for 14 of the 15 years, so I've witnessed at first hand the excellent work that they did. Our role is very simple, and that's to encourage debates on a wide area of subjects that the government doesn't necessarily wish to be debated in the House. We also have a duty to ensure that requests for debates actually have the support from a cross-party basis to use the time as effectively as possible. We also allow, of course, for select committee statements to take place. And I remind select committee chairs that they can actually apply to the Backbench Business Committee for a debate on reports that they produce, which may then lead to a motion that they wish to put on the order paper. There is a slight problem with this, which I'd recommend to the leader that he looks at very seriously, and that is at the moment the standing order requires such statements to be within 5 working days of the publication of a select committee report, and we would like to see that extended to 10 working days to allow more flexibility for select committees to make appropriate statements to the House on the work that they've done. The issue around substantive motions, which are divisible motions that the House can consider, in the period between 2010 and 2012, the first 2 years of the committee, 63% of the debates in this chamber were on divisible motions. In the last 2 years, that's reduced to 25%. And in the report, we've summarised the various different years that have taken place and how that has changed. I think there is a reason for that, namely that this is not binding on the government, and often, well, hardly ever, is there a vote on a divisible motion. They're normally nodded through. So I would urge the leader to have a look at this and say, could we have a framework for action on the divisions or the motions that are passed by this House, and what action the government is prepared to take on those and report back to the House. Now, at the moment, generally speaking, for the Chamber, we're confined to Thursdays. And indeed, one of the suggestions we've made is that we should be given more time between Mondays and Wednesdays, possibly 90-minute debates,
either before or after appropriate government time, to allow backbenchers to actually have debates on issues that they wish to have. I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, and today is another day where it's happened, that our debates are often curtailed by urgent questions and statements from the government. I think that's unfair on backbenchers who are here to obviously to take part in important debates that they've sponsored, and indeed often we have visitors to the chamber who are in the public gallery to witness those particular debates. And I think we need to do something about this to prevent the backbench debates from being curtailed and colleagues going to have to do very short speeches instead. On Westminster Hall, we obviously have the opportunity to allocate the 90-minute debate on Tuesday morning and debates on Thursday afternoon. We have suggested once again, and I hope the leader will look at this sympathetically, that we bring forward the debates on a Thursday afternoon from 1:30 to 12:30 and from 3 o'clock to from 2:30 to 2 p.m, which would then allow members to get away and close Westminster Hall at an earlier time, which would be much more convenient for staff. We often have rejections of offers for the second slot on Thursday afternoons unfairly, in my view. I'd also suggest that given that we rigorously look at the applications that are submitted, that it would be helpful if we looked at more allocation on Tuesdays and Wednesdays in Westminster Hall, so we can ensure that there is sufficient support across party to make sure those debates are balanced. But obviously that's at the hands of the Speaker and Deputy Speakers, which I respect. I'd also point out that the Procedure Committee have made certain recommendations. They don't have to wait for a government motion to be put. They can apply for time under Backbench Business Committee for a House motion on House business. Often, and I'm not accusing the current government of this, but it's often been the case that the government have frustrated the Procedure Committee when they want to make changes by not making time available. So I'd alert the Procedure Committee to that opportunity. Equally, one of the things that we are looking at doing, and I would want to work with the leader on this, is the allocation of more topical debates. At the moment, we've got a 6-month waiting list for debates, and obviously it means by the time those debates come up, often the topicality is gone. So if we could get to a point whereby we could announce a topical debate on a Tuesday, have bids before our meeting, and then announce the result of that for a Thursday, that would really get us to a topical time, but it would require, I believe, a change in standing orders. One of the issues that we've often had complaints about, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the fact that our Backbench Select Committee is the only Select Committee in this House that has to have elections after every King's Speech and State Opening. That means that there is a delay after the King's Speech for the Chair to be elected and the members of the committee to be elected, just at a time when there's often an opportunity for general debates, either in the Chamber or debates in Westminster Hall. So I would ask that we change that to have it continuous throughout the life of the Parliament. There is a further issue which I'll just raise, which is the reform of private members' bills. I've piloted through 3 private members' bills myself through this place to successful conclusion, but they are dependent on, frankly, a raffle. So if you're successful in the raffle, you do well. One of the things that the Procedure Committee, when I was on the Procedure Committee, recommended, and I'm glad to see the Procedure Committee is now doing, is recommending that the Backbench Business Committee be able to consider those bids for the first 4 days of the private members' bills, first 4 sitting Fridays, for prioritisation on those that are well-founded with cross-party support and detailed work has been done, rather than having someone getting drawn in the lottery, that is the private members' bill ballot, and then deciding what they're going to do. I think this would be a better place for making law accordingly. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't continue any longer. I look forward to any questions that colleagues may have.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Has my honourable friend and his committee considered whether anything can be done to encourage more media interest in the subject of the debate which his committee grants? I have in mind a particularly outstanding debate on Ukraine, which was initiated by my honourable friend for Harwich and North Essex on Thursday the 4th of December. Every speech from every participant, with the possible exception of my own, was outstandingly good, and there was no coverage whatsoever that I could detect afterwards. Is there anything that can be done to persuade those whose responsibility it is to report on the proceedings of this House that sometimes it's worth taking note of what the backbenchers have to say?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. The reality is that, of course, the sponsor of a debate is responsible for not only the content of their speech, but also encouraging the press to get involved and promoting their debates, which can be on a wide range of topics. I mean, one of the great things about the Backbench Business Committee is we consider things that most people have never even thought of as possible debates. And therefore it is important, incumbent on the individuals that propose these debates to actually promote them appropriately.
Adam Jogi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Chairman for the statement. Just a very quick point. A number of colleagues have found it quite frustrating getting debate applications successfully put, and I mean the fact that you have to get 15 government backbenchers and 8 opposition and the rest. So I wonder if there's any thought that could be given to make it a little bit easier, such are the circumstances of the general election result last year, which means there's fewer members of the opposition to add up for those applications.
Well, our standard position is this, and that is for a 90-minute Westminster Hall debate, 8 speakers are required, and that is a reasonable number, I think, for a 90-minute debate. 4 should come from the government side and 4 from the opposition. That's the combined opposition, not restricted to one party. For chamber debates, I think it's perfectly reasonable that we look at getting 15 speakers, broadly speaking, a balance between opposition and government. Because what we want to make sure, and this allows me to say, that certainly in this session, that we have every single debate in the chamber has had, well, something like 70%, I think I'm right in saying, have had time limits imposed on backbench speakers, and this afternoon is going to be another one, I suspect, very clearly. But equally, so we actually get enough speakers. There was one debate, which I well remember, and I'm not going to name the colleague who's no longer in this place, came along with a huge list of something like 85 members who wished to take part. He then stood up and spoke, and there was no one else that had actually come along to speak. And after that, I am very, very conscious that we've got to make sure that people sign up, but not just sign up to agree to the debate, but also sign up to turn up and speak.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Chair for his report. He will be aware that when we had a debate on digital ID inspired by a public petition, there was a massive turnout and massive participation. It was very crowded, and which was a good sign. But many of us thought that really a debate of such magnitude and such importance ought to be held in the main chamber. And is his committee making representations towards getting more time here for debates that are inspired by a very large number of people signing a public petition? Certainly when there's over 1 million, I think we ought to be thinking about having a debate in here, not Westminster Hall.
The right honourable gentleman for that question. The reality is, of course, that it is for the Petitions Committee to come forward with debates, and of course I would strongly support the Petitions Committee having time in the chamber, as long as it doesn't detract from the backbench business time that is available. But equally, on the subject that he raises, if he and colleagues wish to come forward with an application, I'm sure our committee will look very sympathetically, particularly as it was such a well-attended debate.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank very much the Chair of the Backbench Committee and all of the committee members for what they do to ensure that debates are held and heard. The Chair has referred to the numbers of backbench applications there have been, and they've been absolutely ginormous, I understand, and they will take us right through to maybe April, May of next year. The Chair of the Committee has often tried to ensure there would be extra time available in this chamber. Since there's no time available whatsoever in Westminster Hall for all the debates that are presently sought, what can be done to ensure that the main chamber can be made available for the backbench committee debates that have been requested? Thank you.
Well, I thank the question from our honorary season ticket holder at the backbench. Prior to the, as is reported in the report, prior to the 2019 general election, he appeared before the committee no less than 44 times with applications. He's continued with that, and of course he is the top member who has applications before the committee, and we're always pleased to grant appropriate ones that he wishes. The reality is that we encourage people, and I think one of the things I am encouraged by is that there are large numbers of MPs now that come before us, new, never been before the committee before, who come with an application, well supported across the House, and people, I think the message has got home that this is one of the best ways that you can get a debate on an issue that affects you.
I called Charlie Maynard on a point of order in connection with the Code of Conduct to rectify a failure to declare.
On a point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker, in response to a recommendation from the Committee on Standards, I would like to apologise to the House for failing to register several interests within the 28-day period set by the House. These included my receipt of pro bono legal advice to support my intervention in the sanctions hearing of Thames Water United Limited's restructuring plan at the High Court and subsequently at the Court of Appeal. Nor did I appreciate that I should have registered an informal arrangement with a family member to use their London flat without charge while I was staying in Westminster. I also owned and subsequently sold shares in a Vietnamese company which exceeded the threshold for registration. And finally, I failed to update my register entry when my role as a councillor at West Oxford District Council ended. These failures were a result of my own errors. I'm grateful to the committee for recognising that I neither gained nor sought to gain any advantage, and that I acted honestly in repeatedly drawing the Commissioner's attention to failings as I identified them. I fully accept these are breaches of Rule 5 of the Code of Conduct. I apologise to the House and commit to take a more diligent approach to the registration of my interests in future.
Can I thank the honourable member for his point of order and for giving notice of it? I remind the House that members may seek advice on the Code of Conduct at any time from the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards and from the Registrar of Members' Financial Interests. There will be no further points of order on this issue. Which brings us to the backbench debate on matters to be raised before the forthcoming adjournment. Bob Blackman to move.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the House has considered matters to be raised before the forthcoming adjournment. And at the outset, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I wish you, members, their staff, all the staff here in Parliament, a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and a happy, peaceful, prosperous, and above all else, healthy New Year. And as the nights are drawing in, no doubt we'll all be lucivigous by the spring. Explanations of that will be held later. Now, turning to matters local to my constituency, when the Conservative Party took over Harrow Council back in 2022, the council was marred in corruption, backlogs in roads, potholes and pavement maintenance, and basic services were not being delivered to residents with a very high level of council tax. Well, things have changed. The administration is now spending more than £40 million across 3 years on the highways budget, and it's very apparent that things have changed in our roads and pavements. We've also rolled out 1 hour free parking across the borough, which is the most generous parking allowance anywhere in London. Fly tipping, which is the blight, I know, not only of Harrow, but many other areas of the country, is being addressed. And in the last year alone, more than 1,000 fines were issued for the culprits of fly tipping. And the council has even reopened phone lines so you can actually call and speak to a human being at the council. And after many years of that not being the case, I think that's really something I welcome. Now, in Rayners Lane, to tackle the scourge of double parking and those who simply think they can park the car in the middle of the road, lock the car and go off to the shops, they are now finding that, thanks to local councillor Taya Idikar, it's been an enormous success for Red Route, with more than 500 fines issued in the first week and growing awareness of the scheme rules. So I just hope that Santa Claus, when he visits Rayners Lane, doesn't park in the middle of the road, because he'll get a ticket. In terms of fly tipping, the council has introduced a free bulky waste collection for every household every year, which I think is making a huge difference, because we know what it's like when people want to dispose of freezers, wardrobes or sofas. We want to see those cleared up quickly. So the bulky waste collection, as well as drop and go sessions, where literally the council turn up at a recycling centre in a car park near to residents, fly tip it, and then people can bring their fly tipping to the drop and go centre. That is extremely popular and has reduced fly tipping as a result, and people see the difference. But there is, of course, a penalty if you do indeed dump rubbish on the streets in Harrow or elsewhere. You should suffer the penalties. And indeed, we suffered a similar criminal fly tip, but not as large as the one that was in Oxfordshire. And so it's vitally important that residents continue to report fly tips and action is taken. Now, there could have been even better news for residents in Harrow this week, where we were all looking forward to the confirmation about Harrow's first SEND school to be built for more than a generation. The money to build and operate the school was delivered under the previous Conservative administration in government. But like so many other projects, this Labour government came into office, froze this particular proposal, and we've been struggling to get clarity ever since. Indeed, the budget was supposed to be an early Christmas present for residents, but it's turned into the nightmare before Christmas. And last week, not even we, but certain colleagues on the other side were told of the bubble and squeak medley of the announcement last week. Money was announced to improve existing SEND facilities in mainstream schools, whilst a new school that had been promised by the previous Labour administration in Harrow is now minded to be cancelled by the government. The much-needed SEND school at 265 The Ridgeway, where the previous Labour administration wanted to build flats, is in continued limbo, with alternative funding to be provided. I mean, you couldn't make it up. We're now in the position whereby this urgent school that needs to be built, children are being sent for an hour and a half each way to specialist schools miles outside of the borough, costing the council an incredible amount, and it's bad news for their education and bad news for their mental health. So spades could be in the ground now. The school could be opening soon. But we need the money, we need the school built now. In a similar sense, we've had the position in London and indeed in Harrow, where the Labour Mayor of London is breaking yet another manifesto promise and closing front counters across the capital, including in Harrow and Pinner. It's unacceptable the Mayor can promise one thing before the election, promise everything will be better with a Labour government and a Labour Mayor, whilst knowing the state of London's finances, and then break the promise so blatantly. As one of our local councillors put it, the pantomime villain in this endless saga is the big baddie, the Mayor of London. So they are, and of course, police counters are a vital safe haven for women and girls. Those who have unfortunately been sexually molested or raped need to go somewhere where they'll be safe to report the crime that's been committed against them. And indeed, in Pinner's case, the front desk was even being run by volunteers. So there's very little saving indeed. So I urge the Government and the Home Secretary to step in, join the thousands of residents that have signed my petition and my neighbour for the Honourable Member for Ruislip, Morton and Pinner's petition to keep Harrow and Pinner's police station front desks open as promised. Now, my campaign continues, and those that have attended these debates for a long time will know I've campaigned constantly for step-free access and lifts in stations in Harrow. When I was first elected, I took up the cudgels on this, and there's good news that Cannons Park Station finally has been shortlisted for a feasibility study, and I hope that comes. But we still await Queensbury and, more importantly, Stanmore, which is designated as step-free, but in reality, passengers face either 48 steps to the main entrance, 16 steps via the car park, 24 steps at the side to the bus stop, or the proposed step-free route, which is 140 metres long and includes a steep ramp that even the Paralympian Baroness Tanigray Thompson could not complete unaided. So, for the past 6 or 7 months, my office has been working to get Stanmore delisted as step-free, a proper definition of what step-free means, so that we can then get work to get lifts or adaptations installed. And can I urge any colleagues that face similar problems to contact my office so we can work together? And whilst on the topic, Transport for London continue to blame the September 2024 cyber attack for the backlog in PHV and PCO licences. That's unacceptable and delaying many of my constituents from gaining work. The new Piccadilly line trains have been delayed again. They're not expected until late next year. And graffiti on the Bakerloo and Central line continues to get worse. despite the head of TfL claiming that vigilantes from Looking for Growth were actually painting graffiti to then clean it off. I mean, it's a complete ridiculous position. On homelessness, the position is that homelessness in England is increasing. Crisis found that record levels of homelessness with more than 300,000 individuals and families are experiencing its worst forms in 2024, which is an increase of 22%. London, of course, has the greatest homelessness pressures, and 1 in 50 Londoners, and sadly at least one child in every London classroom, is homeless. So as we approach Christmas, many of us will be doing our shopping, seeing family and loved ones, maybe turning the heating up a bit, but let's think of those sleeping rough. Cold, wet, often hungry, on a park bench, shop corner, in sub-zero degrees temperature overnight. There's no official stats on how many are sadly dying in their sleep, but one only has to imagine the harsh and life-threatening conditions they have to endure. So there are steps that can be taken, and I invite the government to do them. My oven-ready supported Housing Regulatory Oversight Act, yet to be implemented, could help. My private members bill, which had an unopposed second reading, it's still currently waiting for committee report stage and conclusion. But there are other steps we can take. And local authorities have to meet those rising costs so that victims of domestic abuse are not forgotten, hospital discharges and the plight of a temporary accommodation is not ignored. So can I thank the team at Crisis and all the other charities, the work they do to help the homeless people. Can I also report, Madam Deputy Speaker, that representing Harrow East, which is the most diverse constituency in the country, with someone from every faith, every country in the world, every language spoken on earth. So I deal with a large chunk of Home Office-related matters. What has not helped, however, that my staff have been told not to chase cases for upwards of a year, that they will get no updates for 12 months, and in some cases even longer. So I'm left flabbergasted and discombobulated by the position that the government must be thorough in their checks, but it doesn't do much for my constituents, their family members, or indeed my staff to be told month after month, I'm sorry, there's no update. Now, my office recently met Home Office officials to manage expectations and make clear I'm not going to stop chasing the applications until the applications are actually decided. Not just closed, but actually decided overall. And indeed, in my role as chairman of the APPG for Fire Safety and Rescue, I've been continuously raising the issue of the Grenfell Tower inquiry recommendations. I note there's a written ministerial statement that is on the order paper, but we now have other issues such as lithium-ion batteries, solar panels, modern construction methods and other technologies that come into the proposals. On three quick points, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know you wanted to wind up. First is, on Iran, let the government come forward and prescribe the IRGC in its entirety as they promised when they were in opposition. On India and Bangladesh, let us make sure there are free and fair elections that include every single party in those elections in Bangladesh. And indeed, the outlawing of the Awami League is an outrage in my humble opinion. I'm delighted that, of course, we've reformed the Azerbaijan all-party group and we're looking for the increased trade, which is worth £888 million in the last 12 months alone. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was delighted to captain the House of Commons bridge team this year to a commanding victory over the House of Lords. And indeed, I was even honoured with having achieved the award for the best played hand. And my partner, former MP Erin Bell, left me in a very difficult contract, but I managed to make it. So, in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst we sit on these grim benches and we praise everyone and thank everyone, we must always think about the incredible team that are behind us. My team in my office this year have dealt with more than 12,000 individual cases, bringing the total to almost 100,000 cases since I was elected in 2010. So I'd like to thank my entire team. My wife Nicola, Hattie Shoesmith, who's now gone off to Dubai, Matthew Goodwin-Freeman, James Thompson, Rhys Benjamin, James Burke and Gabrielle Montaigne for their work. I hope they have a good rest over Christmas and ready to do it all again next year. And indeed, one of my team, Rhys Benjamin, is off to Australia. Hopefully he might see some cricket and he may actually lead to a turnaround of England's fortunes in the Ashes. Merry Christmas.
The question is as on the order paper and there will have to be an immediate 3-minute time limit. Jessica Morden.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's good to see the Leader of the House personally taking this debate today, which I think shows the respect he has for the House, which is much appreciated. We were talking yesterday about the Chartist graffiti in the cloisters, which lay hidden until a few years ago when it was uncovered. And as the MP for Newport East, I can say we're very proud of our Chartist history in Newport, and I pay tribute to Newport Rising, who commemorate the Chartist uprising of 1839 every year, the last armed insurrection in this country. As my late constituency neighbour Paul Flynn used to say, we could do more in this House to recognise movements like the Chartists, which shape our democracy, particularly in times when our democracy is under threat. Newport may have a rich Roman Chartist, and we're the city of democracy, and industrial heritage, but also has a very bright future. Throughout its history, Newport has been prized for its location, with our unrivalled access to rail and sea links, and it plays a central role today in the city's economy as we take steps into the new industrial revolution. 2025 has been a transformation year for Newport. Big investments in our exceptional semiconductor cluster, companies moving their HQs to the city, new tech jobs, work underway on the UK's biggest battery storage site, strong cyber local security expertise, and Newport is a key player in the South Wales AI growth zone thanks to the government, all of which is supported by two active governments at both ends of the M4, truly showing the benefits of two Labour governments working together after years of Tory neglect. Our traditional industries remain strong, with tens of millions of pounds worth of investment in ABP's Newport Port this year and Tata's Steelworks, which clearly a difficult time for steel, but I do thank our ministers for an active industrial policy which is helping. Newport's the fastest growing city in Wales, with jobs in new sectors opening up many opportunities for the city's young people. And it's not just about our industries, it's about our people. So I have been really privileged this year to work with Newport Council, led with great positivity and great energy by Dimitri Bacciuni, who has a massive ambition for our city. The biggest ever settlement from the UK Labour government to Wales means that the council are able to address the things that really matter to people. Getting streets resurfaced, streets are cleaner, the city centre is on the up with 85% occupancy retail rates, which is great. There's still work to do, but the growth in our policing settlement is really starting to help. Like all honourable members, the great privilege of this job is working with constituents who don't just do it for the thanks, but I'm going to thank them anyway. Can I pay a particular thank you to 11-year-old Sophia, who has juvenile arthritis and uses her incredible energy and infectious positivity to raise awareness, including lobbies in this House, and she inspires me every week, as does former Welsh Guard Mike Hermanus, a Falklands veteran fighting to get to the truth of what happened at the when the Sir Galahad was attacked in 1982. And
Mark Francois.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As I have 3 minutes, I just want to try and raise two quick issues. The first, I hope, is good news, which is to do with Riverside Medical Centre. I've been trying, I confess, for 7 years to get an extension on their GP practice because of unbelievable NHS bureaucracy that I won't tire the patients of the House with. It's not been possible until recently to do that, even though there's a brand new housing estate called High Elms Park, built by Barratt Homes, which has produced many extra residents who need a GP. They've come up with an innovative solution. They've just sold the last couple of houses on the estate, and Barratt are going to donate for a notional £1 their sales office to the practice, who are then going to convert it into a GP annex that can accommodate 3 GPs with attendant training and administrative facilities. This is actually a big win for the local community. We had a public meeting in April with overwhelming public support. The planning application's been slightly delayed because of red tape, but Riverside assure me that that will be going in soon. Then it should be a relatively straightforward conversion, and hopefully that annex, which I think will be very popular in the village of Holbridge, should open sometime in the summer of 2026. So that's a good news story. We then have the saga, and it is a saga, of the old Co-op supermarket site in Wickford. In a nutshell, the Co-op closed it over 3 years ago. It was bought by a South African-based developer called Heriot. They tried to do a deal to redevelop it with Morrison's. That fell through. They tried to do one with Asda. That fell through. They recently got planning permission, and yet they still haven't managed to secure a contract with a new tenant, although there are rumours all over the town of Wickford that they've been talking to everyone from Lidl to Waitrose, although I'll believe the last one when I see it. My constituents in Wickford, I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, are exasperated with Heriot, and they just want a new supermarket. They deserve one by now. So can I make a plea in the Commons to the directors of Heriot, with whom I've had numerous meetings? Please, please, bring this to fruition. Pick one group. You've got planning. Do a deal with them. Get them on site. Let's get that new supermarket opened in a way that my constituents in Wickford, who've waited more than long enough, deserve. In my final 10 seconds, Madam Deputy Speaker, a very Merry Christmas to you, to all MPs, to the staff of the House, and to our own staff, without whom this job would be impossible.
Barry Gardner.
Following the reduction of their grant by 9% in real terms, national parks and national landscapes were explicitly encouraged to use biodiversity net gain markets to attract private finance. I was disappointed, therefore, to see in setting out its consultation on planning reform proposals on Tuesday, the government announced plans to introduce an area-based exemption for smaller sites under 2 hectare, 0.2 of a hectare, exempting developers from BNG and thus reducing the biodiversity net gain market is a serious blow to our protected landscapes, removing one of the few viable mechanisms available to generate external income. Cutting government funding to these vital landscapes and telling them to look to private finance makes no sense if you then take away that source of private funding. So I would ask the government to consider in the consultation reducing the site exemption threshold to 0.1 of a hectare, which would approximately double the market available for biodiversity units. Next year, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be the 70th anniversary of the Clean Air Act in this country. When 4,000 people died over a period of 5 days, the government acted. Today, 262 people a year die of knife crime. 1,600 people approximately die of road traffic accidents. But 35,000 people die every year from the consequences of air pollution and the health impacts that it brings. If this were road traffic accidents, there would be an uproar. But because it's an invisible, a silent killer, unfortunately, there is not the motivation to act that there should be. We need to be doing something to align what we do with the World Health Authority standards, and I urge colleagues to back that next year, that we can, on that 70th anniversary, get a new Clean Air Act through this Parliament. Before the last election, we promised change. In fact, the single word was the title of our manifesto, change. For 5 million households in leasehold, they have been demanding that change. But it's only the voice of the property magnates and offshore interests who think they can continue to exploit leaseholders with impunity. The manifesto committed our government to ending the feudal leasehold system for good. And we must. But we need to remember that the purpose of government is not to ask what the law tells us about the status quo. It's to legislate to change the status quo when it is unjust and makes no economic sense. Even Michael Gove promised to do away with ground rent. So why is this government, my government, the Party of Labour, struggling to take on the parasitical rent seekers who demand a ground rent for no service? Merry Christmas.
Josh Paparindi.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a Merry Christmas to you and your team and all the House staff who all, in their own way, help MPs like us to give a voice to our constituents. I'd also like to give an enormous thank you to all MPs' staff who are the unsung heroes of our work. And on behalf of my constituency of Eastbourne, I want to say a massive thank you to my staff team, including the incredible Inga Frame, excellent Ewan Morrison, jolly smart Jack Morrell, conscientious Catherine Souter, cracking Cara Bishop, sensational Sam McManus, knock it out the park Nadia Wiley, Just Brilliant, Josh Morton and heroic Hannah Wayne. And of course to my parliamentary support team volunteers too, Shireen, Jackie, Ariane and Sue, who I will shower with alliterative adjectives in person. All of them and many more volunteers have helped to power my missions and more for the people of Eastbourne. And a key one will be helping to drive down homelessness in Eastbourne next year and beyond. The issue of street homelessness in Eastbourne is more stark than I've ever known, with rough sleeping soaring outside Eastbourne train station. And I've urged Eastbourne Borough Council to do its bit to get on top of this tragedy, and a task force has been created, bringing together homelessness agencies, station management, the council and others, including myself, to help drive this out. But we need the government to play its part, including providing the funding for the support services that street homeless folks need to get back on their feet. In particular, we need government to help fund more transitional housing, like that run by Kingdom Way Trust in Eastbourne, that provides a roof over folks' heads, as well as holistic support to help them to move from street homelessness into a tenancy that they're able to manage and sustain. Locally, we've got the model, we've got the expertise, we've got the will, and we've got the award-winning homelessness hub, but we just need the cash to scale it, and I hope that the government can support with that. Another issue I'd like to draw attention to, as I have done in many occasions in this House, is the issue of water quality and the conduct of Southern Water and South East Water in Eastbourne and the surrounding area. Not only do we have our sea polluted by raw sewage, not only do we have the air polluted by all of the stuff that's coming out of the Eastbourne water treatment works, but we've also had the issue of biobeads released from Eastbourne water treatment works that have polluted beaches in the surrounding area. Southern Water need to get their act together, and in 2026 and beyond I will be continuing to hold them to account. Merry Christmas, one and all.
Alan Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 3 minutes and 3 fantastic community organisations to celebrate. Chance Drama in Ferry Hill, since it was established in 2017, has trained hundreds of local young people from across my constituency in theatre art, in singing, dancing, performing. It was brilliant to recently be in the audience for their production of Bugsy Malone, where the cast had great fun covering themselves and most of the audience with their splurge guns. But what was really heartening to hear was talking to parents in the interval and, of course, after the show, and hearing how being involved in local community drama had transformed the skills, the confidence and the experiences of their children and our young people in our community. They're tireless volunteers who put on several shows a year, work at weekends to train young people, deserve our thanks and our support. In Spennymoor, the heart of my constituency, the St Paul Centre has been running excellent community facilities for some years, an art and photography group, Dementia Friends, a really active bereavement support group who I met recently. They've just opened a new extension so they can expand their food bank, but also do more for the local community. When they opened as a parish hall, they had an annual footfall of around 3,000 residents' visits a year. Now it's 34,000. So St Paul's Centre in Spennymoor is an excellent example of how a really well-led community centre can actually be a really thriving community hub. Finally, closer to home, in my hometown of Newton Aycliffe, we've got a new community hub which is just fantastic, and this is run by Lifeline Community Action. Their vision is to turn a disused shop in the town centre. It was formerly a Woolworths, in which I bought many happy pick and mix and lots of Now 95 cassettes back in the day, empty for 15 years, but they've bought that building with support from the National Lottery Community Fund, with funding from the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. And their vision is to bring 20 different local organisations into that building so that any residents can walk into a warm, friendly, safe, comfortable environment, and they can get job advice, they can get mental health support, they can go to the community pantry to buy heavily discounted food if they're in financial need. They can see the local police team, they can meet social workers, they can volunteer and get involved in a range of activities. I pay particular tribute to Pauline Chambers, their director, who has worked tirelessly for years to raise the huge amount of money that this really impressive project has taken, but also to Andy Boyd, recently retired after 30 years as a police sergeant in my hometown, who's taking them as well from strength to strength. So 3 brilliant organisations, really proud to represent all the work they do. Madam Deputy Speaker, Merry Christmas.
Andrew Rosingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I bring greetings to all members of this House from my constituency in Romford, a town that I have been proud to represent now in my 25th year as a Member of Parliament. Having been born and brought up in the town, I can tell you that we are proud of our Essex roots. And although unfortunately part of Greater London instead of Greater Essex, nevertheless we are determined to reassert our identity as a proud part of that great English county of Essex. Now, on Friday, I will be hosting the carols around the Christmas tree for my local churches, scout groups and schools at Margaret Thatcher House in Romford, where everybody is welcome to come and celebrate our proud Christian heritage. But also, Madam Deputy Speaker, we enter 2026 with a lot of issues that we are simply not happy about, and the Leader of the House knows because I raise them with him every Thursday. The Gallows Corner roundabout, which is a disaster, and that's because of the Mayor of London and TfL's complete incompetence and failure to deal with this junction and rebuild the flyover much faster, affecting everybody in the Essex and East London area. We need action on that because it's making people's lives quite miserable. Again, the Mayor of London is reducing our police counter hours in Romford. Already closed all of our police stations except the main one, but now the hours are reducing. We have an HMO boom in Romford and across the borough of Havering. Homes being built without consent of local people, and causing much anger and creating disruption in many family residential streets. And plus we have the situation, the ongoing situation on the Old Church estate, where sanctuary housing have failed to deal with all the issues facing the residents of that estate, where unacceptable conditions exist. Complete failure of that housing association to do an effective job for the tenants that pay their wages. So I ask the Leader of the House perhaps another issue for him to raise on behalf of my constituents. And finally, cladding on the Mercury Gardens estate, the Access estate, the back of my headquarters. Again, the building safety regulator has failed to act swiftly. This is causing unbelievable stress for the residents of those flats because they are trapped as leaseholders, unable to sell their properties until this matter is resolved. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish you a Merry Christmas. Thank you for your kindness, your courtesy of all the Speaker's staff over the year. And all I will say is this. I'm here because I love my country, I love my constituency, and this House of Commons must always put our country first.
Noah Law.
Deputy Speaker, war and Russian brutality first came to Ukraine in 2014. And whilst Ukrainians knew that it never left, I think it fair, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say that we did forget our friends in Ukraine were at war, that is, until 2022. And since then, we've witnessed the heroism of the Ukrainian people and the savagery of Putin's regime. In case it was not devastatingly clear, this is not just Ukraine's fight, it is a contest for the security of Europe and for the integrity of the international order. Because the Britain I know has always stood on the side of the underdog. We are in a phase of hybrid warfare. Other countries like Poland and Estonia are calling a spade, and it's time we do so too. One does not have to turn very far for examples. Warehouse fires, targeting of undersea cables, a strategy to recruit traitors in turquoise. These are not just random acts. These are deliberate steps in a campaign of destabilisation designed to test our resilience and erode our unity. And in case there are any illusions as to quite how direct the links between Reform UK and the Kremlin were, ask yourself why even local Reform supporters in Cornwall share posts attacking the plans to freeze Russian assets. Meanwhile, this Labour government is getting on with the job, as shown by the Prime Minister's announcement yesterday compelling Abramovich to pay up. As a former banker, I know as well as anyone, Madam Deputy Speaker, the importance of a rules-based order. But it's precisely that fact that there's precisely the fact that we're engaged in hybrid warfare that means I have absolutely no qualms with these assets being used to help support Ukraine. I also greatly welcome the new probe into foreign interference in British politics, which will investigate how foreign agents target and subvert our political process. Madam Deputy Speaker, by next July, just this phase of war will have lasted longer than the First World War, and it's cost the European economy more than £4 trillion, and with barely a tenth of that being spent on support for Ukraine, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I'm not a defence or security specialist, I'm not even a banker anymore, but I can tell you that this war is a war that Europe cannot afford to lose.
Vera Hobhouse.
Speaker. This last debate of the year is an opportunity to reflect and celebrate some of the most valued aspects of our constituency, and I can only mention a few because of time limit. Voices has been delivering independent trauma-informed domestic abuse services in Bath for over a decade, currently supporting more than 200 women and many more on the waiting list. Voices are working hard to improve survivors' experience with the courts. Earlier this month, I met with Baroness Lewitt to discuss the survivor-led guide to family court proceedings they co-produced. We explored how the government can work with Voices for wider access to this trauma-informed guide, helping survivors navigate what is often an intimidating and re-traumatizing court process, and I pay tribute to Voices and the very hard work they are doing. Looking back, Madam Deputy Speaker, many of the brightest moments of 2025 had a musical focus. Most recently, of course, the carol concerts across the length and breadth of the city that highlighted the joyful unity that communal singing can bring. November brought the Mozart Festival and the lively Amdram, Gilbert and Sullivan productions. May, the Bath Festivals and Party in the City. None of our cultural activities are free from deep financial worries, as public money all but dried up and can only survive with the hard work of volunteers who run these organisations. Madam Deputy Speaker, Bath is also home to a vibrant community of independent shops. I pick up our independent bookshops, Mr. B's, Persephone Books, Toppings, Bath Old Books, Oldfield Park Bookshops, and the iconic Scoop. You've got a very good and wonderful choice. Many of these cherished local businesses face serious challenges as rising costs and limited government support continues to threaten their future. Mr. B's bookshop will soon see their business rates rise by more than 70%, largely because of a steep increase in their rateable value, which often bears little resemblance to the reality of what businesses actually pay in rent. Many independent shops have long-standing relationships with their landlords built on trust, loyalty and stability. In some cases, landlords deliberately keep their rents fair and manageable because they value a reliable long-term tenant. But none of this is recognised by the current valuation system,